This is unreal. Beautiful stuff. They take him down with ease. I cannot believe what I've seen in that dance! I've done it for 5 years and I've never seen anything like that. Shutting them down one after the other. That's Hardy for you. Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is.
Hello and goodbye.
It's all over. It cannot be serious.
Come back around, full 360, Striker coming for the backside.
Sheesh! This man is absolutely insane today.
Oh, what?
Oh, it's nasty.
He strikes again!
And Papa don't miss! Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?
Hello and welcome to Watchpoint. It's day number 1 of week number 4 of our spring qualifiers here. And as you can see, we are ready to get you started for the day. We got all the data, all the notes.
The data.
The data, the notes, the hard
I reviewed the
numbers.
script well. I know what's going to happen. It's an exciting day. It's an exciting day. We got good matches. Don't worry, guys.
Yeah, and we'll tell you all about it. This is, of course, the Watchpoint pre-show. I am Zoe, and I'm back in action with my friends, my colleagues, Danny, Jake, and Johnny. Guys, I was out last week. Johnny also, I don't know what your excuse was, to be perfect. He also did not show up to work.
He just didn't feel like coming
I was physically unwell.
Hey, he was
sorry
looking
to
out
hear
for
that.
us. He was protecting us, which thank you for that, Johnny.
Yeah, thank
and welcome
you.
back, by the way. So
Yeah.
we were lost without you, frankly. Sorry, Danny.
There was
We
no-
were long. We were very long. We were 100.
I felt the
truth.
chaotic
It's fact.
energy up until where I live, which I'm not disclosing on stream, obviously. But guys, what's the TLDW? Too long didn't watch. What went down last week? Because my Twitter timeline was all over the place.
Jake went on a rant.
So much. I went off. You guys here saw me. I went off. It was fun. But honestly, Shock, they look like a shadow of their former selves. They almost got 3-0 swept by New York. That didn't happen. New York got reverse swept after a brutal miss-shatter into C9 on the overtime fight where they could have 3-0'd. Really sad.
Pretty sad.
But honestly, yeah, so the Shock, like, heavily underperforming, I think, relative to expectations. I think a lot of mid-table teams have been having decent, good showings.
Vegas played Avala. That happened?
Yeah.
Yes.
You what now?
Vegas played Avala.
Vegas played,
Avala played
Yeah, they had an internet issue, and so Luke Camino played Hanzo. They almost took a map
won Kings
off
Row.
London Spitfire.
They look pretty good with the Valiant.
Yeah.
I will say,
It might be a solution.
On a plus side, though, on a
The
good
Lucio
side,
comes
Vancouver Titans beat Boston Uprising.
But that's good for Titans fans, I guess.
Yeah,
We
it was a
worry some
beatdown.
if you're into the
It was a
Boston
3-0
Uprising.
beatdown. I've heard good things about Titans. Heard that they're performing well.
Houston lost. Houston lost.
To Atlanta
happened.
Reign.
I saw that one coming.
It was good times.
Wow, out for 1 week, and I feel,
And I'm still the
I feel
prediction
like
leader.
everything that's the most important part, of course. Okay,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
out for 1 week, and all that stuff went down. I can't believe I missed it. Let's see how that translates into the numbers. Looking at our standings, Atlanta Reign still up on top, now followed by the Florida Mayhem. Houston Outlaws dropping down a little bit, so they need to pick up some slack.
3-1. Wow.
Yeah, absolute
Hey, how's
amateur
Hangzhou
hour.
Spark doing? Johnny, how's Hangzhou Spark doing?
Not well. Not well.
The
Not well.
important thing here is, of course, to consider that the top 2 teams get their bye to the mid-season tournament. That's kind of the position you want to see yourself in. Middle of the pack, still very hotly contested. The lower 3 teams, they'll be out. Right? No chance at some extra money over in Seoul, Korea. So that brings us to our next segment here, because obviously there are some teams which are currently maybe a little bit in trouble. Some of them we will be seeing today. A lot of those games are actually really, really important for them because every win matters if you want to make it into our mid-season tournament. Let's take a look at the schedule. We're going to see the Vegas Eternals still winless, going up against the Boston Uprising, currently sitting on a 3-1 score, so not too bad for themselves. Vancouver Titans currently 2-2, but they will be going up against the London Spitfire. And the last match of the day will be the winless Valiant going up against the Toronto Defiant, which we had a lot higher hopes for, 1-3, not the score we thought, but also their schedule looked rough.
Valiant. It's coming. Their first win.
Is it happening?
It's happening. While you were gone, of course, they're 0-6 right now, but it's coming. They are improving.
They won maps.
Yeah,
They won maps, Zoe. Whoa!
They played it really close against Florida Mayhem.
Whoa!
They made maps competitive against Atlanta Reign, like on individual maps, but they're like winning team fights against Atlanta Reign, something that a lot of teams have not been able to do. A lot of teams just getting rolled over completely, and so I think for Valiant, like they had their moments. It wasn't enough to beat Atlanta Reign, obviously, but they made it close. I mean, they had moments where they actually looked like a strong team, which I think most teams playing Atlanta Reign do not have one single moment where it looks like they could win. Like that is the norm, and Valiant, to me, they look like a better team. Now, I don't put them at the very bottom. I think they're at least a couple teams up.
Hey, Tayson Day's watching. Tayson Day, it's coming. Your day is coming.
Is he actually
Don't
still
worry.
watching, or are we just running?
Yeah, he is.
I said every day,
Is he
every
actually?
Valiant match.
That's
Honestly,
a true ride or die for the
Exactly.
Valiant.
You
Like
respect that.
I respect that. Lots of dying happening for the Valiant, though. So let's hope there's some riding
They can
as well.
ride. They will ride
The riding will
Let
happen.
it ride, man. Let it ride.
They're not going to make the tournament, but
They will be riding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And remember, this is one of the last teams to come together. Just
True.
saying, just saying.
Just
you know.
saying.
There are
All right,
beginnings.
okay,
They're
let's-
0-6.
Let's talk about this though, because as I said already, two teams will be sailing smoothly through the spring qualifiers and earn their bye for the mid-season madness tournament. Now, 8 teams, however, will be in the middle, and they get a life raft though, because they get another chance to make it into our knockout stage in 2 weeks from now. The bottom 3, they aren't just sink. They're out. They're swimming with the fishes, as I say, but apparently that's not the term.
They'll be swimming with the
Sleeping.
fishes.
No.
Sleeping
Why
with
would you
fishes.
sleep
Go with
under
the
the water
swimming.
though?
Swimming
with the
sounds
fishes is
better.
more accurate. For these bottom
And fishes
teams,
don't
we
sleep.
We sleep.
They do.
Bottom 3, we
Of
sleep.
course they sleep.
They like close their eyes and they sleep like they.
Fish?
Yeah,
don't know
no,
what a
they,
fish looks
yeah,
like when
they
it sleeps,
float.
but
They float when they
They
sleep.
do, but they only have half their brain off because they still need to be aware of predators. Anyway, very interesting. So
And need to
fact
move
for
so
you.
they can.
I want to know, guys. I want to know
Jaws.
which are the teams which are sleeping or swimming or whatever they do, but they're doing it under the water. Some teams will be sinking.
Who's under the water?
Who is
above
underneath it? Who's sinking?
Who's flying?
Who's swimming?
Okay.
Let's talk about Boston Uprising first.
yeah.
Looking at their match schedule ahead, there's some winnable ones in there for sure. And given their current standing, they don't need that many more wins in order to make the knockouts.
Yeah.
It has to be. They have to swim. They're not gonna sink, right? I mean, they're 3-1 right now. They're going up against Vegas Eternal today. If they lose this, I'll be very disappointed. But I mean, they just need
That would be a
2
shock.
more,
That
right?
would frankly
2 more,
be
and they're in a good spot, right? So San Francisco Shock and Vegas Eternal. I'm guessing that Boston's
I'd
gonna
say
win.
win one more and good. If you beat Vegas, the odds are in their favor.
Yeah.
Yeah, even just beating Vegas, they're looking good. And then, I mean, I do feel like good chances of them taking one of Defiant or Shock. I think there's like almost no way they're beating Atlanta Reign, honestly, in my opinion. I don't think anybody
True,
except
true.
Houston so far has looked like
Hot
that's a
take.
possibility. No, I'm not even, that's
Very
a
hot take.
mild take. But I agree, the 3-1 scoreline to start it off, they're in a good spot.
I don't know. Okay, so we're
Right.
going for
All right,
swimming.
so we're doing swim.
Yeah,
swim.
The
they're
swim?
swimming.
Okay, all right.
Swim.
The
Michael
swimming.
Phelps.
We're good. Wonderful.
I don't want to say Michael Phelps, but they're gonna like make it to the edge of the pool and not drown. Like that's the goal.
Honest, that's an achievement for
Yes.
some. Looking at our next team, Vancouver Titans, currently on a 2-2 score. If we're looking at their match schedule ahead, love the continuity there on the
Ooh,
left
looks
side.
good.
Looks great.
Visually pleasing.
Some tough ones in the middle there, but again, like Excelsior, Spitfire, beatable, winnable.
I think Excelsior Spitfire should be easy wins for the Titans.
Ah.
They just 3-0'd Boston.
I don't know. I think
but that's
for
Boston.
the very last one,
these are
Titans
Excelsior.
versus New York Excelsior. I think that one. I think New York could take it.
New York almost beat the
Yeah, they
Shock
almost
guys.
beat the Shock
They
guys.
almost beat the
Hey,
Shock guys.
Hey, I don't think it's gonna be an easy win. I think their schedule is a lot harder compared to the one that we saw for Boston. So right now, I think I'm gonna go with Sing.
I mean, I think they've got the two games, Gladiators and Houston, that look hard, but then I think Spitfire and New York are I would say, maybe not guaranteed
easy,
wins,
yeah.
but I would say easy. I would put like Vancouver as heavy favorites after their last showing. I mean, that was a compelling performance out of them. They
Right.
look good, they look solid, and they play well as a
True.
team. Some of these teams, like Excelsior, looks totally out of sorts. They've like Fitz playing Ana. I mean, Fitz is like making plays on Ana, but he's also griefing the game sometimes. Like, you know, it's a very
This is the
mixed
thing
bag.
that he said when you were not.
It's a very mixed bag. I mean,
What do you
all right,
mean?
you should have seen it. You were not there. All right, I
was
stand
not
by it.
there.
I stand
It's
by
true.
it.
I didn't know.
I agree.
Okay, so are
I'm
we
gonna say swim. I'm a
Swim.
swimmer.
I went. Oh wait.
They're not
Singing?
Vegas, they're not Valiant, they're swimming.
Yeah. Well, there's one more. It could be one more above that.
Yeah,
That's the
but-
question. But I think
He's
Vancouver
like-
is better than that.
Come
He's
on,
like
do it.
sinking.
What are we doing?
No.
What are we doing?
Swim.
Well, that looks like it's a floaty, but we're swimming for now.
All right.
So
All
right.
let's
Okay.
go with that. All right, next one. That one's a bit of a heartbreaker, I feel. Toronto Defiant. They've been looking good, but they had a tough schedule.
They've not been looking good.
They've
They've not been looking
haven't.
good.
Looking good at the very beginning.
But this is an easy schedule. This is an easy 4. Uprising is the toughest team they have here.
Yeah.
They've got a very potential, like a 4-0 here. 3-1 to 4-0 is that's like my estimate of looking at these matches for Defiant. So I think the real question, right, is whether you swim is can you beat? It's like the Spitfire, the New York, Excelsior. These are like your bubble teams you need to beat.
They went to map 5 against New York. They could mess this up.
They could. I'm not saying
They're looking at results.
but look at the teams they're playing. All right, look at the teams they're playing, and then tell me that again.
Are you doubting the Los Angeles Valiant right now,
A
Jake?
little bit. I mean,
Okay, they could. They should beat Vegas. Valiant's been looking better. London Spitfire. I'm just waiting for them to come alive, and Boston Uprising should be favored in the match.
Yeah.
They could go 1-3. They could absolutely go 1-3 there.
I mean, really, you think London Spitfire? You think London Spitfire is a better team?
I know it's Team USA, Jake, but they're kind of poo-poo right now.
I know, but their opponents, like they had their hard matches and they didn't do well. Now they have their easy matches. I'm still ready to believe.
Maybe they have easy matches, don't do well either.
Well, that's possible, but I just think we haven't seen enough to completely write this team off. I still have faith, honestly. At least, not that they're going to be like one of the best teams right now.
They're sinking, so.
I have faith that they can
sinking.
limp over the
It's
finish
so
line.
brutal.
The line, the quality, the standard is low. All right, what I'm asking for them is not much.
This sounds like cope.
So what do I do?
Where's the cope canister?
Where
Where are you hiding
What are we
it?
doing?
Where is it?
Swimming, give me hands.
I'm
That's a
third
sinker.
swim for me.
Wow, you're swimming again. You're swimming
I
a lot
think
today.
they are better than
You're
the London
swimming a lot
Spitfire. I think they're
today.
better than the London Spitfire and the New York Excelsior. That's all I'm saying.
They should be.
They should be. Okay, yeah.
You make the decision for this.
I mean, if it were up for Johnny, he would like push him out of the life raft.
Yeah,
And be like, you're
just-
done.
we should just send
Goodbye.
more of these
Get out.
No, I'm just
Get out.
throwing him in there. Like, let's see it. Swim. Go
There it
on.
goes. I think
You're like the parent who
I make the
throws the kid in the
executive
pool.
decision and
Swim.
say they're swimming.
Swimming? Okay.
I go with swimming. Huzzah! They made it. Maybe. Probably.
I'm a believer in all these
Ooh,
teams, guys. I'm a
ooh.
believer in them all.
Deep down, we believe in all of them. We want them all to succeed, and that's the
wouldn't say
gist
all of them,
of this almost.
You said Valiant
entire
looking good.
segment. But yeah, these teams,
The whole thing.
they're fighting for something very important, which is, of course, not just our approval and our guesstimation whether or not they can, in fact, swim.
That's the only thing they care about, I think. That's like what they're
Probably,
here for.
but also the mid-season tournament, which is happening in Korea. Let's take a look at that.
Korea.
Korea Mid-Season Madness live from Seoul. Tickets are on sale right now, so make sure to join us there. I mean, I don't know if we're there, probably not, but we're gonna watch
We
you
would
be
love to.
there.
The energy's going to be infectious.
We're gonna
that's
live
for
through,
sure.
we're gonna live through your experience,
Right.
which you of course will share with us on social media, and we get the inside scoop. I'm super excited for that. I'm excited to see the cross-region play as well.
Oh, me too. I'm
Okay,
very
that's
excited.
it.
Jake just has this idea that the
ready.
Western region is going to destroy like
I'm
Seoul
ready for
I also
Inferno
ready.
and Guangzhou.
I'm ready
and-
for a top 4 NA, frankly. I'm ready
But
for
we have a
top 4
spark
from the
believer.
tournament.
Write it down.
Here.
Jake says top 4 and
It's on video. We're on a live show. Like, what do you think? I'm like,
I'll forget about it. I'll forget about it. We need to take notes. We need to take
Want to
notes.
write on a big piece of paper? West top 4. I will. I will
Bring
do
out the
that.
Post-it note.
I'll just sit up here with a card that says West 4-0 for like the whole MSN.
All right.
Are you still going for
Johnny
what?
wants receipts,
Yeah.
and receipts will be made.
I'm committed. I'd say at least top 3 NA.
Oh, you already
Three on the
backpedaled.
Oh, now we're backpedaling. Oh, now we're backpedaling. Okay, all
I'll go in with the
right.
4 out for the memes.
Okay, 3, 4.
Or
Okay,
top
4.
4.
Last
Top
top
4.
4.
All the placements. All top 4 placements.
He's like,
Western.
all he thinks is like spark, 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 spark. It's gonna be fun.
Big team.
Top 2 in the East region.
Yeah, I know.
Great. I mean, we have some fantastic teams. So I think a lot of teams regard
Shanghai
this.
Dragons.
Yeah, well, they are
They're a
also a
team.
team. That is correct. They are in fact a team. But as much as I love the teams in their current renditions, I always feel like if we were making teams, we could make like super teams, like a
Oh,
type
yeah.
of fantasy.
Oh, you guys would do way
100%.
better than
Right?
coaches in the Overwatch League. Those guys don't know
Probably.
anything.
Exactly.
Right?
You would know.
Yeah, it's easy to make a great team.
I could be
That's
a
why-
coach.
just
Funnily enough, Zoe,
Yeah.
we got a game today.
What?
We're gonna play a game.
What?
The fishing game.
No way.
You and Danny will have the opportunity to create your own Overwatch League fantasy teams The gimmick is you gotta fish them up. So
sounds
we got a
like
game
Paradise.
set up, fantasy picks, and you'll be fishing up these little fishes with players on them. I know you can't really see, but this is Krawi right here. So, Danny, I'm going to ask you to take Krawi with you.
Why?
Throw him back.
Throw Krawi
Catch
back
and
into the sea.
release, where she made you.
Throw it back to the sea.
I don't want
You can walk over there, and you'll have your
your
own
fish.
small little fishing poles and a little, I guess it's a bucket of some kind.
Yeah, it's a bucket.
And you
put
get
the
to
in a
fish
bucket.
out
All right.
Overwatch League
All right.
players that will create your Overwatch League team. And then
All
me
right.
and Jake, we will assess and see who has the best team.
You're from like a fishing village, aren't you? Got
I
any
am.
tips for them? Any advice?
Macro fishing village. Yeah, what's the advice?
You need to like, there's a good feeling. There's no, you can't be, you gotta,
vibes need to
good
be-
vibes.
Good vibes. Yeah,
Yeah,
the fish
good
are
vibes.
good,
Are we
bad
going?
vibes.
Yeah,
All right, 2, 1.
there we go.
Okay.
And it's on. And so you need 5 players to make a team. Preferably it's 1 tank, 2 damage, 2 support. But
Well,
it's
unless you want to make people roll swap, I've done that. It can work.
look, you gotta work with what you got. You know.
Yeah.
If you got a GM in there, don't worry.
Wait,
We'll figure
if
it
I
out.
get more than 5, can I switch out?
Yeah, throw them back if you don't want them. We got 2 minutes. Work.
This is a bit unrealistic because Danny has like just fishing it up every 5 seconds. That's not how fishing works. It usually takes like 3 hours.
Well, maybe you're just not that good. You gotta confront the realities, Johnny.
Well, no.
Johnny, I think this is a
I
highly
am so
realistic
good at this.
simulation.
My team is already stacked.
You don't even know. You haven't even looked at your team.
I haven't, but I have more than 5 now.
Yeah, I can't count. I honestly
Well,
don't.
then you gotta make some
You know what?
cuts. You gotta
Okay,
make
I'm
hard
gonna make
calls.
some cuts
I
right
gotta
now.
make some cuts too.
You gotta make some hard
You
calls.
have to say who you're cutting. If you're cutting someone,
Yeah.
you have to say who you're cutting.
Call them out.
Oh, really?
Man. Crims, are you gone? I'm sorry, bro.
Oh, Grimzo.
Sparker, goodbye.
Oh, Sparker. He's good.
Well, he's a decent player.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Vindime.
you gotta
I'm sorry, Vindime.
Oh, you gotta.
Oh, Vindime going in the sea.
Vindime? You got 50 seconds.
Okay, wait, I
You gotta make
gotta.
sure you have 5 players.
I'm
Don't throw
sorry,
them all
I'm
back.
sorry, Punk. I love you.
Don't throw them all back.
Okay.
You're getting rid of Punk. You guys are high standards.
Man, it.
Now you tangle it up. How many players do you have currently?
don't want
I have
Zoe?
4.
Get 5. You guys better get 5. You got 35 seconds left. Make sure you line up with a full team.
I'm sorry, look at me
Oh,
though.
yes,
If
yes.
you don't have a full team,
Oh
you
my
guys
God.
are subbing in, all right? If you got
I'm
4,
gonna be
you guys are
feasting.
the GM,
I'm
you're subbing in.
feasting.
No, she's doing it all the way. 20 seconds, Zoe.
I'm doing so good.
20 seconds, Zoe.
Can I have some like?
You've got 15.
There
They
we
need
go.
to be in the bowl,
Oh
Zoe.
my
Yeah.
God.
in
Put the
bucket.
players in the bowl.
Can I have subs as well?
No,
No,
you need
no, no.
only
It's
5.
It's a 5.
Okay.
Only
squad.
5.
You're the sub. You're the GM.
Why am I
You
always
get
in
subbed
Vegas?
5,
I got like 3 Vegas
4,
players.
3,
I love Vegas.
2, 1, and you're done.
Okay.
You're done. Your team's your team. You're done.
Well, I have
Alright.
6 now. Do I need to throw one?
Yeah,
back?
Throw one out.
Throw it away.
All right.
Quick.
I'm here.
Oh, I'm just. Ah.
Danny's moving fast.
You take Danny's bowl and let's see what we got. I'll take Zoe's bowl.
All right.
I didn't cut one. Like,
All right, Johnny, you're going to have to
I got
cut one.
overwhelmed.
I'm gonna have to cut one. All right, you wanna kick us off?
all right,
What
I'll
does
set
Danny
it up.
have? What is
All right.
Danny's the catch
So
of the day?
Danny,
Watch this, guys.
we've
Watch
got
this.
Aspire. Okay, a solid start. I would
Solid.
say a
I
good,
like
a
that.
good
That's cute,
flexible hits
sure.
game player. And Bird Ring.
Okay.
That's a little bit of an overlap in the damage roll, but both of
No,
them,
they
I think,
can-
can play the Tracer.
Yep.
They'll be able to make this work.
Yeah,
I have faith. They are going to be really stacked on a double sniper meta.
A little
Maybe
cope.
Struggling on
A
some
little
Genji,
cope.
but,
Yep.
but, we've got Chio and Izayaki. I'm here for this.
Oh wow.
That's a
That
duo.
backline.
Wow.
Like,
That backline.
you got a solid backline. Those guys are they're gonna play well together. Chio, I think, just adds so much value to any flex support he's with. And then on the tank, we've got someone rounding it out. Danny, you've outdone yourself.
You are stacked.
This is a roster. Like this is like an Overwatch League competitive roster.
Ain't bad.
Zoe, how are you feeling about your team? I haven't unveiled your team yet, but compared to Danny's, first instinct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a little
Okay.
worried. I sense a little fear.
No, but I have like a few pieces which could,
And I have to get rid of one of them.
you have to get rid of one
Okay.
of them.
You'll have to
So
make
let's
the
see what
call.
You'll
Zoe
know-
got
you'll
here.
know what
Decide
to
who to
do.
cut.
See what Zoe got here. Alpha Yi to kick us off.
Oh,
Alpha Yi to kick us off.
That's the catch
Okay.
of the day. That's the catch of the day.
Okay.
That was the first one I pulled. Sorry, Alpha is gone.
What?
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 Yeah.
No, well, how is that the rule?
You had 6 players. Alpha is gone.
No, wait, what? Can't you cut the last one? Give me my fish back.
It fell out. It fell out. Okay, next
No,
one.
it's
Pause.
still
Yo,
on
can I make a trade?
Pause.
It's still on the boat.
I'll
Hawk.
take Alpha E.
As your tank.
Yeah, I'm taking Alpha E.
No, wait, what?
I got him.
Hawk, we got Hawk.
You got Fitz for damage.
Okay.
Fitz for damage.
Cut Fitz.
Shu. You got Hawk, Shu, and Fitz.
Shu, Fitz. You're telling me you don't want Alpha Yi?
Well, the fish fell away. It's not,
on
it jumped out. It jumped
No,
out. It went back
you
into
cut the last one, not the first one.
Creative for support, so support duo of Shu and Creative.
Okay.
2 Ana
Double
players.
flex. That's a little
We'll figure
weird,
it out. And Mirror as your tank. So you have Hawk, Mirror, Shu, Creative, and Fitz.
And
You're
throw
cutting
away
Alpha. And you're
Yi.
cutting Alpha.
I didn't cut. He jumped. He slid out.
literally-
He slid out.
All right, I'm taking Alpha Yi. We're gonna have a sub.
No. He's gone.
All right, clearly I want this, right, chat? I mean,
All right, without Alpha Yi, it is actually clear. I think. Like this team, you guys had.
Okay, I feel bad for Zoe. We'll get
thanks.
Mirror out and we'll get Alpha Yi.
Yeah,
okay.
you got
So
two
all
tank
right.
players.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Fitz, Alpha Yi, Shu, Creative, and Hawk.
These are competitive rosters. I think you're having a little bit of a double flex support problem, which could be an asset in some metas, but I'm not sure either of those guys is gonna
Fitz
feel
and
good.
Alpha Yi clears your damage.
It's true.
Yeah, maybe. Fitz,
Yeah.
Fitz,
Yeah.
Alpha Yi,
Let's hear it
Alpha
from
Yi is
our
on
chat.
another level, but is
All right.
Fitz? I think Fitz is
I think
maybe lower level.
both
than
our
these
rosters
two.
have
Aspire and
a few
Virgin?
things going for them.
Fitz is playing Ana, man. Like it.
all right.
Most
Calm
of
down.
this team.
Calm
How
down,
about
Jake.
you
Let's move
both?
on.
You tell us which team you think is going to win it all. Obviously, those teams are never going to happen, unfortunately. Probably fortunately.
Unless.
Nah, we're good. But they live in our hearts, and if you're a fan of those teams, you can keep them alive. Make some fan art.
Yeah.
Humor us with it. Speaking of fan art, we got a real goodie for you today, as we of course still have our fan art gallery up and running, and you too can submit your best pieces. And we can't wait to see more. A beautiful thing, of course, that we have been getting is once again from the ever so lovely Angela Siegler.
Angie!
And, this time it's not just a static picture. No, she just straight up
Oh, wow.
showed us how the bread is made.
I love these like the time lapse of it all.
Is that a phrasing?
Is that a Jake Ramato or something?
I don't think it's me, is it?
No,
No,
that's Dante. That's Dante
No, I
with
think
his
it's
new
Dante.
hair.
Oh, it's Dante.
No, that's Dante with his new hair.
I thought it was
Ah, yeah. Dante's growing his hair
Definitely
out.
not you.
I thought it
Danny.
was me, but black hair.
I don't know why I just said Jake.
Did Dante dye his hair dark?
Oh wow.
Yeah, he has black hair now.
I haven't seen
new
it.
hair, who dis?
I can see that working for Dante.
Yeah.
It does.
That's so
Clearly
cool.
it does.
I like being able to see the process of it all. It's like
Yeah.
there's all these steps that you wouldn't really understand or think about as a complete lack of artistic talent like myself. But it definitely adds to the process, I think. Like at least color
Yeah.
blocking is interesting.
Yeah, no, absolutely gorgeous. So keep them coming. Thank you so much, Angie, for always entertaining us with your incredible artwork. It's just gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Now, a drawing, of course, is just one of the many things we enjoy, but we're also big fans, huge fans, humongous fans, ginormous, in fact, of another art form called cosplay.
Ooh.
Oh, what?
Oh, what? That's right, Twitter.
Oh,
Do your
God.
thing. Do your thing.
10,000 likes for J3 to be a Torb.
I'm here for the J3,
down.
but it has to be the swimsuit tour.
It has
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah,
I want to see him get like the big fake beard too. Like he needs that crazy double whatever Torb beard is going on in that, and the tiny swimsuit with like a squirt gun. It could work. J3, I want to see him
Could
stream
work.
with it,
Yeah, or just live in it, like
for a couple days. Go to the grocery store.
Exactly, just go about your business.
I mean, it's.
Or can we have him
it's
on the
okay.
show? Once?
If he's here.
if he lives in
on.
LA, he's more than welcome to join if that is what he's wearing. If not, then
Yeah.
no sorry.
only in the
But
swimsuit.
yeah, we'll be back with match one. We got Vegas going up against Boston, and while you wait, here's some of the best moments that have went down so far.
But we say here in the East region, even the bottom teams there, they can be competitive. Everyone beats everybody. There's no freebies out here.
One thing that APAC has always taught me, literally anything could happen with these teams.
Dynasty have point control. Shatter away around the corner. MTD.
They have the advantage.
Unless that's exactly what I needed. Body shot over on Lee Sumin as well as Hisu gets a follow-up. Takes down Prophet, takes down Lee Sumin. Yeah, he got hacked and then just immediately, oh, are you kidding me? Fate goes bowling for DPS.
Pulse from Spectrum misses.
What?
And what just happened?
I don't even know how he got a 5K. Don't worry.
5K for Lit, maybe?
They're
He's
learning.
got 4. He's got 5.
They're learning, Jack.
Lit
That's
with a 5K.
space for Proper to do things like this. Goes aggressive with the rail.
Ooh.
There's a twofer.
2 for 1, buy 1, get 1 free.
Yeah, I mean, just look at where he is playing from. It's how he's gonna get the primal going. Dude, he is just insane. I mean, like, he's juggling lip all the way back. Building up these amp matrix is so fast. It was contributing pretty well in terms of kills. I think it's been a really good day for the backline.
Oh, that's huge. Goodness, straight down the tube. Someone gives him nowhere to go.
Yeah, that looks like something they would clip for like the hero release trailer to show off a cool move you could pull off. And here, so you're not even really building up towards any of those big ultimates. You lose Proper.
Oh. Alphagee's playing with his food. My goodness, composing another with alphabet spaghetti. That's the level of play we're talking about here, but he got the kill eventually. Max able to find 2, but again, hey, I've been saying this a few times, it don't cut it. What is going on with San Francisco? The Justas are bending them backwards. Somber tracing.
Valiant.
What just happened? What just happened? Lit.
Losing his learning, Jack. Losing his learning.
Lit
Don't worry.
5K for Lit, maybe?
They're
He's
learning.
Got 4. He's got 5.
They're learning, Jack.
Lit
That's
with a 5K.
I don't even know how he got a 5K.
Welcome back, everyone. Those were just some of the best plays from last week. Now, of course, we're getting started with our first match of week number 4, and that one will be fought out between the Boston Uprising and the Vegas Eternal.
I'm camera.
Where was happening?
I don't know. I don't know what to do.
I'm not
Anyway,
this one up.
if you want to join in on the fun at home, you can do so with watch parties. So make sure to join your favorite Overwatch creators and their communities and watch games such as this one, which we will be discussing right now. This is going to be an interesting one, of course, if we're looking at the lineups, the starting lineups. Vegas Eternal back to normal, right?
Yep.
Nothing out of the ordinary to see here. Is this potentially their first W? It's still Boston Uprising, high caliber players, big stars on every single role. But as of right now, rumors have it, ain't going too hot. Boston potentially boomed.
I don't think they're boom. I don't think they're boom.
Sources said.
Sources.
I will say they'll need to be exceptionally boomed to lose this one. But if Vegas Eternal can like take a map or like make some good
That'd
fights,
be fun. That'd be fun.
I could see. I mean, if I was on Boston, I would lose my mind. So I'm just saying from my.
So if Vegas
personal experience
steals
as a
one,
player-
then they can like accelerate the boomage.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
So
Like very
there's
fast.
a lot
Very
of, like
fast.
Boston wants a clean 3-0, but I mean Boston clean 3-0 Washington Justice, so you would think they're just not gonna have trouble against Vegas Eternal. I agree. This is a raw player caliber difference here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely nothing more to say about that. I'd be very shocked if any of us would be going the way of the Vegas Eternal here. Let's still look at the predictions. I had to go with the Boston Uprising. Just individual players, they should have the upper hand in their respective roles.
give 3-1, no?
With some scares there. No, yeah, scores as well. Not a single map for the Vegas Eternal. That's
Why
right.
would you?
Chat. This is open in chat.
Why would
But But maybe. There's a chance. There's always a chance. There's
No
always a
maybes.
chance. I will say though, for Boston Uprising, no matter anything that's going on, these are just like individually very strong players. And if they play comps that are just gonna like play to their strengths and like straightforwardly allow them to each individually execute well, I just don't know if Vegas has the firepower to.
I guess I do want to see Boston just like dominate the opposition.
Yeah.
Like you're going to look bad against Vegas? No. Like what are we doing?
Exactly.
But how funny would that be, though?
But if it looks competitive, right? It's like London Spitfire. When Vegas made maps competitive with their GM subbing in, I mean, that just looks really bad on London Spitfire, even though it's a 3-0. So there's stakes to this with Boston.
Yeah,
It's really
I mean-
about how the match looks and feels. Like, this is an opponent you need to be beating cleanly to have a hope of, doing well in London.
Yeah. The real question for Vegas is, at what points do you make some calls to Malta's ISP?
Yeah, get a ball back in. Luke Mino back to the Hanzo.
I didn't say that.
I mean, all right.
Kind of implied it,
I
but
inferred that.
That's kind of what I heard as well. Either way, that's it from the desk here. We are looking for a clean sweep for the Boston Uprising, but it needs to be a dominant one. This one needs to be a statement. Let's hear it from our casters, Jaws and Costa, what they think about this upcoming banger.
Johnny has no chill. Johnny has no chill just throwing Malfa under the bus. Yes.
What?
Yeah.
What? They should upgrade his internet speed connection.
Upgrade. Oh, okay.
Come on now.
Randomly disconnect Malthal from the game.
Wow, Johnny.
Johnny, you've changed, bro.
He took a weekend off and he came back with violence.
Yeah, what happened during that week? We were kind of chilling, we were vibing, hanging out, being cool dudes on the desk.
I'm just saying, 2023, fiber is very common. Get Malthus some fiber.
Get some fiber in his diet too. Fiber is important in your diet. Don't forget. That's facts. That's definitely what Johnny was talking about. But here we go, Scots. Yeah, we're jumping in the first game of the week. Great stuff. Vegas Eternal and the Boston Uprising. The desk, they all played at 3-0. If I had to give you a chance to also give your Fred.
Yeah, no, I'm going 3-0.
Okay.
You know, I agree with Zoe.
Okay.
The Boston boomage has been, talked about so much throughout this season, but sources are starting to look more and more likely like I made it up, and it's just consistent. No one has really seen anything. It is worth talking about, though. Boston Uprising are coming off of a 3-0 loss to the Vancouver Titans, and a lot of people were questioning how is this going to affect the team? Obviously, Lee Jae-gon looked a little disappointed in the player cams after that one, but Danny cleared that one up with an interview last weekend. So Boston are a strong team. Just by pure talent on their roster, we know how great of a team they are, and the Vegas Eternals shouldn't be able to hold a candle to that.
I'm a Boston boy this season.
You're always a Boston boy, mate.
Hey, really? Oh, to be fair, Boston in the history of the team, they've had some very likable players, so you know what, I'm down. Are we ready for Vegas Eternal versus the Boston Uprising? If it's not a 3-0, honestly, egg on faces for everybody.
Yeah.
We'll get production to run out and quickly grab some eggs, and we'll do that live. There you go. There's the thing that will definitely happen after this game.
There is a point to be made by what Jake said before this match as well. If you are the Boston Uprising, you have complete faith in yourselves to win this 3-0. If you lose a map, dude, it can start snowballing away from you, but they have to lose a map first.
How many teams have we said that about, to be fair, Scott, over the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, absolutely.
We're in a crazy year right now, it feels like, where we're expecting a lot of teams to just smash as they jump into the server, and they just end up flatlining, which is insane. All right, let's get in, though. Smurf Doomfist, very dive-heavy, with Birdring on the Sombra versus a very slow comp. What we kind of expect the Vegas Eternals to be running with the Mei and the Ram.
It's just an easier composition to play this Ramattra, while the Doomfist can be quite difficult. You have to execute strong dives, you need to make sure that you're not getting isolated. And you also don't want to give away the point, but this is the important crux of this composition. Birdring getting hacks and then having his team follow up. The follow-up's not there, and Vegas Eternal have the first cap.
Twilight doing damage as well as some healing. Vegas do end up getting the first cap. You're not wrong, Scott. Someone's got to look at Twilight. He do be on an island on his own. No running towards him by Eternal. They're just going to let him get damage out scot-free. However, still building up time. Very slow pace comp Eternal are playing this, even with a Lucio. Although there's the hack from Birdring and a nice follow-up from Smurfs. They take down Lucamino. They do trade Birdring's life for it though, but it's a worthy trade. Now you only have Lucio healing if you're the Eternal. Decay on the point. Yeah, he's looking
sleeping.
Dude be sleeping on the job. Decay, wake up. Please, you've got a pulse.
Drop the pulse, you got this.
Drop the pulse. Dude is so bored right now. Nice beat, though, from Eternals. They do hold the point still. Scott, someone take his player cam off, please. I'm dying. Defiant does end up going down, but a very slow burn right now for the Uprising. They're unable to really clean the Eternal up. They're getting pigs, yes, but that's really about it. Smurf is awake, though. All good. Uprising do eventually find the wipe, but it is 53% for Eternal.
And you very rarely expect Boston to win the first team fight playing this dive composition, but this is where it will start snowballing away for the Eternal. Birdring has the EMP, and you're actually going to see the change from Luke Mina going over to the Kiriko, potentially more survivable than a Baptiste to the Sombra.
Yeah, that's Suzu as well. As soon as you get, well, hopefully you don't get hacked, to be fair, but if you do get hacked, an instant Suzu could save a life or two. Here's Birdring, though, setting up for an EMP. Looks like Eternal just funneling in. EMP hits 3, Rack Attack and Lucamino in big trouble. But there you go, hack wears off, instant Suzu, but not before the damage can come in. I mean, with the Rack Attack not there to kind of amp healing on top of Lucamino, Suzu, and extra heals coming out. There's not really much you can do to survive that EMP. And Boston Uprising, they have both support ultimates left in their bank too. So they've got a lot of tools to deal with Vulcan's ult hit.
Yeah, very clean ultimate and EMP there from Birdring. You need to win those nice and easy and clean, especially because Rack Attack did not have the sound barrier to answer. So now it all comes down to cycling ultimates here for the Boston Uprising. They have the nano boost. Which target are they going to put it on? Doomfist with the nano isn't a great option. They are going to go with that one though.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets a Mega Punch off, it could be good, but there's the sleep from Twilight. Perfect stuff. Vulcan even an itch on the nose because he hasn't got much to do for the next 3.5 seconds. Lijigon, though, without beats, Uprising might be in a little bit of trouble here. Smurf using all of his cooldowns. The block already used. He had that empowered punch, but didn't manage to secure the kill on Rack Attack. Even that ultimate coming back in. Didn't receive the sound barrier, though, as Bird does end up going down. Nice re-engage there from Smurf. Despite not having that over health, is going to insert himself into the back line of Vegas Eternal. A nice sound barrier from Rack Attack stops Dub from instantly getting deleted as they do end up finding the flip.
Yeah, they do get the flip, and Decay goes down late in this one. Should force the Uprising to retreat. You could see they were trying to go in, and this is the weakness of the Doomfist. He's being disruptive, but unable to find any actual executions and isolate a singular target. Birdring is coming up to another EMP though, and that was so impactful in the first time. But Lucamino, with Kitsune Rush, he needs to stay alive.
Oh my god. Twilight healing there, kind of goated, keeping Lijigon alive. Rush, though, is going to split up the Uprising right now, and you can see Twilight just picked out of thin air. Lijigon unable to taxi him back to the rest of the team, as Eternal now setting themselves up for a win.
Yeah, but Eternal don't have any ultimates left to deal with any of the problems that the Boston Uprising are going to show at them. Dove switches over to the Tracer, deciding, yeah, he needs to get back into this team fight. Who is Birdring going to try and find for this EMP?
Twilight is kind of in trouble, but all these health packs have actually been stolen away by Birdring. EMP comes out. It's only a 2-man, but it's all good. Rack Attack ends up falling down first yet again, as now it's a 4-on-5. Decay, yes, don't worry, he's woken up and he's ready to roll. He's got the Pulse Bomb in hand as Boston Uprising mid-fight find the flip.
Yeah, but Lucamino goes down. They're not going to have much healing for this fight. 92% encounter for Boston Uprising. Eternal can potentially juggle this point back and forth because the Moira will get back quick.
Nice nano boost. Smurf in the front line there was hacked, receiving extra damage from that passive, but he does get up and find a kill onto Dove somehow. Not even an empowered punch killed Dove there. And now is the slow whittling away of Eternal members as they do try and get back onto the point. A pile of bodies there on the corner as Smurf use that ult to Meteor Strike and onto the point, and that'll be it. Boston Uprising, they secure round 1. Although, pretty close. 99% to 100. Not looking too bad, Eternal side of things.
Very close round there by Vegas Eternal. Playing to their strengths. They want to play this Ramatra style. As I said, it's a lot easier to execute than the dive of the Boston Uprising. As much as when you are playing the Sombra, when you're playing the dive, you have control of the flow of the round and the map. It's very easy if you whiff one EMP, you whiff a cycle of ultimates, all of a sudden, it's very difficult to come back from that. But clean play for the Uprising, do close out the first round, and now we move over to Labs, I think this one is called. And yeah, you're going to test my round knowledge here. I caught myself with that one.
I feel maybe they don't all look the same, but it's definitely because it's not been in the game long enough, to be fair, for us to remember all the rounds. But yeah, there's Labs, there's sub-level, and there's the outside one, which is the one that always escapes me.
Yeah.
Icebreaker, that's the one. That is the one.
We're going to see difference in style once again heading over. We got Vulcan remaining on the Ramatra, but Smurf back over to the Winston, a signature hero for him. He's so good at this hero, one of the few players that can rival players like Fearless. And Birdring once again on that Sombra, so the dive versus rush style coming into this round once again. And we saw how well Boston Uprising displaced the Vegas Eternal, but it was close.
Malful on the Hanzo, I kind of like it. Save that Storm Arrow for when Smurf jumps in, destroy the bubble or destroy Smurf. Smurf jumping in at half HP, but still getting the job done with the help of Birdring in the back. They do end up going down, so Smurf dead. Very little space can be created now. It's going to be up to Decay, really, to kind of juggle this point, and unsuccessfully doing so, as Eternal once again find the first cap. Even Vulcan going low. He doesn't really have to worry about too much here. He doesn't have to worry about Smurf getting on top of him or his backline being pressured out at all. Smurfer went down super early.
The dives from the Boston Uprising are very good. It just feels like they're happening so infrequently. Takes them forever to get in position. And Eternal are doing a good job of sort of pushing away the dives.
Oh, wow. I missed Pulse Bomb. That was off in Narnia, that one. Vulcan ducked left. They went right.
Good
Nice
Nat.
anti on Vulcan though.
Yeah.
Yeah, nano boost on Smurf. I mean, this is quite an easy WN1 moment. They can just walk forward now and just clean them up. Pretty nice stuff there from the Uprising, but I kind of agree. Like, you'd expect, especially when you're on the offense, you want to go, 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 go. Control is not a game mode where you can just kind of chill.
Yeah.
Wait around, and especially with the dive comp with Lucio, you want to get in there ASAP. I wonder if they're just kind of setting up for Birdring. And, well, that's a pick.
That was one of the things I wanted to speak about. When you're playing against the Hanzo, there's always that looming fact that you could get hit by an arrow at any moment and a player gets taken down. They finally get punished by Malthul, and Volkul's cleaning up.
Oh, EMP hits too. Malthul and Lucamino get hacked, but a beat from Rack Attack way too late. Saves Malthul's life, but not Lucamino's. Although Eternal do manage to find a flip in amongst this chaos. With Smurf dead, this looks like an easy hold for Eternal right now, and a very strong economy of ultimates. 4 out of 5 ults only use that beat to counteract the EMP. And Uprising coming into this next fight with a beat and a pulse.
And this is what I was just talking about, Jack. With the Boston Uprising, they used 2 major ultimates and didn't find the value, so now it becomes very difficult to get back into this fight. They need to get some clean dives and use Lee Jae-gon's beat to stay alive.
Wow, Twilight managed to hop over that pulse bomb like it was nothing. There's the beat from the Boston Uprising, trying to find an early fight here to stop Vegas Eternal using their ultimates, but they've actually popped everything already. Every ultimate thrown into this one fight for Eternal, and they already lose Malthul. And now Decay can set out for a pulse bomb. A beautiful stick, but it got recalled there by the looks of it. Dove just dropped it on the ground. Nice stuff from Decay, sticking a Tracer, but an easy recall for Dove on the other end of it. 90% for Eternal as they're forced off of the point.
Yeah, Vulcan used the Annihilation to just keep himself alive, wait for Luke Mino to get back in. Now we have an even fight, but Boston Uprising are coming back onto their ultimates.
Nano, EMP coming up. There's the dive from Smurf. He's 100% HP this time around. Decay does end up going down as he tries to assist Smurf with this dive, but that's all that about happened. They do end up trading, but right now with the Boston Uprising ultimate economy, you're feeling way better about this. Eternal, they now come into this fight with almost nothing.
Yeah, but Birdring's EMP is the important thing that needs to close out this fight for the Boston Uprising, because Vegas Eternal, they're going to have this nano boost from Luke Mino that's just going to allow Vulcan to just anchor onto this point.
Got a touch.
They got the flip.
Okay. Man, Boston just keep letting this point go, though. Pretty rough.
Oh.
EMP, boom! Hits 4 people on Vegas Eternal's side, and Decay is there with the mop and bucket to clean him up. Vegas Eternal, yeah, they're turning tail and running right now. They know they've got a few more fights here, but what an EMP from Birdring.
You very rarely see Sombra's throwing in translocators to EMP anymore these days, but you can understand why he was so smart. Got himself into the middle of the Eternal, hits everyone with the EMP. Even though the Nano goes onto Vulcan, his backline just gets wiped out. Boston Uprising, though, they can't lose another team fight because of all that percentage that Eternal's just gotten by existing so far in this round. And they're coming up to more ultimates. Rack Attack with this sound barrier, they can use it pretty liberally, but Smurf's already forced his Primal Rage as well.
Vulcan actually got pushed out of LOS of heals, forcing Rack Attack to beat to try and keep his tank alive. So Sound Barrier used not even response to a Nano, like response to a Primal Rage of all things. Decay with the Pulse in his hands finds a member on the backline who's pretty low. It's Rack Attack, in fact, who end up getting hacked, but Birdring's actually punished for his sins.
Yeah.
Nice Pulse Bomb onto Malthul, so they do end up trading in this fight, but this is last fight for the Boston Uprising now.
Boston's running out of ultimates right now, but it's fine because they're coming up with the picks at the very end.
Yeah, Lucamino's got the Nano Boost too. I mean, you're going to send Vulcan and maybe Malthul, who switched over to the Reaper. They have to Nano Vulcan, who's on the point. Nice little dodge behind the barrier there, stop the manual hack coming off from Birdring. But look at him struggling to get any work done. I mean, people are just leaping away from him, even when he's in that Nemesis form. Rack Attack dead to Decay in the backline yet again. And all Vulcan could do is just try and survive, but not survive long enough for the rest of his team to come back. Smurf does die, yes, but there's so many members of Boston Uprising on the point. They got an EMP as well if they really need it. Dove eventually gets back to touch the point, but a two-man EMP does manage to land on the front line, and that should really be about it. Dove gets the recall off, but he is probably not left long for this world, although saying that, they are managing to get back just in time. All right, Vulcan's back now on the Doom. Okay, Lucamino's dead. Twilight has to go down here for Eternal to try and find a semblance in this fight, and Dove manages to come out with that miracle pick, but it's not quite enough. Boston Uprising take the map 2-0.
Dove Tracer trying to come in clutch. He's really trying his best for the Vegas Eternal, but Boston Uprising just able to squeeze that one out. But that was a very close map going back and forth. you can see that Vegas, they want to play this Remacha style, and they're playing it well. It just feels like they're really struggling to execute and close out these team fights when they don't have the big ultimates, and Boston Uprising are just bleeding them out. But honestly, a closer series so far than many expected.
Definitely the case. Decay had some really nice follow-up, getting a lot of early picks, to be fair, beating the Crumble Bum allegations. Boston Uprising, you'd expect this to kind of be a blowout, but kind of on the flip side, like, Eternal, they beefed their ultimate economy a couple of times there. There were a few fights where they come in with 3-4 ultimates, and you're like, well, you're going to be able to snowball this into a W, and then they end up just using all their ultimates at one time. Right. And as soon as you exhaust that bank, Control, man, it's a tough game mode to actually take control when you've got no ultimates and the enemy has control, can just kind of play you out a little bit and play for their own. Tough stuff for the Vegas Eternal. To start off with, Hollywood up next, and then Shimbali Coliseum and Oasis to round us off. We'll see if Eternal can come up with a map win after this. All right, the Boston boys are up one map already. A 2-0 on Antarctic Peninsula. Yeah, looks great on paper, but a couple of close rounds. Scots, 99 to 100 on the first one, and Eternal, there was a couple of times where I'm like, wow, okay, they're taking the dub here. Like, this is pretty damn close.
Yeah, but you don't want to let the percentages deceive you too much. Like, in terms of final blows, I think Boston had almost doubled that of the Vegas Eternal. It just felt like Boston were getting off the objective and Vegas was sort of anchoring onto that one, which works well if you're the Vegas Eternal, but that's essentially allowed the Boston Uprising to win team fights because that leaves Luke Mino on an island, leaves Mouthful on an island, and that's how they kept getting these wins for the Boston Uprising. But as we head over to Hollywood, it's a very different map to how Control plays. You cannot get away with really playing the Ramatra. It's very difficult to control space, especially on the second point when you have all those high grounds. So this should be where Boston Uprising feel a lot more comfortable.
You definitely hope so. I mean, this kind of comp for Eternal, it's probably the best comp they can kind of run right now with the Ram. A lot of solo individual playmaking from Dove, and Malful can turn the tides. Dove especially, I mean, there are some games where I'm sitting here, like, dude, Dove is kind of carrying right now. Like, he is feasting on either the back line, the front line, or whatever, and it feels like Dove very much in the game trying to carry his team, but there's just these small bits and pieces that are not really working out for the rest of them. You know, even in a 5v5 mode, you have more impact as a solo player than you did in a 6v6, but still, it's still a team game at the end of the day, and no matter how hard you can carry on the Tracer, sometimes pretty tough. Oh my god, please let me finish my point before making a cool play.
Oh my.
Okay, bro. All right, anyway, DPS dead, everybody. That'll be point A.
Who needs analysis when Birdering go brrrr and just hit people with the Hanzo?
Please, Scott, analyze this information on the screen right now. They just killed everybody.
Yeah.
Break that down for me.
Okay, analysis.
Okay.
Birdering diff.
Okay.
Right there. I actually do want to follow on your point just a little bit before we head over to this second point, because this is actually a change that we've seen from the Vegas Eternal from previous matches. Dove, ever since the Luke Mino Hanzo experiment, they've left Dove on the Tracer and enabled him to play that and put Mouthful over to the Hanzo, where historically that was flipped. Mouthful would be the Tracer player and Dove was playing the hit scan, but I think Mouthful's not that comfortable on Tracer, while Dove has shown to be very adept at it. So I like this switch for the Eternal. Hasn't worked so far in Hollywood, though.
No. But it's okay, because remember, it was RNG. I got killed by a Hanzo. It was RNG.
Birdering actually switched over to the Sombra after that as well. We've seen a lot of players try to play this offensive sort of Hanzo or hit scan.
It's kind of rough.
It's very hard. You can't shoot upwards very effectively.
Nah, not as easy as a Widowmaker on the offense here. You really have to take high ground. And with this Sombra, the D.Va's so susceptible to these hacks. Like, look at that. Instantly hack. Look at the damage. Burst might be enough to kill. Oh, not quite. I mean, you're looking at, what, sub 50 HP there, maybe? It's really rough if you're on the receiving end of just a manual hack. Now they're boosting the backline. Good follow-up with the nade too. Twilight doesn't stand a chance, but Decay on the flip side of things does manage to kill Lucamino. So now it's a race to the finish here, trying to pick up as many picks as you possibly can. Birdering dead. Vulcan securing the high ground yet again. Now it's only the cleanup to come in. DJ Gon trying to find some more with Smurf diving into. Yeah, you can't defense Matrix that, unfortunately. And Rack Attack uses the rally too.
Don't love that. Yeah, I don't love that. In the past, that rally would have given enough overhealth and the healing from yourself to keep you alive, but only getting 100 extra armor is not going to give you enough to keep you alive. So a mistake by Rack Attack, which, you know, as much as you go, oh, well, they were probably losing that fight anyway, now they don't have the rally to sustain for the next fight.
Such a massive ult, man. And you know Decay doesn't have Pulse either, so, like, you're not really susceptible to Pulse in that situation. EMP looking to be rather large from Birdering. He knows where Lucamino is, sees him up in the skybox. Bang! Hits both backliners, and look at that, in a blink of an eye, Lucamino is already dead. Dragon's coming out from Malthul to try and find some extra damage or some value, but little to anything there was found. Twilight with a double kill in this fight as Vulcan used the self-destruct to remech, but it is all the Decay and Twilight show right now, holding down the fort. I don't think Birdering needs to do anything at this point.
They're going to touch it. Looks like they want to go for this
They
one.
have Tracer, blink, blink, blink. There you go. Doves on the point. Actually forced the recall. Pulse Bomb in Decay's hands too, as Smurf has rejoined the action as the point has been capped.
Yeah. Just the little thing. Oh, wow. Little things going by the wayside here for the Vegas Eternal. Just unable. Like, the fights are very close.
Yeah.
It just feels like the little things that make these players on the Boston Uprising great are the defining factor of how they're winning these team fights. It's very scrappy back and forth in this series so far, but Boston just individual play seeming to come in clutch as we're on third point, 4 minutes remaining for the Boston Uprising, and they have ultimates to spare as well, Jack.
Detected. Malware has been detected. Your PC is now shutting down.
Oh no. Windows
Birdering is
update.
in your backline. Windows update. They need a Windows update to stop Birdering getting off these EMPs, that's for sure. All right. Setting up for a hack, just kind of scouting
Giving
people
so
out.
much space up.
They are, yeah. I mean, you're on the final stretch already, and Decay is just kind of chilling with a Pulse Bomb still. You know Rack Attack also doesn't have ult. Like, Rack Attack has done almost no healing.
Yeah.
All right, there's the dive. Nano boost onto Smurf. Good sleep. And Pulse Bomb onto the shield too, so Decay doesn't find anything either. They do use Pulse on Rack Attack to try and keep alive if there was a subsequent second dive from Decay. Nice anti-nade onto Rack Attack, holding the shield firm, but not firm enough as it now is joining Lucamino in the spawn room. Decay and Smurf making these dives look easy.
Yeah,
I think that's it, by the way.
Yeah, I think that's really the major thing between these top-end teams and these bottom-end teams is when you end up on the Winston compositions, that really separates the boys from the men, right? On these dive compositions is where you need a lot of coordination, but just individual skill. Like when you have the Winston of caliber of Smurf, when you have the Tracer of the caliber of Decay, if you're the Vegas Eternal, it's difficult to keep up with that. To the point that they're not even doing that. They're putting Malthor on the Hanzo, Vulcan on the Diva, which plays to their strengths, but they just can't be proactive with their style, right? They're just playing defensive, waiting for Boston Uprising to walk into them. So Boston gets the whole first half of the third point for free, and then all of a sudden Boston just use their ultimates to walk in and they lose. And that's hard for the Eternal. So let's see if it'll work better on defense. I expect them to go over to the Diva and Hanzo to begin with. Can potentially sort of, oh, actually, they're going on over to the attack. Actually, I'm getting mixed up. Maybe some Junker Queen action, which could be an interesting look here for the Vegas Eternal.
That would be pretty interesting. Kind of punishes Smurf for going for these big dives too. Let's have a look. Oh, that's what Smurf was kind of cleaning. Just the dive after Decay missed the Pulse Bomb, but I mean, if there's one Winston you've got to look at to improve your game, you should be familiar with this guy. I mean, Smurf's primals are just... I mean, Fearless, one of the best primalers in the world. Smurf is up there, close second place. He's on the phone. He's asking for more money. Yeah. Do you see that primal? Give me a raise.
Pre, you there? Do you see that? Yeah. Need more money.
Who's he calling? I love that emote, bro.
Okay, we are going to see Eternal going with a different look, and I like this idea, and there's been a lot of speculation around... Oh, never mind.
Okay, they're going back. That's interesting, because they see Smurf... Right, okay, so they see Smurf on the Winston. They decide to go to the Diva instead. So normally with the Junker Queen, it's very hard for you to dive into that as Winston, because one, she has a shotgun, and two, she can pull you back in with Gracie, the knife. And then you also have Carnage, which the giant axe swing, like tough to actually take down a JQ and tough to dive into when you have a JQ looking at you as well. So I'm curious on the decision making here, but like you said before, kind of creature comforts. Vulcan, one of his better heroes is...
I'm not in love with this Baptiste with this composition as well. One of the values of the Nano is you can nano your tank in to give you space.
Or even nano your Brig to survive Pulse Bomb.
It's just a great ultimate. While the amplification matrix can be strong, it's also difficult to heal your Tracer and your Diva as the Baptiste from time to time.
Oh, buttering.
They are forcing the position of the Boston Uprising quite well, and they are going to find Twilight with that.
All right, now you just need a clean finish here. Birdring and Twilight already dead. A perfect wraparound from the Eternal. This should just be it. I mean, this is as quick as Boston Uprising was on their attack, and Birdring got a double kill on the Hanzo to start off with. There you go, that point 8. Oh, you take that any day of the week. Nice rotation, good pick off by Malthor.
Yeah, Uprising just not really ready for that rotation for the Eternal, and then Malthor gets a great opening pick onto Twilight. From
the
there,
Sonic of all things.
Yeah, you know, just shooting in their general direction, trying to get some information. Information found, 1 dead.
1 dead. Found him.
Birdring once again switching over to the Sombra on this second point. And
I love this for second.
Yeah, I love this for second as well. And Baptiste struggles heavily against that Sombra.
Oh, what a flail from Lee J gone there. Does unfortunately go down to a log. Flail to dove away, so he misplaces the pulse spot. So Smurf in trouble, but I mean, if Twilight's got your back, you're probably not dying anytime soon. In fact, Vulcan is 1910 HP. How did he get away? Oh my god. He literally got away with almost murder. Didn't find a kill, but they did get the control of the high ground at least.
Lukemino is getting hacked and getting dove, and the Smurfs trying to find somebody to shoot. Can't. Eventually ends up on Malthor, back onto Lukemino, but they're trading aggro so well. Are the Eternal. Smurf just has no targets to take down.
Wow, that was really nice. Perfect peel on Lukemino there from Rack Attack and Vulcan, booping Smurf away as he was Nano trying to kill the backline. There's the Nano. On to... Oh, it went on to Smurf a little earlier on. That's the rally coming out, the IMAX, and that'll be a clean switch. Okay, Vegas Eternal, let's go. 4 ultimates, however, for the boss and Uprising to come out. It's whether they can actually touch... If I were Eternal right now, you need 3 on.
I like the early Dragon as well. Force the position. Twilight actually almost goes down, gets forced to use the Biotic Grenade early.
Hits 2, Vulcan and Lukemino in trouble. There's the lab clutch. Can Lukemino survive? Use the shift, actually getting an instant 100 HP back. Smurf committing so much to this fight, and they're going to be able to clean up. Eternal not able to kind of use that space in time. 0.86 meters to go for Eternal now as they almost C9 the boss and Uprising. However, they get the demech, they get in the kills. No one was worried, not even me.
You're very worried. And honestly, the backline of the Eternal justifying why they're playing this Baptiste. Lukemino was doing a phenomenal job of staying alive from the aggression of Smurf. Rack Attack and Lukemino trading aggro quite well. Forced EMP, forced the Nano out of the Boston Uprising. Unfortunately, weren't able to close that one out, but they should have at least a little bit more time to step up, and they're going to get their ultimates of their own. The Amplification Matrix and the Diva Bomb will enable Vulcan to play aggressive.
They actually take control of this high ground, though.
Yeah, they're so slow. Look, they're just sort of standing around.
Dude, it's just Smurf versus the entirety of the Eternals standing on high ground. Nice anti there from Twilight. Bit of free ult charge there. You take that. Window from Lukemino. Okay, so this is what you want to see. Honestly, the window at this point, you can shoot your hands through it, sure thing, but taking control of height is so important for the BAP.
Absolutely worth it. Now they have full control of this high ground. That's what they ultimately wanted.
Very nice. Almost gets a manual hack there by Birdring, but the entire time, the Eternal were looking at Decay and Birdring crossing the bridge. They didn't look at Smurf, and Malfoy ends up going down. The payload... Where was that pulse? Did Dove try and just slam dunk on someone's head? Nice pulse onto Lukemino though from Decay. That one found its mark.
Smurf just doesn't want to use this primal. He's just making himself the threat. Look at me, hey everyone, it's me! Hey, and then jumping away as soon as he gets low, but doesn't want to have to commit the primal rage. Recognizes they're in an advantage in this fight. If he's able to hold on to this one, that's just another threat, another weapon the Uprising have for the next fight. And
EMP.
Yeah,
both support ultimates.
How do you enter into this fight if you're the Eternal? They want to get the high ground, but it's just going to be so difficult because if they group up, if they try and go anywhere, look at them in the bottom left. This is a trap. Birdring is just going to be waiting for them to show their faces and drop that EMP.
Yeah, you don't even need Admiral Akbar to tell you that. It is a trap if you walk anywhere near that. Oh, 99%. He's so close to EMP. He finally got it. He's thrown in. No, he has to back out. He was so low. They do end up nanoing Smurf in though, and Eternal are going to respond with a rally to try and get on to high ground.
Lee J gone flank Brig.
I mean, he's kind of low. Nice nade onto Malfoy. Does get antied, but look at the defense matrix.
Surprise!
He's on high ground. Oh my god. All right, and Twilight kills 2 people. I mean, if you're on the Star Destroyer right now in Star Wars and the Admiral's telling you it's a trap, it's definitely a trap, but not the one you're expecting. You're not expecting Lee J to rally onto the high ground.
No one was prepared for Raid Boss Brig with the IMAX coming out of nowhere. As 13 seconds remain, Mouthful switches over to the Sombra. Desperation here. They're going to try and just sort of juggle off of this point, but Birdring held on to that EMP. I wouldn't be surprised if the first person to touch the cart gets EMP'd. Oh no, he wants the backline. He's looking at him,
Oh, EMP is large. Both Lucamina and Rack Attack hacked, and well, there's no support anymore. Dove with a pulse goes wide. It should just be the cleanup. Easy peasy. Nice self-destruct. Nope, all good. All good. No miracle self-destruct from Vulcan today. It is all blue for the Boston Uprising. A 2-0 as they take Hollywood.
Boston, Boomage, we're going to have to put a hold on that one because they're looking very clean, especially on these Winston compositions.
Oh, yeah.
It seems like they're heavily leaning into playing that style, and when they're on maps that favor that, exactly like Hollywood, Vegas Eternal just can't match that. They had some individual brilliance from Mouthful and Dove to sort of get them some teamfight wins, but for the most part, Boston Uprising, if you have Birdring doing this, how do you stop that?
I don't think there's anything more satisfying than getting a headshot when you're dashing in the air as Hanzo.
Let me trade in. I don't think there's anything more infuriating than walking around and you seeing the Hanzo jump around the wall, throw a Hanzo arrow at you and hit you in the head.
Am I in a cinematic right now? Is someone filming this to put in a cinematic? I don't think so. Oh, Twilight with a bag too.
Wow,
Drop
disrespect.
I love it. Lovely stuff from the Boston Uprising so far. A few nice highlights too. Put that in the package. All right, well, the Vegas Eternal, the prophecy. Is it so much of a prophecy? Everybody on the desk predicted a 3-0. Oh my god, that was close to being heated too. Vulcan had the right idea there, but yeah, unfortunate stuff. Eternal almost made it. Almost a very, very quick point A cap. Couldn't quite get second, unfortunately. They were close to even C9ing Boston Uprising there. So maybe there is still fuel in the tank for Vegas. We'll have to wait and see, though. Shambali Monastery. Shambolic Monastery up next.
That's Smurf calling up his coaches. Get me out of here. Put Kalios. I've seen enough. As we have Kalios coming off of the bench over to Shambali Monastery. Likely to see some more off-tanks. This could be a map that leans into the Vegas Eternal a lot more. They could play that Ramatra style. It's been very common on this map. So it potentially could look a lot more like map 1 compared to what we saw on Hollywood just there, where Boston Uprising just the much stronger team.
Yeah, for sure. It was a very quick entry for the Eternal. They did manage to cap point A pretty fast, get the payload going. Almost C9 to the Boston Uprising on second. It was like 0.86 meters away, but wasn't to be. I mean, Boston Uprising just there through sheer power, like strength, like raw energy coming up with the win. I mean, Twilight was even getting his name in the kill feed on the Ana, and that's how free the Ana is at that point. You're like, if the Ana's putting in damage, like pumping numbers and getting kills, like, you know at that point, the Ana just, she do be chilling on the high ground. And like, if you can do that and you're not really worried about your tanks, like, you're in a severe disadvantage if you're the other team. You're it was rough. But with Kalios coming in, I mean, Boston Uprising deciding they want to go on attack first. A couple more off-tank choices, I would imagine. I'm kind of expecting what he's hovering now, the Diva, but could change it.
It's difficult to really know. The meta on Shambali Monastery has been just all over the place. We've seen everything under the sun. We've seen some Sigma, we've seen some Bastion, we've seen some Mercy, even if you go all the way over to APAC. It seems like people are starting to trend towards playing this Ramatra May style, and that's what you can see Vegas Eternal rolling out on right now. How are the Uprising going to respond? They have to assume and expect this one to come, and it looks like they're going to take the mirror. I was wondering if Birdwing was going to stay on that Sombra. Very few teams play Sombra with the Ramatra unless you're the Atlanta Reign and you have Lip, the best Sombra in the world. It's hard to match that level of play.
I'm really starting to also like the close holds. I think because where Dub is currently sitting, there is a mega health pack. If you can kind of chill there and just get some shots off, it could be really beneficial for the rest of your team and your supports, not having to really look at you the whole time. Burn some extra time off the clock too, but with a Malfoy going down that early, not the best start in the world.
Yeah, they're
still
just
extra time.
Getting so low. Luke Mino's on damage control, but not enough damage. They are going to trade Birdwing back. Luke Mino?
Okay, Luke Mino fights both DPS. Sure thing. Sure thing. But you're getting time off the bank. This is what counts right now. Did Twilight just drop the bag again?
Of course.
Dude, he's dropping bags left, right, and center.
Taking names, dropping bags.
Honestly,
you know
it doesn't matter how good your opponent is or how hard you crush them or how, you know, even if it's a very close game, drop the bag.
Yeah.
Mental warfare is half the game.
That's it. That's it. And you can see the Eternal stepping up. This is a consistent theme on this map. You want to take 3 fights. If you hold spawn close, then you can step up as soon as the Boston Uprising get to this choke, because you have such a massive advantage holding this exact spot, because the May Wall is obviously hyper effective. There's not many flanks that the Boston Uprising can take, so they're definitely at the advantage. As you can see, Boston Uprising trying to drop the walls and get space.
What have they created? A small 2v2 battle arena with those 2 walls. And Rack Attack, the first victim. Birdwing in this very small corridor, somehow kept alive, but yeah, just backline of the Boston Uprising things, I suppose. I still kill from Luke Camino, who's getting the most kills on the side of the Vegas Eternal right now, but once more, it's kind of a slow bleed out.
Yeah, and Luke Mina's got to be careful not to stagger here. They might get another fight just here. So you can see Kalios is trying to work out how he wants to apply pressure, stop them from being able to get a third re-engage. That last kill there from Luke Mino potentially slowed everything down here for the Boston Uprising, and there will be an effective fight. Look how many ultimates Boston Uprising has and how many Eternal are about to get.
Dragon Strike. Oh, Kalios, he's in trouble. Not anymore. Nanoed, and now here comes the clobbering time. Oh, Malfoy. Okay. Vulcan, unfortunately, goes down to a Kalios who is frozen and still using Annihilation. Rest in peace. That is still one of my favorite kills of Ram, when you're asleep or frozen and your Annihilation is still finding... It's like, I'm doing nothing, but people are dying.
My job here is done.
You are literally AFK. You could have gone to the bathroom, got a snack, it's all good. You're still killing people.
Vulcan just didn't have his Annihilation up in the same way that Kalios did, so he just didn't have that extra bit of sustainability. Rack Attack didn't have the sound barrier just yet, so the
Nice little flank.
overclock.
Good wall, though, from Decay. He has to blow through that before he can start doing damage. As Decay didn't receive that beat, sniped out of midair by Dove. And they do trade their life for Vulcan, but Dove comes up with another one. Double kill for the Sojourn. Overclock has run out, and this is a rather awkward fight for Dove and Muffle to take. Muffle could potentially wall himself up onto high ground, but chooses against it. Actually isolating Kalios from the rest of his team, but now they are in a bad spot, as Lee Jae-gon is currently just pushing the payload solo.
Yeah, both healers are still alive for the Boston Uprising.
What
and
is
they're just
happening?
Forever sustaining Kalios, and then Kalios is the one who comes out on top.
What is this? All right, Annihilation coming in. Lee Jae-gon still alive as Kalios trying to find something, some kill. Not going to happen. Annihilation invested by Vulcan there to push Kalios away. Lee Jae-gon finds a boot kill. Where is Lee Jae-gon? Right, oh, he's there. Okay.
That should be an Overwatch segment.
Where is Lee Jae-gon?
Where is Lee Jae-gon? And he's in the strangest positions ever. As the Vegas Eternal, they do manage to hold on, even though it was chaotic and it was expensive for them to hold on to it. They did manage. 2 minutes 30 remaining, but Boston Uprising, now it's their turn with the ultimates.
Rough fight. Malfoy needs this Blizzard. He needs it. He requires it. 15%. Dragon Strike through the wall is... They were illuminated by that Sonic Arrow, and here comes the Nano Kalios. Where is Lee Jae-gon? Don't know, but he's getting kills, that's for sure. Not even Annihilation might not be used. No, Malfoy did not have a chance. He got the ultimate, but was unable to use it, as now Lucamino and Rack Attack are forced away from the point. They do trade their tanks, but it's Decay. Oh, with a pair of Swift Greaves there, just moving forward, killing the supports, and that'll be the point taken. 3 minutes and 23 seconds, Scott. I would actually like to know the fastest cap time on third point of Shambali Monastery. Just kind of an aggregated list, because I feel like this map is pretty damn hard to finish.
Yeah. You're always going to get at least slowed down a little bit on the second point, and then even more so on the third point, because it's just so defensive favored. But Boston Uprising aren't worried about that, and once again, able to hold on to so many of their ultimates. Malfoy stepping up to get a Blizzard. Having to use his Ice Block early, he's got to be careful to try and get out of this one.
Oh, nice headshot. Finished off with a swift left hook from Vulcan there. Here comes the Annihilation. Nice response by Malfoy. Wall, or attempted wall onto Kalios, but Twilight's not caught in that. Neither's Lee Jae-gon, so they can both just pump him full of heals just to keep him alive. Plus he can hold his arms for... What? It's like Usain Bolt. He's just running through the team. Okay. Wow, Kalios was fast. Fast to the grave too, as Malfoy managed to pick him off. Lee Jae-gon now in a little bit of trouble, but he's just skating away, minding his own business.
Yeah, Lee Jae-gon's sound barrier comes out a little late. Whoa, that is a late Annihilation.
Wow, disappeared because he wasn't tagging anybody.
I don't know if he used that to just make sure he stays alive, but an absolute
Even
waste.
then.
You can't say anything else about that. That's just a waste there from Vulcan. Now
Nice
he's isolatable with Decay with that Blizzard.
Here comes the beat though. One more tool to save him is Dove. He's back in the action. Get his name high on that leaderboard right now in terms of kills. All right, Vulcan and Dove holding it down. All good. We'll pretend the mistake didn't happen. And Lee Jae-gon, yeah, he's running for the hill. Don't chase him, please. You don't know where he is going.
Eternal, they do get that fight with, but as I said, once again, they just use so many ultimates so consistently to win some of these team fights. As much as that wins you fights in the short term, they have to use so many ultimates that it gets more and more difficult to hold the consequential fight that follows up that one.
Oh,
you have Decay with the Blizzard, Nano out onto Kalios as he runs into the backline.
He's running. He do be running. Nice little sleep. Nade from Twilight. God, he makes Ana look so easy. Nice little Nano and Kalios, and the problem with that choke point, Scott, is that the entire choke can't be covered up with one May wall. So there is gaps you can kind of peek around it and make sure you can help your tank. And now the final push begins.
Yeah, 1 minute remaining here for the Boston Uprising. They're in control of the car. Eternal are the ones having to step into them. If Malfoy can get this Blizzard, it could be huge.
Touches, all good. Vulcan's on. Rack Attack, unfortunately slain. An arrow to the head. Nice little wall.
Great
And a
wall.
Blizzard. Perfect stuff. Annihilation. Arms crossed. And a death sentence for Kalios. Couldn't get kept alive. It's now, this time, the wall. Very
It's fine. You kind of a C9. The fight was over.
Kind of, yeah. Good wall, though, from Malfoy to try and stop Kalios. Annihilating the rest of the team as he did rip his ultimate and try and run it down once again. 40 seconds, though. To be fair, the Boston Uprising coming into that third point, they had 2 and a bit minutes left to go. So not a bad time bank in Vegas Eternals camp there. We'll have to see what they can do on the attack. As now Boston Uprising get their chance to defend.
Boston Uprising is such an interesting team this season as a whole, right? Obviously, when this roster first got announced, everyone was wide-eyed, especially you, Jack.
Yeah,
you know,
I was.
You're living in 2021 and talking about how great this roster is, how many rings and championships this Boston Uprising squad has earned on various teams. And you've seen it come together, and when it does come together, it looks incredible, right? We finally have Decay on a team that has world-class potential around him. We have experience from Birdring from 2018. You got the legendary backline.
Bro, Twilight's been around since Apex Season 1 on BK Stars, bro.
There's so many upsides to this Boston Uprising team. And there was a lot of concerns about this team moving in and forward from their Vancouver title loss. Is that going to affect them? Is that really where they stand as a team?
As well.
It was convincing there for the Vancouver Titans. And I think Vancouver are a strong team, but if you're the Uprising, that's a team that you need to beat to prove that you are a stronger team. And obviously this is a great bounce back against the Vegas Eternal, but obviously it's the Vegas Eternal. It's hard to really gauge and read how much improvement there has been in the week off that they had.
Back to Sojin. Digigon just stared him in his eyes as he held that shield. You're always hoping as the Widow player there that the Brig tries to taunt you in any way or like randomly puts down shield.
Just like drops it. People have done that and you're like,
I know. You're like, why? What are you doing? You're looking at Widow. You know, she had like 5 seconds to line up that shot, right?
Didn't want her to break my shield.
Yeah, bro, I need my shield. It's the start of the game.
We are seeing an interesting look here for the Uprising though, playing the D.Va Sombra on defense, deciding against that Ramatra.
On a moment. In the nade between 5 people and it didn't hit anybody. Okay.
Delta split.
That sucks. Nice wrap though.
Taking the high ground.
Been good at though. Oh, sneaky. Whoa. Oh, the net. Wait.
That missed again? Dude, Twilight's getting scammed.
What? How are these nades missing? All right, okay. Even world-class Ana players, some of the best in the world, miss these nades, chat. Don't you worry. That nade here actually hit Vulcan, but Vegas Eternal, they do such a good job of finding these flank routes. Window utilized by Lucamino. That'll be a good first couple of picks. It's going to snowball potentially to get this car onto this high ground, or at least halfway up the hill. Not bad at all. Good wrap once again. They did the same thing on Hollywood.
Birdring going for a late hack, trying to get a pick on a rack attack, is going to go down. Hopefully doesn't result in too much.
He's got EMP.
Yeah, he's got an EMP, and this should be a hard fight for the Eternal to win, but they are coming up on their ultimates. This really needs to be the snowball fight for Eternal. They need to win this team fight.
It's Rack Attack versus Birdring right now. Rack Attack has the beat. He needs to save his team from this EMP. Birdring has also got a pulse and he's staring directly at the back, and there's the EMP. Rack Attack gets hacked and Lucamino's already dead. Rack Attack still drops the sound barrier though. It hits 4 as Birdring is still peppering away at the back line, but now is the chance for Vegas to try and turn this with an overhealth. They take care of Decay with a swift icicle headshot from Mouthful, but without your support, your main healer in Lucamino, this fight is going to be rather swift, and swift it is. Boston Uprising taking over.
Eternal haven't dealt well with these Birdring EMPs. It feels like every time an EMP has gone down, they've been able to find the target that they were looking for. Sound barrier just a little bit too late. And that's going to be difficult to deal with. Ragtac staying on that Lucio. They have the Annihilation, they have the Blizzard, but look at how annoying this Uprising squad is. They're just charging another EMP, looking for targets to get...
Dude, why is Twilight here? I mean, sure, to a Twilight moment. Lamp used to try and save the backline. Rack Attack in trouble. Kalios slowly but surely making his way towards the backline. Nice wall by Mouthful, but Lee Jigon, where is he? He's in the front line. With that shield and that flail, just taking care of business.
I think Twilight's looking for Lee Jagon. That's why he's in a different spot as well.
Yo, you forgot your passport, bro. You can't board the flight. Come back.
Twilight's been looking for Lee Jagon so long, he's ended up in the opposition's backline. And he's like, well, this is my life now, I guess.
I think that's smart positioning, though, to be fair. No one really is expecting you to be there. Well, Eternal did actually expect him to be there because they walled him off. Like, they didn't try and go for him, and now they're eventually clearing out this high ground to stop Twilight doing any cheeky things with nades.
Birdring's getting up to another EMP though, and you can see
away, man.
Uprising aren't letting the Eternal feel comfortable with these team fights, not letting them get into position, playing fast and just taking out Lucamino before the fight even begins.
Batline's in trouble, or there it is. Okay, good pick. Once again, Dove comes up clutch, and EMP is just too good though. Birdring shuts down Dove. And I just shut down the whole PC as well. Self-destruct from Kalios does split the team for a little bit, as now Twilight is just going DPS mode. There's 2 kills for the Ana. And with overtime about to be in session, Secret Agent Rack Attack gets slammed to try and touch. But Twilight is just in the front line playing like he's a DPS. 4 kills for the Ana?
No!
Yes, sir! 5 kills for Twilight. There you go. World-class Ana and an eat on the Blizzard by Kalios. Boston Uprising with a 3-0 in the series.
Twilight's just so good at Ana. It feels almost insulting we haven't been able to watch Twilight's entire career because he's just one of the best flex supports in the business. He's been doing this for years, and he's showing why.
He's the best Ana in the world.
Gets 5K, just knows how to play aggressive, knows what his limitations are, and just puts Eternal in a locker.
3-0. Well, the desk were right, which is great. That doesn't normally happen, so that's awesome. Pats on back all around. Boston Uprising, they're looking good. This is a game we needed. Blood Mix is on the team, bro. Blood Mix is on the team. Boston Uprising need this win, this 3-0, because coming off that loss against the Vancouver Titans, where it was a 3-0, but like you're thinking, maybe it was close, right? Maybe. No, it wasn't. It was actually quite dominant from the Titans side of things. This is the kind of confidence booster I think that the Defiant, the Boston Uprising needed. They are 4-1 now, Scott, after this week.
Yeah, and it is worth noting, the Boston Uprising have had a very easy schedule in the front half, okay? I'm not discrediting their accomplishments. They're 4-1. They're playing very strong. But the hardest opponent that they've had to play against has been the Vancouver Titans, and they've fallen. We haven't seen them play against your Florida Mayhems, your Houston Outlaws, your Atlanta Reigns, right? That's really the true test that I want to see the Boston Uprising hold up against.
Yeah, and that's what you're going to hope for. Maybe the schedule was a little bit easy, but hey, a warm-up into some sick games.
You know who else's schedule was easy? San Francisco Shock, and where are they?
Oh, where are they now, huh? All right, let's have a look at the player of the match, though, coming out of this series. 3-0, and who's it gonna be? Oh, yes. It's your boy that's been playing since Season 1 of Apex. And there's probably some viewers out there that don't know what Apex was, but it was the premier tournament before the Overwatch League, where so many of these big players that, some of them still around, made their name. And Twilight is one of them, playing since the game's inception at a high level, at the highest level, I should say. He's missed a couple of big tournaments here and there, a year of the Overwatch League, but Twilight is the guy that you can rely on when he picks the Ana. I mean, he looked clean this series. I mean, the stat card will tell it all, right? I mean, of course.
He's one of the GOATs of Overwatch in general. When you talk about Prophet, when you talk about Third Ring, Twilight has been right there with them, and he has been around since the beginning of time. Just such a mechanically strong flex support player. And just look at the numbers. As you said, Jack, they speak for themselves. Only 2.6 deaths per 10 minutes, but had 6.6 final blows per 10 is just an absolute monster performance.
I mean, the Bionic Grenade kills too, 7.7 per 10, also a little bit wacky. I'm not sure what the damage stats were on Twilight, but a lot of the time, especially on Hollywood, dude was just sitting up there, just kind of popping heads.
Being a sniper.
Yeah. Can Ana headshot? No. Should she be able to?
No,
Yes.
no. The answer was no to that one.
Balance team. You know the virus. We're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. A 3-0 from the Boston Uprising. They're looking great. We'll see how the rest of the teams can do today. We'll see you in a bit.
Welcome back, everyone. Chat, it is on you. Cheer on your favorite team with an official jersey. That's right, up to 20% off right now. So get yours at shop.overwatchleague.com. They're looking good, loving all those revamped looks from all the teams. So make sure to just grab them all. You know, why not?
All of them.
I'm a collector at Heart, so I gotta have all of them or none. Gotta commit.
Well, I think you could.
How many do you have right now?
No, you gotta commit. There is no such thing as a favorite.
Okay, you say you're a collector. How many do you have right now?
0. Well, that's it. All or nothing, and I went for nothing.
Oh.
But my point stands.
We're really selling it, so
Yeah,
I am.
Great salesman.
It's okay. For your birthday, I'll get you one. I'll get you the Atlanta one.
I have the shock jersey.
That's okay.
Love the shock jersey.
I don't know.
Atlanta.
Atlanta.
And this is, and you've been cheering them on for years. So this is your chickens are coming home to roost in a good way.
Finally,
or the
my
Phoenix.
also good. Funny. Anyway, this is not about Atlanta, right? We want to talk about the Boston Uprising as they showed us a dominant performance that we needed to see from them in this match against the Vegas.
Okay, well, I mean, yes, they 3-0'd, but it was not like the best Boston's ever looked.
But the dominant
Look, I don't know what you think, Jake, but it was an individual skill difference. Like they showed up and went to work.
Yeah,
that was
the first map was kind of close. I feel like it all was in the player. The story was in the player cams of Boston after they won. They like bored. I mean, this was.
They're like, why are we here?
They're like, you guys gotta give me something more. Make this like interesting for us. You know, honestly, first map, I feel like it was possibilities, right? Both rounds were 99, 100, but. I mean, yeah, there's too much individual player gap on pretty much every role. And I feel like this is what Boston should do. Just play your comfort heroes, play what you feel strongest on, and just mechanically gap a lot of these teams. I mean, I'm sure some of the top teams are going to be hard to do that against, but for Boston, I think a lot of these quote-unquote easier wins are going to come really naturally because the mechanics just matter so much when you have a big difference. You can like leverage that.
But you just mentioned comfort heroes. If we're looking at the Vegas Eternal here, that is pretty much what we saw from them, right? They play to their strength, which is always a good sign.
Yeah, and I like that too. I like Lugmino on the back. I think most teams wouldn't run this comp that Vegas is running, but this is very much, you know, their strengths, their comfort. I don't mind the comp. I just don't think it's enough. I mean, there's too many layers of issues with Vegas, really, for them to make a game like this competitive.
Yeah, I mean, composition is one thing, and I don't mind anything that Vegas really played. It's about survivability. It's about not getting picked, and there are several times in these fights, even the way Hollywood kicked off, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you come in with Hanzo and get 2 picks off the bat, where it's like, okay, it's Hanzo you're playing against, so you're going to get picked. But no, actually, you should be able to at least take some precaution to stay alive longer and give yourself a chance to have a fight before it even begins. So compositions were all right, but it comes down to individual play and actually taking things seriously.
But Hanzo just shoots 2 arrows and kills both your DPS. You're like, all right, we did our best, guys. we showed up. We're dead to the Hanzo.
Yeah, and that can happen in scrims, but like in official matches, it's like a Hanzo is coming, guys. You gotta be ready for that.
Yeah, you know, I think dying in the Hanzo mirror, it can happen. You're both shooting each other. You know, you're both taking the risk to slow down, charge up the shots. You can get dinked. The Tracer not realizing she's Sonic and kind of like running right into the arrow, that's a little unfortunate.
That's unfortunate.
You should be blinking
but that
around,
was an example. I think it happened a few times during the match where it's just like Boston finding picks, and you're like,
you're right.
I guess they lost the fight because they got picked.
Yeah, I think Boston, there was just an overwhelming difference between these teams. You know, any one detail we could look at, it's going to be insignificant in the face of that.
Yeah.
Boston Boomage isn't happening.
Well,
it's not true.
Not against the Vegas Eternal. So that's
for now.
For now.
One would hope.
One would hope. But yeah, I mean, we predicted that heading into it. It's just an individual skill difference we have there on every single role. And we do have a winner's interview ready now as well. So Danny, please take it away.
Thank you, Zoe. And off I go. I'll be right back, guys. Be right back.
Good. That was
right, for the post-match interview, we got Smurf from Boston Uprising. Smurf, congratulations on getting the win. 자, 오늘 승리 축하드립니다. 스머프 선수 잘 들리시죠?
네, 감사합니다.
Right, Smurf says thank you. So before I ask about this match specifically, I do want to ask about your previous match because I think that was like the shocking result for everybody. You guys losing to the Vancouver Titans. What sort of happened? Because you guys were, I guess, Vancouver was the underdog. Everyone sort of expected Boston to win, but unfortunately that wasn't the case. So what went wrong for the Boston Uprising in that match? 자, 이번 경기보다 좀 더 여쭤보고 싶은 게 아무래도 밴쿠버의 경기가 아닐까 생각을 합니다. 아무래도 그 경기가 보스턴이 이길 거라고 많은 분들이 예상했지만은 아쉽게 패배를 하게 되셨는데 그 경기에서 좀 어떤 문제가 좀 있으셨나요?
일단 밴쿠버전 같은 경우에는 저희가 준비가 제대로 잘 되지가 않았던 것 같고 팀 전체적으로도 플레이를 할 때 여유가 많이 없었던 것 같아서 그냥 그날 상대가 더 잘해서 밴쿠버가 이겼던 것 같아요.
Right. I think that it's just Vancouver sort of playing better. Definitely, I think us as a team, we weren't as prepared compared to Vancouver, and also team play as wise as well. I think I guess Vancouver was the better team at the end of the day. All right, but today you guys got the win, and you guys have another match coming up against the Toronto Defiant later this week. So I want to get your thoughts on Toronto Defiant. Like, how confident are you going into that matchup? 자, 오늘 방금 밴쿠버에서 아쉽게 패배를 하셨지만 일주일 후에 재정비 이후에 굉장히 오늘 좋은 모습을 보여주셨고 이제 이번 주에 한 경기가 더 남으셨죠. 토론토와의 경기가 있는데 그 경기를 좀 예상을 해보자면 어떠실 것 같습니까?
일단 저번 밴쿠버전 패배 이후에 저희가 몰랐던 것들을 좀 많이 깨달을 수 있게 되어가지고 일단 저희가 잘하는 조합을 하고 이제 자신감 있게 토론토전 경기 잘 할 수 있을 것 같아요.
All right. After the loss that we had suffered after the Vancouver match, we started to realize things that we didn't catch on before. And on top of that, we are learning new things and we are sort of being more confident in our plays and we're finding out what we are good at and we're sort of playing compositions that we are good at as well. So that's our mentality going into the Toronto Defiant matchup. All right, Smurf, thank you so much for your time. And again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 승리 다시 한번 축하드리면서 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Goodbye and thank you, Smurf. Congratulations, of course, to him and the entire team for that W. Good PR answers there. Absolutely loving it.
Yeah, he could have given better PR answers.
No, but I mean, it's always interesting to hear some introspective, when it comes to top losses, such as they suffered. Now, of course, they hopefully can continue riding the high after the victory against the Vegas City.
I was just like,
are you guys laughing?
It's like, we got absolutely dumpstered by Vancouver Titans. It's like, yeah, I guess we're the better team at the end of the day. It's like, well, no, like Boston is supposed to be the better team against Vancouver Titans.
Yeah.
Like that, to some degree, that should be unacceptable for like this team to be like, yeah, at the end of the day,
they learned a lot along the way, and they'll do better. And
it's so casual.
And you learn something.
Like
you learn something new every time you lose, right? Right, Costa? There you go. Thank you.
I couldn't have planned the answer better myself. We learned a lot from that loss.
Yeah, there's a lot to take away.
Maybe I'm asking for too much. I just want to see them come out and be like, we got Lee J Gone, we got Isayaki, we got Twilight, we got Birdring. Like, we should be able to just smack these fools and just win.
Smack these fools. You heard it first on Watchpoint.
I guess Vancouver was the better team.
Those fools will be up in just a little bit. We will be talking about them in just a second. But in case you just can't get enough of Overwatch, not League, Overwatch action in general, we got more for you. Because Calling All Heroes, the Master 1, is gonna pop up tomorrow, actually. So make sure to get all the information. CallingAllHeroes.gg is the website you need to visit for all the information. I am super excited to see more competition. It's always a good day when there is more Overwatch. And we have plenty to come as well. So let's dive into our next match. Vancouver Titans, those fools. As Johnny likes to call them. Let's actually take a look at
Come on, don't do that, Zoe. Don't do that. Jake knows what I'm talking about. You need to you can't respect your opponent.
There you go.
I wanted more fire from Smurf in that interview, but we got the fire from the Vancouver Titans in this tweet.
Their Twitter games are good.
Yeah, respectable for sure.
Sugar-free, overslept. That's a very Johnny thing to do as well. Yes, the league to delay our match.
When have I overslept? Who was late today?
Me and Zoe, actually.
Who was late?
All right, guys,
Zoe and Jake were late today.
So basically, Titans are making fun of the Vegas one, right? Avala situation.
Yeah.
All right, got it. All right, hey, look at the lineup. We love Sugar-Free, we love Punk, we love Aspire. I love this crew. They beat Boston. They look great. I think they're the favorites in this matchup.
I think so too. I love the Spitfire with an interesting roster as well. Probably going to play Rush comp since they don't have Lethal in. Usually Backbone, Sparker, these guys come out when they want to commit to a rush style, Admiral as well, which makes sense on the control points, especially we heard from Hadi recently that, London wanting to lean a little bit more into their strengths, more into what's comfortable for them. So I'd like to see some of these Rhine and Sim compositions coming out. I kind of think you need the Sim to enable the Rhine, but I think if anyone can do it, it should be the London Spitfire. They're definitely comfortable here, but Sugar Free on this Genji is going to be a huge asset dealing with the Rhine comps. I think Genji is a very, very important hero when it comes to matching up against Rhine, and to have a confident Genji is going to make a big difference in that matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup because I'm kind of waiting for London Spitfire to wake up after last year's playoff kind of like performance. They were so good last year, and now going into this year, not a lot of changes.
The dreams died.
Yeah, it's been a slow start for London, but come on now, like. You learned so much last year. You built on so many things last year. The teamwork, the communication, all these things that London Spitfire really prided themselves on, and we're just like, yeah, like we're a well-coordinated team. Okay, well, should there be a huge skill discrepancy to this year then? I'm waiting for London Spitfire to just wake up and really bring it in some of these matches, and Vancouver Titans, I think, is the perfect opponent for London Spitfire to really kickstart their year and see some more potential from the likes of Sparker.
Can they do it though in the current meta?
Yeah,
like do they have the hero
that, Johnny? But I just think, the power of friendship, it's beautiful. It's fun, but then when you meet raw strength, you just get smashed. And
they were great in the playoffs. Where was Gladiators last year's playoffs?
All right, hold on.
Shanghai Dragons went out early. London Spitfire made it deep because they honestly were a good team with good teamwork and good communication. And maybe they lost to your team or whatever. I can't remember.
You remember that match run, Johnny? It wasn't pretty. It was pretty.
They should be able to beat Vancouver.
Yeah,
I don't think so. Not this season.
London, no, I don't want to say they got lucky, but like in terms of the meta and the way they were able to play and going underneath everyone's radar, I think that really played in their favor. Coming into this season, the opponents know what to expect from London Spitfire because I dare say that their hero pools are it's out on the table. You kind of know what to expect from the London Spitfire, so they can't catch them off guard like they did last season.
I want to see some aggression. Come into this matchup and just like, we're the London Spitfire, we got Backbone, great May player, we got Hadi. Hadi, just do Hadi things. We're the Hadi things, Danny.
I think Admiral as well.
I don't know. Ask Hadi, man. Don't ask me.
On the Lucio, but I'm just worried about the flexibility that Titans have shown. Titans have looked maybe in the middle of the table, but they played a lot of different styles. I think Punk is going to be perfectly happy to come under the Ramatra and like take a brawl mirror with Hadi. I think they're going to feel really good when Sugar Free's on the Genji and able to really like have free reign in the backline, which often happens when you're playing a Rhine comp. You really don't have a hero that deals with Genji. You just kind of eat them up with a Nano Blade. So I'm a little worried, honestly. I think there's too many ults you need the beat for in the current meta. So like Ramatra ult, we've got Nano Blade, all these, and the enemy beat, all these things that can come out, and then you really need a response from the supports, and you kind of only have beats. So it's going to be really tough, especially for Admiral. He's going to have to charge the beats very fast and use them very effectively, I think, to win this series.
And I think this is the beauty of the current meta, right? Because everything is so map dependent, you do have to be flexible. You need the flexibility on your team to really be on top of the crop. We're seeing that from Atlanta Reign. They can play it all on such a high level. And that's kind of what we need to see from the team. And just because of that, I had to go with the Vancouver Titans. They showed us different look, and they did look very competent on each of them. Whereas from London Spitfire, haven't seen enough.
I think Vancouver is just gonna beat them with power. Is this how you do it?
Power.
Yeah, power. Raw strength.
Raw strength.
The power of friendship is nothing.
It's nothing.
No, I love to see, especially a team like the Titans come together. I think Sugar Free is a player I had my eyes on for a while. To see him in the league, to see him coming into huge success, especially in that last match against Boston Uprising, we got just a taste of what Vancouver's capable of. And, as opposed to the opposition, London Spitfire, their last outing, it wasn't looking too good. I mean, it's okay, but there were serious issues, right? And the only time they looked really together was on this kind of one-off Rhine comp that I don't know if you're going to be able to make work on every map. And in fact, I think pretty sure you can't make that work.
I mean, Ramatra makes it harder because Ramatra is an option to navigate around the Rhino composition. I got Vancouver Tennis as well, but I really missed the underdog London Spitfire that like tweets at me and is just like, haha, you were wrong with your friend. Haha, London Spitfire supremacy. Hadi, Roll Star, I missed that London Spitfire. I don't feel like we've gotten it this year, and I had higher hopes for them going into this season.
I can tell. If we're looking at the scores there, you're giving the London Spitfire 2 maps.
Come on.
It's going to be a close one.
Yeah, bring us a close match. Come on, London. We deserve this.
I do want to see more out of London. That's fair. Although I just don't think we're going to get it.
Probably not.
That's what you want. That's not necessarily what you get. We'll find out in just a second as the game, of course, is about to happen. Jonathan, counting on friendship, the raw force of friendship.
Aggression, German strength from Hadi. Just
Aggressive German strength from Hadi. That's
Genji. I think Genji's gonna chop. Cut your head off. Eat you
right
up.
on. Well, let's see. What do the gentlemen over on that corner think of our Preds here? Any friendship enthusiasts?
Well, it is.
Not you, Cuss. I know that.
Oh my!
Whoa! She's back. Guys,
I'm really glad you're back. Get down, Scott. Get down. Take cover.
How'd Blood getting beat down every single time so he's in the studio? Like, what is happening?
I hold grudges.
I'm just not going to speak anymore.
I was going to say, it is someone's birthday today. It is Sky Ripper's birthday today.
I thought it's Costa's
No,
birthday.
Scott,
For a second, I got really mad.
Scott, you would have felt so bad.
Yeah, terrible.
Also, happy birthday, of course.
Sky Ripper's birthday today. He's playing against his own team too, so you know, birthday
Revenge
power and the
attempt.
power of friendship.
Yeah, I don't think that really helps against the raw power that Jake has been trying to sell us on for so long. Honestly, I have to agree with the desk. The Vancouver Titans look to be the stronger team.
So good. Yeah, they do. They just 3-0 Boston Uprising as well, which we talked about in the last match. Like, the team just looks like a well-oiled machine right now. And what we saw in that Boston versus Vancouver game the other day was one of the greatest Widow duels I think we've seen in maybe forever in the history of the Overwatch League. That's maybe a stretch.
It's a bit cool that you're saying there.
It is. But Aspire and Birdring playing a Widowmaker that is just explosive. Normally you see one Widow just go off and you're like, wow, that's sick. Like, oh my, they are hitting nut shots. But that was Aspire too. Both of them were just hitting it out of the park. It really felt like a 4-on-4 and then a 1-on-1 with Birdring and Aspire just going off. If Aspire can hit that same peak, that same level of energy coming in, this might be kind of a roll, but it's whether you can kind of recreate that. Although, looking at the map pool too, a couple of these maps not really to do with Widow. I mean, maybe you can play Widow here, but it's a big old stretch. But we'll have to wait and see, of course. And Vancouver Titans also looking at mid-season, Scott. If they do win here, having a 3-2 scoreline, not too shabby getting into mid-season.
Yeah, absolutely. And Titans would be happy with getting a 3-2 at this point, just giving themselves an opportunity to get into that mid-season madness tournament, while London Spitfire fighting not just to stay in the mid-season madness, but trying to keep their sort of season going, because if you start 1-4, it's a difficult hole to climb out of. And, you know, exactly as Johnny and Jake were sort of talking about, the power of friendship was a strong factor for them last year, but also the meta was going in their favor. And potentially, maybe we need to start looking at, is the playoff performance from London Spitfire last year the anomaly? Opposite of the rule. Wait, what happened in chat?
Can we reset?
Wait, I don't know if you're allowed to do that.
Okay. All right, okay. I think Hadi do be trolling a little bit. I think he was trolling to try and force Vancouver
Mental
Titans.
warfare at a new level.
What? Well, Apple dies anyway. I've got to say that is the sneakiest mind games of all time. I think Sugar Free might just clear here, though. The teleport onto the point, pretty smart. Titans look a little bit confused as, well, the Spitfire were just looking to TP double onto the point, one out of spawn, one to there. And they do end up capping first, and bunker style versus this poke. Scott with Sugar Free on the Echo and Faith on.
Sugar Free's doing so much damage, it's just not enough to take anyone down.
TP, bro.
Yeah, the TP on side to side, just going back and forth, making sure you stay alive, and that's getting percentage points up, Jack. They're at 32% and counting.
Don't die to Sugar Free challenge.
It's difficult.
Damage boost can do a lot. Sticky bombs can one-shot. Got to be careful.
Ultimate's coming up for both sides now. As you can already see Landon drop the amplification matrix.
Here comes the Nano, though.
The lamp.
Yeah, Punk nanoed in onto the point, trying to isolate, but no, Hadi actually isolates him. Punk charged all the way off the point as Hadi just be swinging. Punk didn't even earn Primal Rage there, so it's going to take a little bit of time to actually get back to the point. Hadi, however, has isolated himself as Punk puts himself on point. Very low HP, so actually has to back off. Blizzard now from Backbone. All the tools in the London Spitfire arsenal to try and stop Titans from getting onto this point. In fact, Titans using every ult too. They use the Valk, they use the Primal. Hadi does get slept, but a sound barrier from the Spitfire to keep them alive.
Johnny asking Hadi to do Hadi things, and Hadi took that personally. He pins off the nano-boosted Winston, completely invalidates that ultimate, and then when he's coming back, actually pins Aspire on the Ashe. I don't even know how he managed to do that, but coming in clutch, and he's holding onto that Earth Shatter.
Fast fight.
And they only need to win one more fight.
Yeah, 10% away. Landon goes down.
Oh,
Big
bad.
pick from Aspire. Also pretty low. Okay, here it is. All right, that's what you needed to pick onto Landon, stop him healing up the rest of the team. Hardy is not going to find a pin. Might just, in fact, throw himself off the map. Yeah, okay. Quick resets here. They've got 99%. You don't want to give extra ult charge over. And that'll be that. We'll see if they can actually get onto the point this time, though. Because that comp, very good at holding down the point. Getting onto the point versus this poke, rough.
Yeah, if you're the Vancouver Titans, you don't want to allow them to walk through this mega health pack room and teleport exactly like they did in the very first point. Because if you allow them to do that, then it's hard to fight for them on the point. We also have Sparker with this wall that they're sort of having a look at. You can see they use the teleport as a bait, then use the wall to get onto the point.
Aspire's low Scott too. Bob actually gets blocked by the wall. Both walls, in fact. Yeah, Backbone created one as well. Bob is just infinitely firing into it now and actually ends up going down. Shatter from Hardy lands on one. It is Punk, and he gets charged off the map. See you later. Crimzo actually gets the sleep dart kill onto Hardy, so a bit of free ult charge for him there, but London Spitfire do control. Very lacking in healing though, as Landon went down again, but a beautiful boot from Admiral kills Crimzo. A resurrection from Faith might be good to get one back in the fight, but it's only them two left. The London Spitfire playing their own game and playing it perfectly. 100-31 as they take round one.
That's the London Spitfire special right there, and Jake said he wants to see them lean into their strengths, play the Symmetra, enable Hardy to play the Reinhardt. That's what you expect from this team. This is really their bread and butter. The real question becomes, though, that's the only round on Ilios that you can really play Reinhardt. On Ruins and this upcoming well map, it's a lot harder to play the Reinhardt, a lot harder to teleport your team around and just anchor on the point. That's really been the pain point of the London Spitfire. When they've had to play other compositions, it just hasn't looked as clean.
Admiral kind of taking Titans to town there. Didn't even pay for the bus fare. Yeah, very tough. Now you can't play Sim. You cannot play, well, maybe you could play Mei, but what are you walling off? Realistically, not much.
Living in the past now, they're going over to the playoffs meta where they made it so deep, where they went down to Jake's Houston Outlaws. They were strong at this composition, but the question is this composition strong anymore?
Nice nade from Crimzo. You have to disrupt Crimzo in this comp. You cannot let him get free nades off, forcing the Suzu from Landon. You'd much rather use that Suzu. There it is. Boom. Huge nade again. You can't let him live for free. Oh, hello. Did he get back on? He did! He teleported back on. Backbone got booped into the well, but used that TP to get right back onto the point. But you can't let Crimzo sit here for free. There's no way. He is the best Western Ana player in the league. There is no shot. You can't just dive on him. You have to speed, Hardy, Admiral, everybody has to get it onto Crimzo to stop him getting free space.
And you can see Crimzo just waiting and trying to rotate around as soon as they apply any pressure in. And Hardy is just getting absolutely bullied every time he tries to go anywhere. And the London Spitfire are playing way too slow with this composition.
Good nade onto the backline. Didn't force Landon Suzu, or maybe it was on cooldown. Perfect stick. There's the Suzu. Okay, wasn't on cooldown. Very patient was Landon, making sure he saved that for a bigger ability. Stopping Spire's pulse bomb in its tracks, defusing that one fairly easily. Now the juggle begins.
Yeah, you can see Vancouver Titans just waiting for them to step up, drop the EMP and take down Sparker. There is a swap there of the point there for the London Spitfire, Jack.
Yeah, there is. Nano boost onto Punk. They need to find something. However, that B comes through and just in time. Punk has to get out of there or earn himself a Primal Rage. Super low, no jump. There it is. Nano boost aiding with that ultimate charge as Landon TP'd away, but right into the grasp of Punk. Perfect stuff from the tank. And now the Spitfire need to just juggle it some more. They do have a Reaper on the field with a Death Blossom, so it's going to be hard for Titans to play into this one, despite Hardy having that Prime.
That flip was so important. Vancouver Titans, they tried to use their ultimates to win that team fight, but they weren't able to get it, and Punk just, without that Primal Rage, isn't able to stay alive. There is a response with Faith with the sound barrier, but Backbone?
Oh, Punk. No, Backbone gets one. Punk dove in, had no leap to get away. 45% of building for the London Spitfire. They're hunkering down on this point. Not the same style as the previous round, but it's working out wonders.
They're able to play a lot more passive now that they have control of the point in Vancouver Titans. The ball is in their court. Sugar Free is coming up to the EMP. Admiral, no sound barrier to match either. They're getting so much percentage up here, Jack.
Slowly but surely.
Great move.
Good move onto Hardy. So as the insurance policy, that prime, there it is. Spy looking for another pulse bomb. Hard to stick anybody though, Scott, on this comp, the London Spitfire running currently. So worth keeping that in mind. Looks like both backliners, or frontliners, sorry, from the Titans trying to set up for some sort of dive. Admiral's getting hunted down, so 2-man EMP. Admiral does get focused down by Faith there, of all people, as Hardy also falls. A quick collapse on for London Spitfire's backline, as there was no beat for Admiral. There goes the flip. Spitfire pretty happy with that, though, saving this beat in this situation. Actually worked out for the better. 98% on the board.
I was worried about that EMP. It felt like Admiral was just way too safe hiding in that room, but somehow Faith able to come through and clean that one up. But as you said, Jack, London Spitfire are the ones with the ultimate. Sparker has been such a firecracker here for the London Spitfire, and he has the overclock.
Oh, the getaway, the great escape for Sparker there using that slide, but Punk's got the primal. Double kill, Nano primal, and Backbone throws himself down the well. And that'll be another reset. Still, again, you are happy about this. If you're the London Spitfire, you still have double support ultimate with the overclock, and Titans have a whole heap of nothing.
And you can see Titans, they want to go early. They recognize the deficit that they're at with ultimates. You want to force them out early and then disengage because they don't have anything themselves.
Nade only hit Hardy there. Suzu instantly used by Landon to cleanse potentially an anti-nade on himself. Nothing more than that, though.
You can see the Vancouver Titans are trying to play defensive. They get Sparker. That's such a huge
No
pick.
overclock now available. Kitsune Rush on the point. Scott overtime coming in. Avril lays down the B, only hits 4. Backbone is lit up with the overhealth. Can he survive long enough, though, to get this Death Blossom? He does. Okay, manages to get out alive as the return beat from the Titans right into the waiting arms of Backbone, though, unleashes the Death Blossom, but it's just getting focused down. Both the DPS from the London Spitfire unable to find anything as Sugar Free's EMP is just too big. Finally, Sparker finds one head to click. It is Aspires, but now London Spitfire lacking Admiral's speed boost and even amp healing to get them through this fight. Luckily, picking off Crimzo might be more than enough they need to secure this round and map.
They need to hold on for Crimzo to get that healing back in the team fight and have that nano boost. Punk cannot fall here.
5% away from that nano boost is Crimzo right now. Overtime ticking so close to the victory of the London Spitfire. Punk manages to get back in time, and Crimzo finally with the nano boost. Punk makes his engage. The leap is good into the backline, but he's still struggling to find any value. Avril and Landon just way too slippery. Primal Rage used.
Nice.
Finally, Landon's out of cooldowns to take down. Overtime is going to disappear just like that if they step off the point, however. They finally find the flippers. Hardy, Avril, and Sparker go bright purple. Crimzo comes up clutch yet again to light them up with that anti-nade. And the Titans are going to take the next round.
Very clutch play by Titans, just such smart macro play. Willing to play defensive, willing to force the London Spitfire in and then set the trap. London just holding onto those ultimates a little bit too tight to their chest, unable to clean up the Titans, and we go to a round 3.
This is turning out to be a bit of a closer game than maybe the desk anticipated. Well, maybe not Johnny, said a 3-2, pretty close one. But again, we're going onto a map where London cannot play the bunker, but they look pretty good. I think their ultimate economy there was very smart. Not blowing too many ultimates in the fight. Normally, Hardy is enough with a primal or just a nano, sorry, not a nano boost, a rush from Landon just to secure them. And they're very smart to then save their beat, even saving Suzu's. Landon's playing this one very intelligently with his Suzu usage, knowing Crimzo has the nade ready and armed to throw towards him, and also Aspire waiting with a pulse bomb. But now we're seeing Hardy on the JQ.
Yeah, third round, a third composition here for the London Spitfire. They have to try and hunt Punk, and they do.
Yeah, this is the idea of this comp, right? You just want to run down Punk as soon as he uses the leap. And this is what London Spitfire did pretty well on as well. The JQ meta last year, everybody was like, well, it kind of plays like Rhine, right? It kind of plays like this rush style that Spitfire love to play. So playing into their wheelhouse with the Junker Queen is actually going to force Punk on a JQ of his own.
Yeah, some Winston players, great Winston teams, have been able to make the Winston work even against the Junker Queen, but Punk would rather just take this matchup. Punk's a great Junker Queen in his own right, happy to go 1v1.
Very different in terms of playstyle, though, with Landon having to save that Suzu for Hardy. If he gets antied, Hardy is a sitting duck. There's no armor on JQ here, so you're looking at a very squishy tank.
They're sort of at the mercy of Sugar Free on this Sombra as well. They need to find some hacks or just wait for this EMP to come through. The Kitsune rush from Landon should spell a retreat from the Titans, and Punk's already down.
Really like that early use of the rush there. Just get a quick wipe here, go for this reset. You have the sound barrier, you know the Titans are going to have a full fledge of ultimates, but if you can survive this EMP, you might be good enough to kite back. It's all on Abril in this fight. He has to play his amp speed as well, very defensively, if they know Faith and Crims are going to run at them support.
The last time Sugar Free had an EMP, he was looking for the Lucio. You can see everyone pinging this Lucio. Admiral is the target 100% here.
Oh, dodges it, instant sound barrier. Overhealth for the entire London Spitfire squad, and now it's up to them to survive. However, a Spy with the Nano just, oh, the damage he's dishing out. Huddy is managing to stay alive, though, only with the aid of Landon and Abril keeping him up. But it's too many ults from the Vancouver Titans. The sound barrier was good, but they did have to deal with a Nano and a sound barrier of Titan's own after that EMP, and the Titans, well, they've got one big ultimate coming up. That Rampage is going to be big. Now it's up to Landon. The back line in these compositions is so important. You cannot go down. You cannot waste cooldowns. Otherwise, the enemy team is just going to run over you.
Once again, the Titans are the ones playing aggressive, not letting London Spitfire get comfortable to use their 3 offensive ultimates that they have. Pulse Bomb goes a little wide. They needed that one.
That is surprising that missed that one. Sparker.
Huge nade!
And behind nade. Rampage from Punk, followed up with a nade from Crimzo. You are anti-naded for almost an indefinite amount of time.
Wow, that was such an important play for the Titans, and they used the Death Blossom and the Overclock for that one. Now it's only Hardy with the Rampage. There are no answers on the Vancouver Titans side, so Hardy could potentially just win this team fight with his one ultimate, but are the Titans going to allow him? Are they going to group up in a way in which Hardy's going to be able to hit multiple people with this one?
Start because Crimzo's been playing in the background. I mean, Aspire and Sugar Free, you don't imagine, are going to get hits. There's the rush, Carnage hit on Punk. Punk's already super low. There's the Rampage hits Punk, and now the focus begins from the London Spitfire. Perfect execution of the ultimate from Hardy. There's an EMP in the back pocket as Sugar Free unleashes it, and look at that, instant collapse from Aspire to take down Landon, and now Apple's in trouble. Aspire is forced to recall Scott, but it might not even matter. They lose Punk so early on in that fight, and now it's up to the DPS, the Spitfire, to try some semblance here to win the round. They're going to choose to back up, but a clutch EMP from Sugar Free, even with their tank dead, they come up with a W.
I'm continually impressed by this Titans and how they understand how they need to win these team fights at a 4v5 deficit, but with the EMP recognized they're at 90%, we need to win this fight. Now, the Vancouver Titans ticking up to 80%. They have both support ultimates, and London Spitfire have nothing.
Super early. Now, down. He insta-kills Abril. No sound barrier right now for Spitfire. They have to reset, Scott. They've got to go again. This is now the final fight.
You do not want to let Hardy reset. Chase him into spawn.
Hardy. They got it. One extra bullet there from Sugar Free. Tags Hardy, 95%. It is up right now to Backbone or Abril to touch.
Yeah, where's Backbone? He's on the Sombra. I think he's lurking around.
He's on it.
He does get the touch, but that's in overtime. Backbone gets Suzu by Len.
Sound barrier too. Backbone, the main focus right now of the Vancouver Titans, eventually goes down, but a sound barrier from Abril's going to save them. A sleep from Crimzo across the map, though, ends up killing Abril. Sugar Free comes up massive with a kill, and there's the EMP. Titans' understanding on how they need to win these fights, Scott, like you said, is absolutely perfect. The Titans had every tool they required to win that round and take map number 1.
Ooh, back and forth series though, even on these Winston compositions, going toe-to-toe, so much tank head-to-head swaps coming through. Vancouver Titans just playing that so smartly, but the London Spitfire, it looks like they've regrouped. They're playing a lot smarter, and they're playing to their strengths a lot more than we've seen from them so far this season.
This is gonna be a close one. Vancouver Titans and the London Spitfire at each other's throats throughout that whole thing. I've got to say, Sugar Free coming in to the league was a lot of people in North America's like contenders. It was their dream. They wanted to see Sugar Free succeed, right? Because of how hyped up this guy was. On the Sombra right now, he is looking clean with it. And again, matching well with his team and understanding when they can use EMP, when they can win fights. Normally when you have your tank down slot, you're thinking, well, we can't really win here, we don't have the front line, but Aspire and Sugarfree, their execution of a dive after the EMP onto people like Landon and Admiral, I mean, it's just too good. And then look at this.
Yeah.
This was directly after Punk hit a Rampage. What more can you ask for?
Yeah, you could see they were almost grouping up to get Suzu'd, and then that just walked into another trap from Crimzo.
Group up, we need to Suzu.
And unfortunately, just not enough as it goes incredibly back and forth. We're heading over to Blizzard World next. This is a map that a lot of teams like to play D.Va Jack.
Yeah, we'll see if that is the case. London Spitfire, got a feeling. They're not going to play D.Va. They're probably going to play Winston or this Rhino JQ, one of those comps. I would have to imagine that Winston, you need control of the high ground on most of these points, especially first and second. We'll have to wait and see after this break. Don't go anywhere. This series, yeah, it's going to be close. close map number 1 with Vancouver Titans taking over the London Spitfire. A couple of substitutions coming in for London. We've got the birthday boy, Skyripper, facing his old team, no less, as well as on the Vancouver Titans. And Lethal for DPS, so Backbone no longer in as we go to Blizzard World.
Landon fixing his camera, making sure he's front and center. Yeah, I respect that. While Hardy has decided that he doesn't like cameras anymore.
No, no cameras.
I'm not a big fan, but I want to talk about Sugar Free from that last map. He went absolutely sicko mode. Got a stack card coming at you. He went 31 eliminations, 12 final blows, 0 deaths.
Yeah.
On the Sombra. I'm not a Sombra specialist, but that's pretty good, Jack.
That's pretty decent, especially when the game goes to 99 to 100 and you don't die. Yeah, 31-0 team. I literally couldn't do anymore. That's about it. I mean, Sugar Free Sombra, hyped him up just before we went to the break there. Just the player as a whole, not even just his Sombra, extremely good. It's been showing up. He had an unbelievable Dragon Blade kit the other week. I mean, this is what you want if you're a Titans fan, right? You want this star power DPS, and I think they have it this year. And having someone like Aspire alongside him, another player that it's wild to me that Aspire was on Toronto Defiant a couple of years ago and would sub in every now and then. He was on that temporary contract, and when he came in, he was cracked.
Yeah.
And everybody was like, "You've just got to sign this guy. He's just so good." And now he's made his home, starting on the roster alongside Sugar Free. It's the best year Titans had, I think, since the Runaway era.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sugar Free, we all know how mechanically strong he is as a player, but we've seen throughout the history of time, mechanically strong players doesn't always mean they're good at Sombra. Sombra is a thinking man's hero, and I think it can be difficult to really understand the nuances, but Sugar Free really showing he's comfortable on this hero, which is so important in a Sombra meta. And with the mid-season madness, we're going to be playing this style the whole way through. That's going to be important for the Vancouver Titans as we do head into a pause.
It's a real one. It's not Hardy trying to play mind games because, you know, they're not on control this time.
Just calling for a pause at the beginning of a round.
That was crazy. It was like, can we reset? And honestly, if you go back in the VOD and look at the Titans, the way they were positioned, I think they actually believed it. Because some of them kind of stopped moving and they're like, wait, is this real or not? And then they just TP onto the point. That was pretty sick.
Hey, you need a trick book, you know? Sometimes you gotta just like keep them on their toes. Who else was on their toes? You can see the admins probably in the back like, I don't think so.
What do we do? You have to say PP if you need to pause.
Yeah.
Nothing else will be taken. No, good stuff. Yeah, right. We're just having to quick pause from London's side, so probably just sorting out a couple of things, but we'll get into the game in just a moment. Did see Punk on the D.Va though.
Yeah, and this has been a pretty common staple here for a lot of teams, and Punk is a great D.Va. You would probably say D.Va is probably one of Punk's best heroes. He's an off-tank player in Overwatch 1. He has been given the role and expectation to be the solo tank of the Vancouver Titans. He's been doing a great job, but he's nowhere near as comfortable on Winston as a character like D.Va, so I feel like he's going to be right at home here on Blizzard World.
Yeah, we can quickly see what they're playing right now. And obviously you guys are on break screen at the moment, looking at their lovely faces. But yeah, Faith and Crimzo on Rick and Ana. Looks like they're quickly just changing a few things around. Scarif is just going to rejoin the lobby. So, I mean, let's throw up a stat card real quick for Crimzo, because Crimzo was also kind of pivotal in that match to win. I mean, his Ana, I said, best Western Ana player, hands down. His anti-nade, especially after a rampage like that, this is something you can't really play around if you're the Kiriko. It's like, oh, we're all rampaged, I need to Suzu. But there's a nade from the Ana. Like, it's a pretty rough time in that situation. I would say, you're looking at me like maybe Crimzo isn't the best West Ana player.
I feel like RuPaul would like a word with you, Jack.
Oh, RuPaul is so good too, though.
Our Pro-Am MVP, been on an absolute tear with the Florida Mayhem. And don't get me wrong, look at the numbers. Crimzo, I've been hyping him up for a while now. Especially his Ana is very, very strong.
It is.
He's just a consistent player. He did the same thing on the Boston Uprising. He never really lets you down, and he has some of those big moments. But, you know, as I said, RuPaul would like a word.
RuPaul is pretty damn good too. Pretty damn good. Look at that. On Ilios, 32 deaths, 13 bardic grenade kills, a whole lot of healing. Pretty decent damage too. If you can get your damage near half of your healing output as Ana, it does always feel pretty good. We are almost ready. We're just getting back in. I believe Scarab is going to join once again. Looks like Hardy is ready, and he put in brackets real.
Ready, real.
So that's what London are going to have to preface this entire season now to make sure the admins know they're not trolling.
Dude, Hardy is a menace in the server, just throwing everybody through a loop.
I know, right? Trolling the admins live on Overwatch League YouTube channel.
I am really curious to see what the London Spitfire are going to play on this map, because they played on Ilios this sort of Winston, Reaper, Sojourn style on the dive. I can't expect that's going to work very well on this map. Junker Queen isn't going to work. There's no Winston being played. So potentially a different look here from the London Spitfire. And they played so many different compositions. Last map, they played 3 different rounds, 3 different compositions. They're spreading themselves very thin to make sure the players are on their comfort heroes.
I love the Widow jump shots to start. Little headshot, little jump, and a miss. No one's going to peek their little head out. 37% ult charge though. Yeah. That's actually more that. Thinking about it, it's a very like small micro, the micro of micro points. Jumping for a Widow shot like that does give you a little bit of charge, even if you don't kill anybody. So, you know, a free couple of percentage points now.
It's not like King's Row where like if someone makes a mistake, it's pretty hard to hit that shot on Widow coming out of that spawn. But London's going to play the Baptiste Brig setup, which is very defensive, has a lot of healing. But that makes you question, where is the offensive capabilities coming from this team? Are they just relying on Sparker to hit a shot on the Hanzo? Lethal's unlikely to be able to do anything on this Tracer alone. He's actually getting matched by Sugar Free right now.
Oh, slap the shield. We've all been there. Oh,
okay,
there's the pick. Yeah, that's what you wanted. It looked like Crimzo kind of wanted to drop, and you could see the kind of disappointment in his face there as he ended up going down first. Yeah, I mean, you're not surviving too long here. Good shot from Sparker. It was a body shot too. Crimzo took a little bit of extra damage from the rest of Spitfire. Are they going to let the Brig escape? Look at Faith's positioning on the high ground. Lethal knows he's here too.
Faith does get down and bashing
you gotta
out.
chase. You got to chase. Oh, he's probably too far now. Rip.
Yeah. Oh, he is getting low though. You can see Lethal really wants this.
Nah, okay. Nice check there. Sugar Free just marking Lethal, making sure he can't just quickly follow up with a kill onto Faith.
And Hardy switching over to the D.Va. I like this change. Ramacha works on the first point. You go over to the D.Va on second, recognize it's not going to work as Aspire. Takes down Sparker, slowing everything down just that little bit more.
Sonic arrow kill is always the funniest one because normally you just shoot it into a wall. So when you do land a headshot, it feels pretty good.
That's when you know it was an accident from the Hanzo.
Right. Actual accident. All good though. All good. Quick respawn. Pulse bomb for Lethal. Nice anti. No cleanse, but they should be good. This is what you want to do. You want to force Aspire off the high ground. Oh, what a eat and what a bash. Wow. You can high-five each other after the game for that one. Good kill and denial of the pulse bomb on Lethal.
Dude, Aspire's got to feel so safe in life. He just went down to 25 health. He got instantly packed. Punk was instantly there, ate the pulse bomb, got a bash from Faith. Dude, Aspire's going to be feeling very safe right now.
Plumping up the pillows for when he goes to bed. He's laying his pretty little head down. Yeah. Tough stuff. I mean, getting this high ground's very important, but even against a Brig, right? Use that movement ability, boom, whip shot. But even a bash can stop you from taking anywhere close to the high ground.
This is something that's been interesting in the West on this map, is a lot of people are playing this D.Va style, which doesn't really have as much offensive style. You don't have that Winston, so you're just kind of like poking around, hoping for the best.
God, there's a lot of ultimates being pressed right now. That rally, there was a window on the high ground too. But London Spitfire instantly pushed off. Again, Punk playing a little bit more defensive, has to get out of there. He's so close to dying. Nice heals coming from Faith and Crimzo.
A lot of ult charge as well going back to Crimzo.
Yeah, that feels pretty good. All right, now the battle of the high ground. They finally managed to push Aspire off the tank. Dragon Strike through the tank, in fact. No hit markers at all. So, you know, Space Creator, that one.
You can see Landon on the point. He's got to be careful. He's getting caught in the open, and Punk sees it and dives alongside with Sugar Free, and Landon does go down.
Falls over. Sugar Free didn't even need to choose Pulse. This is a slow second point. There's been, what, like 3 kills?
Yeah, but it's just because no one really has any way to sort of force their ideas or their fight. Every time Lethal steps out, he's getting marked by Sugar Free, he's getting whipped by Faith, and they can't really dislodge the Titans from this high ground.
God, I love it when Divas just kind of hug each other on the high ground, matrixing each other. They It's just kind of chilling. Okay, there's the ping.
opening.
There's the log. All right, 1 arrow found. Aspire dead, and Lethal pushing the point. No, attempted stick onto Faith. Faith lives to tell another tale. Wow, fluff that one up. All good. Now it's all about the slow, steady push here from Spitfire. You still need that high ground,
Landon
though.
purple.
Nano, purple onto Landon. Lamb does come through just in time from Sky Ripper to save his brig, but look at the defense. It's in shambles. Sugar Free and Punk exhausting all of the defensive cooldowns from Spitfire there and stop the payload again.
Yeah, Titans.
Wow, they're chasing deep.
They just have no way of dealing with Crimzo. Crimzo is just permanently healing everyone who is playing aggressively. Spy's playing on this pipe, Punk's playing on the tank, and Crimzo's just playing for free in the backline, and the Spitfire don't really have an answer, and that's why if you've been watching the APAC matches, they've been playing a lot of Wrecking Ball, they've been playing a lot of Tracer Sombra.
So much destruction.
Because you can move around the map, you can apply pressure to the backline, because if you never do, it becomes so difficult to dislodge anyone, as they might need Sparker to once again come up with some magic and hit a log from across the map, but they've already used their immortality field, Jack, to save Sparker.
Yeah, I'm wondering how good Hardy and Punk's ball mechanics are. God, he is so free. It's crazy. Oh, Landon.
Through the wall.
Yeah, I mean, Sugar Free was kind of chasing him too. That was a really nice kill. I mean, we're almost Scott in final fight. Like, it's a minute to go, yes. You're thinking a couple... Oh, well, that false one went right. But you can't make a quick push. You don't have Lucio. You are waiting for Sparker to find an opening pick.
But that's so hard. It's like, it's almost
And
rolling...
it's
It's almost like rolling the dice at this point. They just don't really have any options. And you can see Landon is the one who keeps trying to go to the point to just sort of give them progress, sort of force something to happen, but then he's the one who ends up getting isolated.
Yeah, he just gets hounded down by Sugar Free. All right, there's the window. It's on the rotating tank, so you're going to have to kind of rotate with it. And they're not going to really use it either. Sparker has to kind of step up to even get an angle on the backline of the Titans. Sonic Arrow reveals 3, 2 DPS and a tank there. There's Aspire now and maybe in a little bit of trouble, but it's been tough. It's been tough. We're in OT. Aspire finally dies, but they're going to trade Sky Ripper for it. A nice eat on a pulse bomb from Hardy. And you have to touch the point. Touches. Yep, they're available. Punk alive still.
Not for long.
And not for long, though. Self-destruct demechs him, and now he's looking for a remech. There's trades back and forth, but the spawn advantage way in favor of the Titans right now, as Faith has the rally, and Crimzo is going to come back in just a moment. He's going to sit on top of Faith. I mean, look at Aspire. He's playing melee mode with the Widow. Sugar Free cleans up, and that should just be it. 0.11 meters with a beautiful flick onto the Tracer. Just like that. The slow bleed out of the London Spitfire. And the Titans don't need to find picks. There's no agency for them at all because they're waiting for the London Spitfire to overstep.
Yeah, they're just... London Spitfire only got 5 final blows in that entire round. You know, that's 6.5 minutes. And it didn't even feel like they weren't doing anything. It just felt like they were unable to really force the Titans to be uncomfortable at any moment. And that's not just a London Spitfire issue. This second point in general is very difficult to assail. The backline of the defensive side can play so safely, and that's why you see a lot of dive compositions be played. That's why people don't play D.Va on attack, because it's just too hard to punish that style. How are the Titans going to come in with their own style, or are they going to run into the same issue? As we see Sugar Free, it's Lenny time, baby.
Really is. Boop! Through the shields. Something I always forget you can do, melee through a shield. We learned a Tracer recently, but it's definitely not even 0.1% as good as Sugar Free's. Nice little clean. And the problem is, especially this point in the map, I mean, I'm sure you've all been there, where you're sitting with maybe a meter to go to cap second, and the spawners on the defensive side can walk 2 steps to the left and then see the point. So you're like, well, there's a Widow, there's an Ana that can shoot. Like, it's so tough. You need a clean wipe in order to find something.
Oh, that's the closest one we've seen in a while.
Body shot, body shot. Even damage boosted too, wow.
Yeah, that's a commitment. Oh, Crimzo's then Faith Ana. Interesting. I actually really like this idea coming out from the Titans. They see the Ramatra.
He's a good 10 player too.
Yeah, and you know, when Sky Ripper and Landon are in, they're not going to be playing a fast composition. They're double flex supports. They're going to play this Baptiste Brig. This Zenyatta should be quite free, and Lethal just gets isolated. I don't know where he was standing, but Crimzo takes him out. all of a sudden there's less pressure to ever be put on Crimzo. The Discord Orb just putting out so much damage, and that's a quick first point cap
Sono
here.
defense. Sono re. I'm surprised. All right. Okay. Things happened.
There's no way they go for this, right?
I mean, Lethal has to touch. Reese. Recall.
Oh, and Hardy's just potentially overstepped. He's got to be really careful. Ramatra,
Discord melts him.
Exactly. Ramatra is very sustainable, but the Discord just applies so much extra damage to the tank. And Crimzo getting a little overconfident there.
All right, Lethal finally getting the wraparound that he so desired. Still though, 5 minutes and 10 seconds of the timer. It's Blizzard World though. We've seen crazy, I think.
Lethal needs to be the one who feasts on this Zenyatta. Ana Zenyatta is a strong backline, but it can be hard to keep the Zenyatta alive if the fight breaks down. So Lethal needs to make sure he's putting a lot of pressure onto these guys, not give them the space to just do exactly this.
Forcing the lamp for Skyripper already. Instantly healed up. Nano boost onto Punk through that window. Skyripper's not going to be able to make good use of it at all, almost. I mean, look at Punk just distracting the team. And he can sit here, Scott. He does have self-destruct, shooting Hardy in the back. He is pretty low himself, so a couple of heals wouldn't go amiss. There's one kill, finally. This time on London Spitfire's side as a Spire goes down, and Lethal putting on that pressure, Scott, did force Crimzo to use Transcendence.
And you saw what happened where it felt like Punk dove and he was alone. Like, no one was there to follow him up. That's because of the aggressive style from London. Everyone had to peel back to help their backline. And when you're playing Ana Zenyatta, they don't help themselves very well. They have a lot of offensive capability, but not a lot of sustainability. And that prompts a swap from Crimzo over to the Kiriko.
It's nice having the Zen, but as the Zen in this situation, when you are pushing that payload, you're peeking the corners.
Yeah.
You are looking for an angle to get right clicks, to get discords, then you're peeking into Sparker, then you're peeking into even the Tracer, right? So it does make a whole lot of sense. A lot of additional healing too, which is always quite nice.
Yeah, and you got to keep an eye on Crimzo. He's going to keep doing this. He's going to keep making himself a threat on the other side, but Landon's already there playing that Kiriko, and Landon's been a very strong Kiriko since this hero's come out.
Nice anti-nade onto Hardy. He did prompt a response in the lamp from Skyripper. If you thought this game was going to be action-packed or this map, I'm afraid you're mistaken.
A lot of brawls, mini brawls happening all over the place.
Rush. All right, here we go. Go button pressed. Oh, pulse bomb from Sugar Free landed onto Hardy, but he just kind of absorbed it. All good, like a sponge in water. He's got Annihilation on board, and with 3 minutes to go, they've already burned 2 minutes off the bank and looking exactly the same as last round. Here's the Nano Boost, goes on to Punk again, who's once more kind of harassing the backline, trying to get in, trying to make himself known, but this damage boost onto D.Va, while it's great...
Oh, how?
Okay. Well, Hardy dead. Self-destruct. He looks way too far away, but maybe he was super low there. And now Punk can actually get onto high ground. Well, maybe the self-destruct was useful after all, not just for a remake.
Yeah, no, somehow Hardy gets caught by that one. Fortunately, didn't have to use the Annihilation, is still holding on, but Vancouver Titans are running into the exact same issue that the London Spitfire had. They just can't get any space to work with. When that Punk went aggressive with the Nano Boost, where is Sugar Free? The Punk Sugar Free dive needs to be more in sync to be able to take down this backline of the Spitfire.
3 ults for London right now. That pulse bomb. Oh, wait, he just punched Punk out of Meg. Okay, drew his bow a little bit too far there, was slowed down, ended up dying to the Dragon Strike. London Spitfire now in a 4v5, but still defensive fave at this point in the map. Hardy goes bright purple, but Annihilation as Sugar Free tries to step up and find the execution kill. Not too much damage, in fact, just kind of waiting, biding his time, waiting for Spitfire to regroup, but instantly out of spawn, Lethal dies, and with London still in a perpetual 4v5, they need to find kills or at least sustain long enough for Lethal to come back. It looks like they're going to be able to do that successfully as Titans again. Pulse Bomb going wide for Sugar Free. Bit cold on this point in the map, Scott. Not finding those Pulse Bomb values like he did before.
You can see Hardy's health bar going up and down like a tandem right now because of just how much healing Baptiste and Kiriko do. Titans just have no way of getting through the health pool of Hardy, and he's just permanently anchoring there. Titans have the positioning, but with only 1 minute to go, this might be their last good team fight they'll get.
They need a arrow from Aspire to connect with Somron's forehead. All right, there's the Nano on Punk for the 4th time in a row, and they actually take down Hardy. Way too late with Sky Ripper and Landon with the heals, and that's going to be it. The Vancouver Titans, I mean, in the blink of an eye, pretty much, they annihilate Hardy, and they take the map. Match point for the Titans, 2-0 in the series.
Great play by Punk, getting the nano boost. That is the advantage of the Ana over the Baptiste. That enables Punk to just go aggressively. He forces the backline out. They go to protect themselves. They use their immortalities. Then he goes back for Hardy. Takes down Hardy. Then he goes back for seconds on the backline. Just great play by Punk on that D.Va. Just opening the door for them to close out this Blizzard world. Such a hard point to assail. And as you said, Jack, up 2-0.
Oh, that was so nice. Look at that. Ooh. Teamwork with a capital T. London Spitfire down 2 maps. It's been a fairly close series throughout, though. I mean, you got to think with the Titans coming off a heater of a game. Oh, this shot was nice. Nice stuff. Nothing better than headshotting a Tracer, that's for sure. We're going to jump to a quick break, though. The Vancouver Titans, well, they're up 2 maps now. We're going to Junkertown. Maybe a little Winston here from Hardy will turn the series around. They're going to need to go to a map 5 to win it here, those guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Junkertown is a very, very different map. There could be so many different looks, but I love how the Vancouver Titans have been adapting to everything the London Spitfire are doing. We'll see if they can do it again on Junkertown. Stick around.
Turns one around. They've lost their jungle queen already, and he finds Hisu again. Starts up here. 4-4. Oh, make that a 4.
insane bricklayer.
Advantage down, but there's no more lifelines. L&L, and yet it might not matter. Sugar for the super early anti-air play.
Vancouver Titans looking to take another 3-0 after, well, some slow Overwatch on Blizzard World. Rather slow, methodical play from both teams. Well, they were just waiting for Hanzo to get picks. We do have some substitutions from London Spitfire as we go on to Junkertown. It'll be Admiral coming in and Backbone returning. So, same roster as they start out with map number 1.
We're going to see some silly Reinhardt on Junkertown.
So. It's got to be right. Admiral in for Lucio, Backbone May.
Yeah. You would assume that they would be keeping Sky Ripper in on this map if they were planning on playing somewhat slower, maybe playing that double flex support. So maybe some differences coming in here for the London Spitfire, going back to their strengths, trying to sort of...
Maybe? I'm trying to think what DPS lineup.
It is a strange one. I think there's going to be something interesting coming our way, but you asked for the Aspire Widow, Jack. If we're ever going to see it, it's going to be on Junkertown.
Oh, please. Do not troll. Please, do not troll my team with a life leader. All good. Oh, Spider-Man Tracer. Damn, that sucks. I was really hoping he plays Widow on the defense here. Although, the problem with Widow is that you can close the gap pretty quickly if you are running the Lucio. And I would imagine Titans suspect that since Admiral's in, so makes a little bit more sense. Plus, easier to dive with if you're sugar-free and you're punk, right? So, makes sense, but I'm disappointed. I will say it.
Any more tricks in the bag? Crimso's trying to get a sneak peek.
We're honest men.
Can we restart? Oh my god, it is going to be Reinhardt on Junkertown. This is This is a look we've seen very rarely throughout the history of all time in the Overwatch League. Ryan just really struggles to close the distance, and it's going to be hard to move anywhere because you're going to have Aspire and Sugar Free almost permanently hounding down your backline.
Was that a nade from...
Yeah, I think so.
Wow. Oh, okay, there's the silly. Here is the silly. It would be London. If you saw any team in the league run Rhine on Junkertown, you'd instantly think it's London. Oh, nice wall, thanks. Thanks for the wall. Thank you for the wall, Backbone. I'll take the free kill.
Landon's so upset. You know, Crimso is using his team against them. Oh, great sleep on the Backbone. Might not be able to follow it up. I don't know if I like this Reinhardt if you're not going to play the Symmetra. I think you need that Symmetra to be able to give yourself the high grounds, to be able to close these distances. Because right now, it just feels like they're stuck on the point, not able to go anywhere, while the Titans are just everywhere.
Look out, I love how aggressive Crimso's playing right now. Literally up in their face. I mean, that's a free nade.
Yeah, Landon's not going to be able to live. Like, this is going to be a consistent theme throughout this map. As a Baptiste, you get hacked, and the Trace is there. Lucio healing isn't enough to be able to just keep you up. EMP for Sparker, though, could open things up.
Pretty quick considering, Scott, I will say. Just pinging out Faith. Crimso there too. Open area. They are held all by the cars. Hits only Crimso. And Faith just hit him with a boom, so his aim was like kind of off there for a split second. Landon dead once more. Third fight in a... Well, I say fight. That's
skirmish?
Been one fight, yeah, skirmish. Third skirmish in a row, and Landon dies first. Look at this big smile on Sugar.
Because he's just bullying Landon.
He's so happy with himself. Look, he just
hacks him, shoots him.
Don't let him go down again, please. Oh, okay. He survived. He survived.
All of a sudden, Sugar Free's smile wipes away from his face. He's like, wait, they're peeling now. This isn't good.
Oh, no, please. Good luck getting this Blizzard off, though, if you're Backbone. There's Punk. Slow. Nice. He kills Landon again.
Landon.
Oh, this is rough, man.
This is why people do not play this composition.
Yeah.
This is the exact reason. There's too many flank angles, too easy to get behind. Yes, it would work if the opposition was playing a Widowmaker, right? But Vancouver Titans, they recognize it. This Tracer and Sombra are just feasting on you, and they have to do this like long routing. Landon's just, you can see he's so scared just stepping anywhere.
Landon is so paranoid right now. Look at him. It's like playing Outlast or something. Just like looking around, being like super scared. Oh my word. Oh, he hears that. Oh. Oh, please, please, Landon
Land
survive
down.
challenge. Oh, he hit the shift. He's good, he's good. Full HP again, and now he uses the window to kill Punk.
Oh, nice play.
Nice boop too. Sending Punk to the skies and straight back to spawn. All right, Landon survived, equal win. Who's surprised? Nobody.
They saw that Landon used that lamp though, and that's why you can see them playing so defensively right now.
As well. Good pulse. Lands on the ice block though of Backbone, so no damage, no kills for Aspire. Enough time for Punk to come back, Scott.
Yeah, Punk's almost back. Both EMPs coming up, but Sugar-Free gets caught by Backbone. Huge pick.
Not good, not good if you're the Titans. There's the Shatter, hits one. Good enough in this comp, and they hack Punk. And they kill him. Wow, that was a lot invested just to kill the tank. And even a sound barrier from the London Spitfire. But hey, you got first. It's worth. Now the comp gets infinitely better, right? So
Landon breathes a sigh of relief as his bullying comes to an end. At least for the first point. But as you said, Jack, they had to commit a lot of ultimates. They committed the sound barrier, they committed the shatter to just make sure they closed that out. But they held on to two of the most important ultimates. They have the Blizzard, they have the EMP.
Oh, Admiral. Oh, nice moves. Nice moves.
Yeah, and they...
Two-man, that's rarely do you survive a two-man dive like that. Oh, nice Translocator kill. Might not result in anything, though.
There's only 2 minutes remaining for London because of how long that first point took. An EMP by Sugar-Free.
Landon's dead again. He's already dead, man. Leave him alone. 2 minutes to go. Titans with a masterclass on how to kill the backline. Just a complete team kill.
Landon's at 6 deaths.
What's the next highest, actually?
Everyone else on his team's at 2. Sparker hasn't died. Okay, actually, this is an interesting stat.
He just pinned Sugar-Free from spawn.
How did that even happen?
What?
Sparker is currently 0-0-0. He has no eliminations, no final blows, and no deaths right now.
Better
Unable
than
to find
007,
value.
that's for sure. There's the anti-nade onto Sparker to get the kill. Instant nano onto Faith, and now he's the Reinhardt. Oh, Hardy's in trouble. Dies to Faith's shield bash. 1 minute and 20 seconds. This is London Spitfire's final fight, Scott. How do they capitalize on the CMP, though? I mean, they've got no dive, really. I mean, what, Backbone's going to wall them up onto high ground to capitalize on the EMP?
And how does Backbone use the Blizzard? Like, how do you utilize either of these DPS ultimates working against the Titans? It feels like their composition is so difficult against what the Titans are doing, and they just have no answers right now as
Landon positioning as well.
Landon's having to hide and just play so safe.
Oh, thanks for the wall, bro. Oh, he's dodging. Using it on himself. Oh, and he doesn't fall down either. EMP. That only hit 2. Hit Crimzo and Punk. Gets the D-Mech. Self-destruct used, but they kill him off before he's able to get that remech. EMP and Blizzard. And now Vancouver Titans punished for being a little bit too aggressive, but Face still kills. Somehow is killing people. And now Hardy's trapped in a corner. He hasn't got much shield left. Attempts the pin. Not going to happen. Aspire says sayonara. Vancouver Titans now with only one fight to deal with from London, and London have only got a sound barrier.
Yeah, Admiral needs to dodge this EMP from Sugar-Free. Sugar-Free's been so deadly all series playing this Sombra.
It's got beat though. All good. Sound barrier available. EMP is good. Backbone and Hardy hacked. And Backbone instantly falls over. Nice sound barrier. They do trade that for Crimzo. Very little healing now for the Titans as Faith also ends up going down. The EMP was good the previous fight, and well, maybe they learned from that and managed to get one off themselves. Now we see London Spitfire at least with some time on the clock here, but the problem is Aspire is still not dead. The Vancouver Titans might just end this push here. Sparker's going to come out with a 10% towards that EMP. Hardy has arrived, but you're basically one fight now away from losing this round.
Yeah, the supports from the London Spitfire were there just keeping themselves alive, and the Titans just didn't have the healing to close that one out. EMP.
Nice EMP. There's the kill onto Faith. A nano boost onto Punk. As long as Crimzo stays alive, you're thinking it's good for the Titans right now. But it is actually London Spitfire coming up.
Diva Bomb out from Punk ends up landing in a pretty interesting position, but Hardy's just alone.
He's the only one now, yeah, somehow. Again, Titans managed to get a complete circle around the London Spitfire, who had to touch the point. Crimzo and Sugar-Free, even Aspire, they're making London look 6 different ways, but that's how the comp plays against London's. You're playing the Rhine to play together. And you're playing together on the point because you need to touch. And then Vancouver Titans just circling you.
And that's why I'm just not in love with the Sombra from Sparker. I think if you're going to play that, play the Symmetra, play faster. Don't let them just get the opportunity to dive Landon over and over and over again. Landon finished that round with 10 deaths. He's just unable to stay alive, and it's not just on Landon. That's just how the composition is built, especially playing against this dive style from Vancouver Titans.
It's rough, man. It's rough. I mean, even just Sugar-Free getting manual hacks, like that's how they were finding most of the kills on Landon to start off the round.
Here we have a biotic grenade. Oh, hits 3 people with that one, and that's just, how do you deal with that? Oh, nice little sleep on a backbone as well.
God, he's so good. He's so good. On the Ana. You're looking at me, bro.
I can see
I'm not looking at you, but you're looking at me.
I'm just making sure, just really seeing if you wanted to double down. I thought you were going to double down on the best Western.
He's really good.
Flex
He's the best Western flex support.
What we might actually see, at least from what we're looking at in Spawn, is Crimzo is on that Zenyatta again with Faith over to the Ana. This is a composition that can work, especially you're assuming that Hardy's going to play that Reinhardt again because Admiral is in. He just has to be afraid of that threat of Sparker on the Sombra, who, if he gets a hack, just does so much damage. And this is an interesting trick that people have done in the past, where you can contest the point as the Reinhardt and use the Mei walls, right? So you can almost contest the car forever and just stay healthy in this room. Biotic Grenade falls onto Hardy, he's getting low.
He's so low, yeah, and you've got hack too. Wow, the collapse is just too good. You know London are playing this style, like you said, Scott. This forward hold was inevitable, but so was their collapse. I mean, Crimzo, I think he's been so free this entire series, like on Ana, on Zen. Might as well set up his own real estate trust at this point. I mean, at the end of the day, especially with Zen, you can sit in the spawn. As soon as you put a Discord on somebody, you get the hack. How much extra damage is that? The hack targets receive extra damage now, so you're just blowing up almost instantly.
So now London Spitfire come back and they want to do the exact same thing. Now they're in this room.
Right.
We can contest forever. The problem is Titans recognize this. Crimzo's just shooting in
One pulse to end it all. Beautiful pulse. Forces the lamp. Everybody's pretty low. Landon, no shift available there to get them all back at full HP. But now you can just keep poking, Scott. And the EMP's coming up in 10%.
It's just so dangerous to play in this room. There's just so much damage coming out. It's so easy for someone to get biotic grenaded, someone to get pulse bombed like they did, or just too much damage.
EMP. Beat from Admiral. Beat from Admiral's not going to come in. Punk nanoed into the back. And that mega health pack is also hacked. Admiral still holding on. Just unrelenting with this beat. There's a charge from Hardy, and they're just going to fall over.
I think Admiral wants to hold this for the re-engage, especially with that EMP coming out. He wants to come back. They'll be able to touch the point, and with that sound barrier, potentially taking an even fight. They have an EMP of their own. The thing is, Crimzo and Faith are just going to play so far away that he's going to have to essentially accept that he's only going to be able to get a one-person EMP.
Maybe two? Maybe two? Whoa, there's Crimzo. Yep, very dead. Faith also now trying to protect the rest of his team while hiding behind this box away from Sparker, but he's kind of like just shooting his coattails right now, but Sugar-Free's the one doing all the damage right now and carrying the Titans to victory on this first point. Hardy ends up getting hacked. You can't play the Ryan here, especially on nice shatter, but it ain't gonna matter. The Vancouver Titans, I mean, this is just a clean sweep here, Scott. I do not see Spitfire coming back from this, no matter what you're going to tell me in the next couple of sentences. They've got Blizzard, but the way the Vancouver Titans are playing, they're just playing on high ground, and London Spitfire just can't chase them down.
A lot of people have been questioning London Spitfire of like, why don't you just play the Reinhardt composition? It's what you're great at. You've done it against the meta in the past. This is a great example of why.
Right.
You can, any smart team that adapts correctly can just adjust around you and know how to deal with it. Yes, it can work potentially on control, but trying to force it on maps like Junkertown, it's just such an uphill battle. You need Hardy to do Hardy things.
Yeah, that was a really nice spot there from Sparker. Spotted that translocator and Hardy landed the pin. 3 minutes on the bank. That's the problem here, Scott. 3 minutes in that time bank.
This could be a difficult point for the Titans to assail, especially with Crimzo on that Zenyatta. It's just difficult to dislodge, and the London Spitfire can just stand on this high ground, waiting for people to step up, and then it's go time.
It's not like Coliseum, though. You can't contest from high ground, so...
Yeah, fortunately.
Fortunately. Ooh, Sparker, okay.
How?
Don't know how he went down. Nice headshots from Backbone coming out, but I mean, he's got a Blizzard. There's the EMP. It's good enough for 2, but Admiral and Landon holding it down. Blizzard in defense too. I mean, they're throwing everything at this defense. You kind of have to, but an EMP like that, that's a game winner. But a Nano onto Punk, they really believe they can win this fight. I mean, the Spitfire have used all their defensive cooldowns already. There's no sound barrier. There's only a winner from Landon, but Punk's eating a lot of this damage. He does end up going down, or at least his mech does, as he gets the self-destruct. Oh no! They step off the point. The support's on the high ground, and the Vancouver Titans, they end up winning the series. It's a 3-0. Quite a dominant showing, dismantling that Reinhardt composition from Hardy and the rest of the gang. I mean, big smiles on the face. You got to be happy if you're the Vancouver Titans. They 3-0 the Boston Uprising. They 3-0 the London Spitfire here today. You're cheesing going into mid-season madness right now. They're looking fantastic.
Vancouver Titans are winning all the matches that they're expected and that they should win with this roster. And they're looking good doing it as well, right? They took down the Boston Uprising in a pretty convincing fashion. Once again, a masterclass from Sugar Free on how to play that Sombra and sort of solidifying people of, hey, this is a DPS duo that you need to be afraid of.
Yeah, it's scary. It's very scary. Going against a team that a lot of people were expecting, well, they're a mid-to-the-table team. Sure, middle of the table, yeah. And then they come out and kind of lay the smack down. You expected, well, I think I expected the Boston Uprising game to be pretty close. And I think a lot of people were thinking maybe a 3-2, a 3-1, some close maps here and there, but not like a 3-0. And then they come in, they win this game, 3-0, which people expected them to do. And I feel like Titans are the only team following the script. They are beating teams they should beat. Every other team in the league right now, apart from the Atlanta Ravens and Snarls, are losing to teams you don't expect.
Yeah, but that's always a little bit of fun, and it could be worse.
True.
We could be in the APAC region where nothing makes sense and everything is chaos. Yeah. But let's head over to our player of the match. You all know who it's gonna be. It's your boy, Lenny. Sugar Free coming in as player of the match. Just played an incredible Sombra, and you could see the follow-up from the Titans as well. I just love how cohesively they played around each other. And then when you can switch him over to the Tracer, we saw some Genji in the Boston Uprising matchup. Sugar Free right now, for me, I'll say it, is the leading Rookie of the Year. I think he's putting up that level of performance. Obviously, it will be dictated by the success of Titans throughout the season. But right now, he's putting up numbers in his rookie season like a lot of people expected.
Yeah, and that's the great thing too. Like a lot of people expected. There's been a few rookies or like rookies that are now veterans in the Overwatch League that have come in. Everybody's like, whoa, no way, they're gonna pop off. Like Mag kind of comes to mind. Everybody thought he was gonna be a world-class main tank and really hasn't lived up to those expectations, but Sugar Free has, and he continues to impress. I mean, look at that.
Numbers are crazy.
7.6 eliminations per 10 on Sombra. He's just good.
I'm going to add some silver lining here for something that I want to see from Sugar Free and the Vancouver Titans. It's easy to play Sombra when you're playing against the Reinhardt Rush.
Sure.
When Landon is just free food for you on cooldown, it feels like. I want to see him be able to do this against other Winston teams, because that's when it really gets difficult.
Yeah, and that's where the rest are separated from the best. Like, look at Lip at the very, like, the best Sombra in the world. What he can do against any composition, any team, doesn't matter who it is. He's farming EMPs, won every single fight. Can Sugar Free replicate that and even find more success? I mean, he's doing well. The Vancouver Titans are doing well too. I mean, they are looking, like I said, stick to the script, Scott. This is what
we appreciate that. We appreciate people that stick to the script.
Please stick to the script. It's been a bit wild and wacky out here. We're going to jump to a quick break though, guys. Do not go anywhere. We've still got a match coming up. The desk are going to take you through that after this.
No.
Oh, Mitch.
Mitch Morello.
Oh.
The other one.
Hello.
Hi, didn't see you there.
Yeah. We actually didn't see you as a...
Yeah, we were just discussing the location of Matt and Mitch.
Yeah.
There you go. That's the burning questions we're answering here on stream. Won't tell you about it, but I do want to talk about support bundles because look at how good they look. Look at Life, we got Lucio, we got Brig, looking very good in the bubblegum skin.
Honestly, Lucio in that Titan skin, sheesh.
I mean, those are kind of his colors already, but I like the pink Brig.
I like the blue. I think the blue and the
Brig
green.
and pink is not sheesh enough for you?
I mean, I like her. I've commented on her before. She's solid.
She's solid.
It's a good skin.
I feel like you still have some Brig PTSD, so
Maybe a little bit.
maybe you're not
Maybe
the
a
one to
little bit of
ask
trauma.
here.
Brig has a fisherman skin. That's the only one
She
I
actually
I
does?
know there are lots of great Overwatch League skins. When it comes to Brigitte, I need the fisherman skin.
Is that you don't have it?
No, I have it.
Swedish.
It is the
fisherman
only
skin.
one
I mean,
you should wear because she's Swedish and she's fisherman in it. And,
I eat those candies sometimes.
It's just great.
How do you say fisherman in Swedish?
Well, the skin name is Feskan, which is sort of like West Swedish kind of slang.
Is that the
So
fermented fish
it's slang directly from the
that's,
fishing villages.
That's also.
So you go down to like the local Feskan. You know what has he been fishing up? So that's the way you gotta roll. You are like cringing right now, Jake, and I will not take this. You cringing at my culture. I will not take this. I am very proud of my fishing villages. And everything that goes with it, the slang and everything. So I love the Brig skin because it represents where I'm from.
And where she's from.
Good for
also.
We're happy for you.
Live your best
I
life.
will not take
Shame on
this.
you, Jake. And now let's talk about video games because we have plenty of those. We did have that was another game of Overwatch. I mean,
San Diego Bull.
it was a rough one. Of course, if you're a London Spitfire fan, Vancouver Titans, they made it look easy. Let's be real. If you just watch the player cams throughout the match, they almost looked bored through it all. They were.
Sugarfree was having the time of his life.
He was just cackling. It was awesome.
It is pretty fun playing against a Ryan comp that just like hides in a small room and waits for you to press all your ults on them at once. I mean, that's kind of exciting to be the other team. It's very relaxing. It's like, oh, well, I almost have nano. Don't worry, guys. Nothing's going to happen. I'll just finish charging my ultimate. There's absolutely no threat to me. And so they just play.
It's like when you're in a good ranked game where it's like, oh, my opponent is going to play Ryan.
Yeah,
okay.
I play those games like it's like I'm on Numbani defense
free SR.
and there's a Ryan once you're going to attack. And I'm like, I'm just going to not move from this one spot and the game will end. Like, I'm confident in that. And that's kind of what we saw in some of these matchups. I feel like for London, though, I mean, this is the challenge, right? You're trying to play your strengths, but it's just brutally difficult to make it work, and Titans are absolutely punishing you. I think running the Ana Zen was a great adaptation to that. Ryan comp made it non-viable.
Yeah.
The beatdown.
Yeah, this Vancouver team is looking very solid, good fundamentals. You can tell as well with the help from Baroy and Ascot, for example, when it comes to the head coaching staff and stuff like that. They are a pretty analytically driven team. Baroy is the founder of Winston's Lab, for example, and they have all these stats available to them. They like to take a lot of fights often and take a lot of engagements, and they obviously found something that works for them. So I feel like they're building good fundamentals, the Vancouver Titans. They have great individual skill, and that's going to really help you when you start matching up against some of the better teams in the league.
I think also Vancouver is sort of on a roll. I think after beating Boston, they just something like clicked for them. I think they're like improving every match I see after that. It's just like, they're improving a lot more, and I'm happy for Vancouver.
Yeah, I think I like the way their roster is built. They've got a strong foundation of Faith in Crimzo and Punk. I think there's a lot of veteran experience. Not necessarily like the elite of the league in terms of, skill, but you've got Sugarfree and Aspire who kind of bring that energy to the team. They're younger players with like a really high potential, and I think maybe having that stable foundation allows them to succeed really well. I think they've done well with their roster with the resources they do have.
Yeah, and I mean, it always also kind of depends on like the strength of schedule, So if you're just looking solid like that and you manage to like beat down other mid-table teams, you might find yourself very much at the top of the leaderboard at the very end of the season. London Spitfire showed us that last season. Right. This season, unfortunately, not so much. And if we're looking at their strength of schedule here, Slokin Rough, Reinforced.
What are they now, 1-4? Here you go. Good luck.
Oh, they're going Outlaws and then Gladiators?
London
Yeah,
Spitfire.
this is a sink situation for me. This is a sink.
Are we bringing that back, swim or sink? Or
Yeah, I
Still
dropped 3
sinking.
swims earlier in the day, and this is a sink.
For real, London Spitfire might be 1 out of 3 teams with Vegas Eternal and probably Valiant that miss out on the mid-season knockout bracket.
New York already has 2
They
wins,
might finish
right?
1 and 7.
New York already has 2 wins.
Yeah, they already have 2 wins,
And
so London need to win
London
another
has to
match.
get one of these wins, and I mean these are all looking hard. Maybe their last match against Toronto, that's the most winnable one.
Yeah.
But I mean Toronto's had a bit of time in the lab. I think they could come back stronger, and I think especially they have a great matchup against London, very capable of playing exactly what we saw Titans win with here.
Tough.
It's tough. It is indeed. Well, some teams win, some teams lose, but we do want to chat with the winner, and we now have Sugar Free from the Vancouver Titans joining us for a quick chat. Woo! Sugar Free, thank you so much for taking the time. Huge congratulations on the W.
Thank you.
It's Lenny time. All right, I'm gonna start off this.
It always is.
It's always
Lenny time.
It is always Lenny time, boy. All right. So Sugar Free, I mean, after beating, you guys have been sort of on a run. You guys beat Boston, and then now you guys are beating London. So like, I just want to hear from the Vancouver Titans. Like, what changed for you guys?
We've been just practicing hard, trying different comps, seeing what works for us, and I think we just found our comp that like works the best. Tracer dive, mostly.
Tracer dive.
So I got a question for you. This is an old wound for me. I want to know, there's a lot of Hanzo in this meta, a lot of teams playing the Hanzo. Does Crimzo still complain about game balance every time he gets headshot? Or has he graduated
every
from
single
that?
Time.
Yeah, it's like, Hanzo's so broken.
Yeah, every time he dies, just go, oh, that's such a cool hero.
Exactly. He hasn't changed, not one bit. It's been years, Crimzo. You got to get over it. All right, well, thank you for letting me relive that drama from the past, Sugar Free. Great game.
I love that. Hey, Sugar Free, it's really good to see you in the league. Your rookie year, of course. We've been waiting a long time. You joined the Atlanta Reign Academy team when you were 13 years old. And now you've been waiting this whole time to finally get to play in the Overwatch League. So that's been a long time to just kind of be on the sidelines and compete in contenders, for example, and even sitting out for a little bit. How do you feel about your own game and how it's developed that entire time? Do you feel like maybe you kind of like peaked in like 2019, there was a certain meta that was really good for you? Do you feel like you're at your highest level right now? How do you feel about your own game in this very long journey for you that led you here to your rookie year?
So in Atlanta Academy, I was already playing these Overwatch League teams when I was 13, and I was dominating them. So like,
that's what I'm saying.
In the tournament, it's been really fun, and no, I'm nowhere near my peak. I don't think. 2019, nah, I'm only getting better.
Still a long ways to climb.
I want to see it.
Here.
I think you can do it, Sugar Free. I want to see the domination come back.
It can be done. And I feel like the team's coming together really well for the Titans. You know, I think I could see great things. You guys were doubting me this morning. You guys come, no. We got to play the clips from this morning. Who was doubting me? Who was doubting the Titans?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Suddenly no one knows
All right,
what you're talking about.
I'm a strong buy on the Titans right now, Sugar Free. Not least, your performances have been really solid. So I think your team is one to watch out for. I think the top teams are going to have to worry going up against the Titans in those upcoming matches. I want to see that.
Couldn't agree more. Well, Sugar Free, thank you so much for taking the time. We hope to see and hear much more from you as the Titans will be raking up their W's. Thank you so much. Congrats. And we have, of course, yet another game to discuss. Our last match of the day, which, well, it's going to be another match, you know, Valiant and Defiant. I think we're looking at those two teams. From the very get-go, from day one, we looked at them, we saw Valiant exceeding expectations, but Toronto Defiant also, looking at their roster, looked a lot better than some people might have expected. Valiant, of course, coming in with a very new lineup, players we haven't had our eyes on quite as much before. So far, the W is elusive, but Jake, you said it, like They've looked good. The potential is there. The talent is there, as we love to say. Defiant also, of course, like that big, friendship is everything. Right. They look very cohesive. But so far, it doesn't translate in the victory. So what do those teams need to do?
Well, I think, honestly, for Valiant, I want to see more of the explosiveness that we saw in moments against the Atlanta Reign. I mean, they did have these pop-offs where they're able to take team fights, able to snowball, especially off individual performances. and really leverage that. But against the Atlanta Reign, I mean, there was just too much overwhelming pressure. They couldn't maintain that pace of play. But we saw, I mean, they brought Mayhem to map 5. I think this was a really compelling series from the whole squad, looking great on the rush comp. So maybe this is a strength that the Valiant can continue to leverage. I do think people might be underrating the Defiant right now, though.
Underrating? I think they need to prove it to us.
Fair.
We know that they have a lot of skill on that roster. We know that the ceiling of the Toronto Defiant is really high, and a lot of us expected Toronto Defiant to compete with some of the very best teams this year. Going into this year, it was all about how high can Toronto Defiant really get? Can they compete with the likes of Houston Outlaws and Atlanta Reign? Now, that was before we realized how good Outlaws and Reign really were, but like they were in that conversation for top 5 team in the region. And so far, it's honestly been really disappointing to watch the Defiant play. They bring out all these fancy compositions and like will adapt map to map. Okay, what is your strength? What is your best composition? What is your A game when you really bring it? I don't think we've seen it from Defiant yet.
I also think they had a tough strength of schedule though, Danny.
They did too, but also I think, like I agree with what Johnny said because they are talented players and we know how good this Toronto Defiant team could be because even in the Pro-Am before the season started, they were dominating the Pro-Am matches. So like I would just want to see Toronto being more confident and like show basically what we saw from the Pro-Am. We know how good these players are. Just bring that to the table now in the Overwatch League. I think that's what we all want to see.
Yeah, I mean, good or bad, like at least they owned it. I feel they owned it every time. They had their own style and they rocked up with it. And they are that NA super team. They're the one team everyone wanted to see succeed, Jake.
Yeah, and I especially want to see Hydron putting on a role where he can have a little bit more individual impact. I think his Sombra has been decent, it's been fine, but it hasn't been as inspiring as I think some of his other heroes are when he's able to be more of a core damage dealer, focus on his own game. I feel like that's when Defiant, I think, have the best potential, they're the scariest. But of course, this is a meta where you need to play Sombra, and I think Defiant, they still, I would guess, see themselves as a top team. They want to be there, and I don't think they're going to be able to give up on this dominant meta that Houston and Atlanta are wiping the floor with other teams with, right? So I think, to be honest, Defiant, they just got to find their footing in the Sombra meta and then be able to bring out the Hanzo, put out Hydron on those backline hit scan when it's reasonable, when it can be done efficiently and effectively. They just got to find that balance. And as you said, find their strength. What's their team color? What's their spirit?
Well, I'm interested to see where we're going with predictions here. Going to start things off. I went for the Toronto Defiant. I just think overall, I do believe in the team cohesion we've seen from them, and they did show us some different looks. None of them stuck just yet, as you said, that real identity. We're still not entirely sure. However, that did show us variety, which I think is very, very important. And for the Valiant, I just haven't seen it come together yet. Danny, oh no, you worry me. Are you actually?
All right, here's the thing.
Oh no.
Toronto Defiant, I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't impressed by all the matches that they played, right? And sure, they had some time now. It's been some time since they last played, so they had some time to, go back to the drawing board and work things out. But I liked what I saw from the Valiant before and how they took Florida Mayhem, one of the top teams, to a map 5. I went with the Valiant. I think today's the day that Los Angeles Valiant gets their first win. I believe in you guys.
I
love it.
And that's a bold prediction.
Yeah.
I think it's not completely crazy. I think this will be a closer match than maybe the team records would lead you to believe, but or rather just like the name brand value of these players would lead you to believe. I do favor the Defiant. I think they're still a little bit stronger, but I want to see something great here from the Valiant. I want to see a close match. Ultimately, I did go with the Defiant because I just have some faith in these players. I think they can bring it together, but as you said, Johnny, they've got to prove it to us. At this point, maybe this is, if Valiant upset them here, then it's looking really dire for the franchise.
You guys are doing a really good job hyping this matchup, and I was going to be close, and Valiant good. Now it's just Toronto Defiant. Toronto Defiant are going to win. They're favored by far in this one.
Wait, I thought you said they had to prove it.
Hey, I'm so far behind on my friends. Doesn't matter. If I get this right, I will look like a genius. If not, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, there's only two extremes here. Either you're a genius or an absolute buffoon.
To be fair, I've been like gaslighting Danny, but in this one, I actually believe I think the Defiant can put up a show. I think they've had their moments, their good performances. It's going to be up to Defiant, I think, to set the tone on this match and leverage their experience, their veterancy to make this.
Well, at least the three of us gave the Valiant one map, which honestly, the way you set it up, you made it sound a lot closer than your scores will actually.
I forgot I gave them a map. Okay, I thought it was going to be a 3-0, but I guess it's 3-1. Sure, have a map.
That's
why not?
So
I'm a believer in a Valiant.
Valiant, I believe. Today's our day.
Tayson and Danny believe. Let's see if we can get more fans on board. And of course, we have
Chocolate
one other Valiant super fan in Mr. X, who's joined by Mitch. What do you guys think of this one?
Ooh, I
I think Danny's ridiculous.
Yeah. Danny is the biggest Team Iceland super fan, though, so I'm not. This is very much.
Let's go Iceland!
I mean, Danny loves it. Danny loves an underdog. Iceland, if you didn't catch it, did actually qualify to the EMEA conference. So, hey, he was right in that regard. I think, look, I mean, there's been a whole week. I think we haven't mentioned the fact that there's been an entire week that Defiant have actually had off. And they came out of that week too looking shocking. Absolutely shocking. 5 maps against New York. Swept by the Mayhem, who, by the way, got taken to 5 maps by the Valiant. So, Matt, I don't think Danny is that much out of pocket, but a week can be a long time with this one.
I don't think Danny is out of pocket with this. I actually think it makes a little bit of sense. I don't agree with Danny. He was so impressed with the Valiant, said all these positive things, and then basically he was like, I think they're gonna win by that much. Like he barely get by. Yeah.
That is true. But I mean, look at we talk about Jake used the term name brand value. I think that's a really apt term when you look at this team. It's Collusion from the San Francisco Shock in the past. It's OG and Ultraviolet from the Atlanta Rain team. Hydron for the Mayhem. Speedily, of course, on the Atlanta team, who was really expected to make a splash. On name brand, the Toronto Defiant really should be coming out of the gate strong here. And I'm going to go back to what Johnny said. What is the style of the Toronto Defiant? What do they do best? Because someone like Kalu's, let's not forget, that guy got subbed out in the second half of the Shock series against the Fuel in last year's Grand Final because they couldn't find a way to get him into the game. That was maybe a lack of flexibility back then. This is now, but we have really high expectations for the Defiant, but if you predded them, you are feeling uncomfortable right now. I predded them 3-1. I'm feeling uncomfortable. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I mean, I actually think you'll probably know how this series goes rather quickly. I think like how this first map kicks off, I think you'll have a really strong idea over what happens here is, it'll still look like some Valiant trash talk and then immediately a pause there from Toronto. So we'll get back in the game in a sec. But I think you're going to be able to see if there's a large, because Toronto, you look at this team and on paper, and I think with name brand value, right? You expect them to be a team that can kind of run over the Valiant on the other side, right? Yep. Just kind of dominate with skill. If that is not the case early on, I actually think things start to sway heavily towards the Valiant, right? We saw Seeker have a really good game on that one that we casted against the Florida Mayhem. I thought the support line was really good. I saw some Reddit thread, and I think Avril Ever was going back and forth. I thought the sport line was pretty good last week.
Who was in the Reddit thread? Tell me again.
I don't know. There's a bunch of people there on Reddit.
I need to ban that guy from getting. I need to ban him.
No. Avril wasn't on Reddit. He was on Twitter, but talking about Reddit. So it was kind of, once I had to go to multiple places to understand the convo, I just stopped. So I was like, all right, something's going on here. I thought the supports played pretty well last week for the Valiant, in that game against Florida that we saw. But and if you get that type of performance here today, and Toronto is on that same trajectory as we think, I definitely think this is a series the Valiant can take. I don't even think it would be 3-2. I think there's a way this could swing heavily towards the Valiant.
Yes, I do think though that we know that Krawi is not someone that sort of likes to play these Winston styles typically, right? It's a lot of Ramacha, maybe a bit of Diva mixed in there. Speedily has the option also to play that Echo. He's obviously been very, very upfront about the fact that he wants to be known as the best Tracer player, but his pocket Echo is really powerful. We may see it on the control map if it's the sort of right one to bring that in, and that's a great way to pressure down a tank that doesn't always go towards the Winston, right? Ramacha can be pretty vulnerable against Sinbeam even when he's sort of blocking out. What I really love about the Valiant, I know it's crazy. I guess that the more things change, the more they stay the same. The way we sort of talk about this team has changed drastically since last year, let's just say that. But talking to Jake, and he's like, I get a bit of info from scrims and how teams feel about others. There's so much talk at the start of the season about how teams conduct themselves in scrims, right? I won't mention the team, but you'll know if you've been keeping up with the news. There's been one that's been credited with a lot of rage scrims.
Yeah, you didn't have to go to multiple sites to find that news. You just log on Twitter, you figure it out.
Just go, yeah, exactly. But the Valiant are known to have a reputation for always staying in the scrims, giving it their all, never giving up. And I think that correlates with this team's improvement over the course of the season. CJ and Lyra are being heralded as like a backline with incredible potential, and we know what Seeker and Nos are capable of doing. So there's no, like, if you're a fan of the Valiant, like, it's a good time. It's a good time to buy these stonks because they are on the rise, and the Defiant in week 2 were on the way down. So let's see how that course is corrected, Matt, in this last week.
Yeah, no, we'll see potentially, obviously, some time to make some changes, but Toronto may be coming out here with the Reinhardt kind of composition. Okay, so they're going to have Kaluj on the Rein. It'll be Symmetra for both sides, but really, it's just that Reinhardt versus Ramatra, which we've seen time and time again that the Ramatra is able to win out, but speedily gets a first pick.
I mean, you're taking a risk here playing Symmetra in a front line that doesn't have a static shield. Seeker gets picked off there, albeit like a little bit randomly. But if you're Hydron, you probably feel much more secure playing close to the front line, pressuring down with the Symmetra here. Ultraviolet gets a little caught on the outside of the map there, has to use an immortality field for themselves, and it doesn't go well.
I don't know how Ultraviolet got caught all the way on that side. Maybe kind of like thought he was going around on a little bit of a flank. Maybe thought the rest of the team was going to push up, be a little bit more aggressive, but yeah, it's a bit odd. Look at that. I mean, Toronto gets a first pick off with speedily, like basically instantly. It doesn't even get the point for it. They end up giving it right up away.
That's not a good look, I'll be honest with you. An opportunity for the Defiant here. But again, they have to win like a straight 5v5. They had the pick, they lose the point. Not a great sign here, but there's work to be done. Amplification Matrix is available here. We see Hydron take the TP out of trouble and back to get healed. Nos might have to ice block here, and he does. It's going to be Windows overlooking the point from both Baptiste players here. CJ Low has to use an immortality field for themselves, and again, it's going to get picked off pretty soon. Keep an eye on Lyra here, taking a little bit of poke damage in that front line, and the Defiant want to start to bully the Valiant off behind this wall.
Yes, they do get past and get to control the point, and that's going to be Crawley falling here early, but they did use that a lot to be able to kind of like battle back, bully them off the point. Really, that Symmetra wall was the thing that did it, right? Not a lot of damage, obviously, you can go through that from the Valiant. Cry just using Nemesis form, trying to block, soak up damage, keep control of the point. Not able to do so, but 41% still for the Valiant. Pretty good start.
Yeah, looking at their old economy as well, you're feeling fairly good about their chances in this next fight. Comes down to execution here, especially this Symmetra wall. Going to be thrown to give the Valiant a safe zone here, but Kaluj may opt to push through and go for a quick shatter as he whips around the corner. May wall thrown up here. Krawi needs to return to that defensive zone here. That wall has expired, and now Kaluj has an opening. He gets blown up instantly, though. Doesn't expect the Nemesis punch, I guess. And, of course, that air matrix in the back. CJ causing a lot of problems for Toronto.
And that Blizzard doesn't get anything there for the Defiant. Spiely just kind of throws it in as maybe some of the players coming in for the Valiant. But yeah, I agree with you. I think CJ up on that high ground and using that Amp Matrix definitely caught Kalush and probably the rest of the Defiant off guard, because he went around the corner, started to swing, looked like he was going to get aggressive, and he got blown up basically instantly.
So after a week, we're looking for Toronto to play very distinctively, their own style, and be very clean. The latter they've not really achieved so far. It's been really scrappy. In this fight, there is still a shatter here for Kaluj, but the Blizzard's going to complicate things a little bit more now. So CJ's able to back away from Kaluj, who just wants the Baptiste, but in the meantime, his team's getting utterly eviscerated. Sound Barrier comes in and is like, okay, shatter, I suppose, but there's no follow-up. It's a little late, and the Defiant had already lost a player by the time Kaluj decides to pop that ult. That's a head-scratcher.
Yeah, well, I think it's because they got the Annihilation going and he was pretty low, so he shatters the Ramatra and doesn't want to just kind of like send his life going in at it to try and kill him. As double Sim Barrier here, Mitch, but look at how far ahead CJ is towards this next Amp Matrix. He's gonna, if you just kind of like have a little bit of a battle here with these Sim walls, right, the Sims start to get charged up, you're gonna see this Amp Matrix come out pretty early here for the Valiant, which could end up deciding the game.
It's about as complex as navigating a very quickly moving revolving door. And there it is, CJ strikes again. Hydron goes down, that Amp Matrix doing a fair bit of work. Kaluj have to crucially take Seeker out of the front line here, so that front-loaded damage for the Valiant now is severely compromised, allowing the Defiant to push up and take the point, but they had better hold it for the rest of the round.
Yeah, it's like that first pickoff happens right when the Valiants are about to pop that Amp Matrix, so you can't keep those players alive. You're down a player, you know, going into the fight, and even though CJ had a pretty good angle, not able to really find anything, they decide to back off. So now a little bit of an advantage here for the Defiant is you're looking at probably like this fight, maybe one more for them to win this point.
Ultraviolet's in Amp Matrix position here. Okay, regenerative burst pop pretty early on in the fight. Knows he can amp his healing if he needs to. Tick takes a big hit from what looks like a fire strike there, maybe an endothermic blaster. Either way, the Defiant are waiting. They might be waiting for a shatter here. They've got all the ultras ready to use. The longer they wait, the more of a window they give the Valiant into this fight.
Yeah, I think it's the Valiant waiting here. CJ's going to have another Amp Matrix there, but it's Kaluj getting aggressive with a Shatter. And yeah, you may have just been a little bit too patient there playing for those ultimates. Yeah, you probably thrown this one away as it's going to be a team kill. You were probably playing around getting double support ultimate for the Valiant there, right? Towards the end, but you kind of play that waiting game and then neutral on the point for so long. If you don't win it, you get, obviously caught like that and pretty poor defeat there at the end.
They come into that fight so it's like 99-50. They come into that fight with no ultimates really. So their ult combo looks really weak there. You can see it's charging up now. Liar, I don't think they Ajaxed, but yeah, okay, it was a nice shatter to be sure. CJ, no chance to use that amp. Liar, sound barrier available here, opting not to use it. Yeah, not a great look here for the Valiant, letting that one slip.
Yeah, it looked like both teams throwing out some comps that they would try and play here. Not the case. That's actually the Valiant using a TP to get out of the spawn, and then using kind of the sound speed boost to kind of get to the point. Yeah, but Toronto actually just beats them there, right? They end up using the speed boost out of the point, then the TP up to the high ground.
I mean, listen, the hallowed name of LH Cloudy gets invoked at the start of this round here. Both teams come out on Reinhardt. Both teams play aggressively, very much channeling the aura of that individual. Who, of course, we saw representing Finland in the World Cup, so it'll be a factor.
I thought the Valiant were fine on the Ramantra. Like, I think you probably got to just stay on that. Like, I don't think there's like a... I wouldn't say like Kaluj or Cry, or Reinhardt specialists or, top Reinhardts, where I think you probably, even for both teams, right? Kaluj playing some of those kind of off-tank centric tanks.
Crowley's never going to build a shadow map.
Yeah, I mean, that's not great when you die that fast, so...
he is looks like getting lapped.
Yeah, we're going back to the spawn again here. Yeah. Oh, I mean, he's going to, right? Kaluj going to have the shatter in the next fight. Probably Cry the first one, the recipient of it, right? Build it back up again. There's definitely a very good chance he gets lapped.
Yeah, this is looking much worse for the Valiant now. I mean, switch to the Reinhardt comp. It's something that I don't know too much about Crowley's Reinhardt resume. So far, not exactly a sterling impression being given. Blue's going to give a little bit of space here. Okay, so turrets placed by the Valiant to stop a push out of the point, but it's unlikely that Defiant are going to oblige in that regard. Blue's will know about it straight away if he does. And Matrix here. Oh, Liar gets caught. Not great. Lucio's down. Kaluj takes a bunch of damage from that window, but Hydron burns Krawi down. Man, having the Symmetra wall at that moment, perfect timing.
Well, and then Hydron also uses the TP to get behind the Valiant, who are already in a little bit of panic mode and just starts beaming everybody down. That is your Amp Matrix there for the Valiant. That does not work. You are still very far away from a Shatter. Even Sound Barrier here as well. 80%, right? This fight ends pretty quick with some ultimates here for the Defiant. You may not get that.
I try to have everything. Talk about ult economy in the previous round. This one, not much different. Kaluj pretty much knows what's coming his way there. He makes a charge, cancels it, can't quite get out of the blizzard. Frozen down by the endothermic blaster, but hey, there's going to be a sound barrier in play for OG, and that should be all the durability that the Defiant need. It's a strong start from the Los Angeles Valiant, but they falter, they stumble, and it carries over into the second round here on Lijiang Tower. Toronto Defiant with a clean 2-0 to start the series.
They didn't even need any of their ultimates there really as well. I mean, they used the blizzard at the end. They have a sound barrier, just to make sure. But that second round was just completely dominated by the Defiant, where if you're the Valiant, right, you did really good against the Florida Mayhem playing those Ramatra comps. Fall back on that type of stuff. That's the type of stuff that's looked good for you. And you can play it against the Reinhardt. It's not like you have to mirror in this type of situation.
Crowley's decision to switch the Reinhardt somewhat mystifying. But again, that is the Los Angeles Valiant for you. Plenty of game left for them to show us what they're capable of, but not the best start for them. It's Symmetras for both teams to begin with here, and Zika definitely has his moments, right? Playing the Symmetra in a front line that doesn't have a constant shield presence there. It's the shatter here from Kaluj that really turns that first round around after the Valiant just sort of sit back and wait too long, as you put it.
Yeah, they were waiting to get CG with that Amp Matrix. Also, Liar was like really close. Ended up getting the sound barrier at the end, but didn't get use of either of those to end round number 1. But round number 2, I mean, this was just a complete blowout. I mean, this is not good.
No, Defiant, as you said, didn't need their ults. That's because the Valiant didn't really have any of their own. Look at the end of the round. Seeker and not.
This is the play, though. Yeah, I mean, look at this. Just
frying them. The Defiant looking much better after a week off, after a slightly slow start. Hollywood, though, will be truly telling. Let's see what we get from the Toronto Defiant, or if the Valiant can hang. So the one way to find out, that's to stick around.
Cold like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for war, man, forget my peace. You take the west, I'll take on the east. I'ma put them in the cage, never let out the. I hear them chat to the noise. Stop for the talking. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch Mount, please use caution.
Some strong opinions about the Toronto Defiant's run through this Overwatch League season so far. Pretty sloppy stuff in week number 2, but hey, 1 week may make all the difference here. Reinforce on the desk says they have to prove to us they are the kind of quality team their name suggests. And Matt, hey, not a bad start in that first map, especially that second round, but I'll be wondering if the Valiant are not it all together after that one.
Let's not just pretend like round 1 didn't exist. I mean, round 1 down a wire, right? I mean, the Valiant were taking advantage of a lot of different stuff in round number 1. So I still want to see how this series progresses. I don't think the Reinhardt is like a great look for the Valiant. I think you want to try and play that Ramatra as much as possible. That's when we've seen them have success with Cry.
Yeah, the switch towards the Reinhardt. Crowy gets picked up very early in those first couple of fights. So much so that halfway through the round, he was still sitting at about, I don't know, 22% ult charge. Kaluja already had his Shatter. A Shatter that he never really had to use during that round. Not enough pressure applied by the Valiant. They've had a chance to collect themselves here. Plenty of smack being exchanged between these two. Yeah, I mean, these guys know each other.
Wild.
Some of these guys go back a little bit here. Yeah, Toronto know they come into this match as the hot favourites, but they can't be feeling great about their sort of record right now. There's 1-3, but well, it was the old meme of we are 0-7. The Valiant used to use. They are getting close to that again.
Yeah, that was the good old Custis special with the Valiant.
That was the Custis special.
Yep.
Hey, they did beat that Vancouver Titans team. I think they were the one that served them up there.
That is true. That is true. That is true. They also lost to a lot of other teams, but they did beat that Vancouver Titans team.
Well, yes. Perspective really makes a big difference, I think.
Yeah. At that time, that Vancouver Titans team was elite. Yeah. I know, obviously, some players. Right. Yeah. This is where I think you'll kind of learn a little bit about, the entire series, right? Hydron takes Seeker out there early, so Nas moves all the way
back. Don't get in the chat.
Chat message. Yeah, let's get a chat
message.
There's no way. Look, I mean...
Oh, they're making cat noises at each other. That's great.
I think, though, if the Valiant can't hold up in this, they're in a lot of trouble in this series. This is where they probably have their best opportunity and should be, I know, in a position where they could potentially win. As we get a pause here, we'll see what's this all about. Maybe it's water on a keyboard. Maybe it's something.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, Hydron got hit with a kappa in the chat there, so I think he might be asking.
We know OG didn't spill anything on his keyboard because he just took a sip of something.
Are you sure he didn't sip it out of the cracks in his keyboard? No?
He looked like he held up a can, not a keyboard. I've also never seen anybody drink out of the keyboard.
No, but I guess it's a pretty quick way to try and remove any offending matter from it. Ping issue, we're being informed.
All right.
Yeah,
but looks like we're all good. They'll jump right back in a game. Seeker just gets locked in now. He's ready to go.
It's high APM gamers, not only fragging, but also throwing barbs in the chat. Seeker again just going to try and dig some of this presence out of the cafe. It's Hydron that was revealed by that Sonic. Looks like he took a big hit as a result as well. Ultraviolet also getting pressured down here. Seeker is pushing. Hydron has limited sightline here, very, very low. And somehow
Valiant getting really good position. I mean, forcing everybody on the Defiant just back into the cafe here with really no resistance. So actually, really nice job there from the Valiant, moving up, taking that space, denying some space from Hydron to be able to kind of just fire down his Hanzo. I mean, look at this, right? Probably playing right up at the door, just putting big damage down on Kaluj before he even gets to the point.
UV must have a decent, safe angle. Oh, okay, that's a huge pick. Very crucial. Look, the pressure happening on two fronts here. First, Seeker's making it hard for Hydron to peek out. Second, Nos was pressuring Ultraviolet down at the same time. So the Valiant really applying the pincer very effectively here to the weakest part of the Defiant setup. And all right, Lyre.
That was really nice Baptiste play there from Lyre. Up on the high ground, I don't know if you caught the nice immortality field to keep Cry alive when he got stuck with a pulse bomb from Speedily. And then being able to pick those two players off at the end, just keeping his tank alive, doing everything there on the high ground, and then also picking up 2 kills to end the fight. So nice support play again we're seeing here from the Valiant today is they unlock checkpoint A, and look at this, they get control of the high ground.
Speedily on the Genji. A little bit harder to make Tracer work at times here, especially if you're being forced off the high ground and need a method to scale these walls that's baked in. Speedily obviously has that. The Dragon Strike there. It's unclear really what the plan was because there's no huge pivot off of that by the Defiant. They just sort of let that one go. They've dropped to the low ground here. Krawi is heading across the gangway. And Hydron's down to a pulse bomb here. An inauspicious start to the Defiance Hanzo player so far, and being a player down, not a great look. It's going to be Gitsune Rush committed to the fight, but OG's getting pressured heavily by CJ in the off angle with the kunais. Annihilation in play for both Ramatras.
I mean, Kitsune Rush with the Annihilation. You just see Cry just trying to find anybody, though, to really chase down as Luge pushes up. This will be a Toronto Defiant fight win. So, well, it looked like actually a pretty good start from the Valiant. You know, Nas getting that early pick off with a Pulse Bomb. You know, Kitsune Rush from both sides, and then, you know, a nice use of the Annihilation for Kaluge swings it to the Defiant.
Speedly will be encroaching on their Dragon Blade here. Curious to see how that gets employed, especially with Ultraviolet. Presumably opting to Nano Kaluge in that previous fight, as we had both Ramatras using their Annihilations. So want to try and pump as much as you can to make sure you win out a battle in the Twin Maelstroms. Positioning here, Matt, for the Defiant. They are set up where they want to be.
Yeah, no Genji or anything for the Valiant, right? Or like a Winston, you know, they're running the D.Va here, but to be able to access that high ground. So really, it's just what the D.Va, maybe, you know, the Kiriko can get up to the high ground with that D.Va, and then like Hanzo Arrow. So a little bit, you know, high ground control, but that's why teams like to run Genji here potentially, right? You know, Genji can just get up here so fast and cause chaos.
It's a good adaptation. Ultraviolet might just build another Nano here and send that to Speedly. Having to bio oneself, not ideal. We almost had the kill. Suzu also being employed, so a lot of defensive utility used to the end of keeping Ultraviolet alive. Dragon Strike to force everyone out of the saloon, presumably here. Kiriko healing, going over towards Speedly. Crowy almost bites off more than he could shoot here, and here comes Kaluge, pushing inside. This could be scary now. Losing Liar, not ideal. Crowy needs a lot of help to stay healthy if he tries to play up against Hanzo and Ramatra. And we almost have a Nano online for UV.
Yeah, and they were just building this Nano, right, to try and use on Speedily, but it got a little bit dangerous there for a bit, right, because the Valiants are getting payload progress. You're waiting on this Nano, to combine with a Blade potentially. It looked like you were almost going to lose Speedily, which would have been pretty brutal to kind of wait that long. You're actually going to have to use the Nano on the Kaluge. Okay. He gets pretty weak up on the high ground.
I was going to Falcon Punch Crowy all the way back to his side of the map. Still have the Blade in reserve. Speedily probably feels fine about making use of it, I guess. Ideally in combination with some other abilities, though maybe inside like a Ramatra could be quite nice. But UV did really well to build up another Nano so quickly there, and Kaluge being tough to remove is been a big thorn in the side of the Valiant.
And I actually think you don't really need the Nano for the Blade. There's still like major support ult on the other side, right? Like if you're gonna have the Nano and Kaluge, maybe we see like Nano Annihilation sometimes, right? Like actually, that's a super good
I don't think the ult's important at all in this composition, right?
Yeah.
Nice to have, but it's really about Genji's like getting the dash resets, being able to jump in there with Kaluge, just like that, right?
High ground control, right? Always can go duel up on the high ground, whether it's one target, two targets. Now the Defiant's starting to lock in, get a hold.
Ultraviolet appearing on the scoreboard with such frequency, I'm going to start calling him X-Ray. Crowy, yeah, forced away. Speedily cleans him up comfortably. So decent stagger on the D.Va there, and a mini removed. We are down to 25 seconds left.
And what's the plan here for the Valiant? Like maybe you can actually have like Nos like move around the outside, right? Maybe get some payload progress, try and force them down from the high ground, force them back a little bit. I think just kind of like barreling into all 5 players on the high ground has not exactly worked. It looks like Nos will be the one that gets a touch. That's Nano onto the Hanzo up there on the high ground.
It's absolutely bizarre. You do not see this every day, that's for sure. Kitsune rush up on the high ground by both Kirikos. Nice decoration, to be sure, but I don't know if it really fulfills much function at this point. That is a Dragon Strike from Seeker, but Speedily has eyes for CJ right now. Even just forcing a Suzu via the Blade may be worthwhile at this point because you're down to play. You need to make the play. Suzu comes out early though, and here comes the chase. Speedily won't give up. Able to catch out CJ and Liar. Good way to trade out the kills that came through. OG somehow finding the Ana. Self-destruct here. Seeker getting that pick though is huge now. It's just going to be OG and Speedily. What can they do in a 2 versus 3 here? Seeker's low. No healing really available now. Getting rid of the Hunter is going to be massive, and here comes the Defiant. Looks like they have the numbers. They have the spawn advantage. The pulse bomb for Nos doesn't quite connect here. Crowy desuited and removed. It's going to be Liar coming off spawn, but he's not quick enough. And the Defiant, that is a nice looking defense here in this second phase of the map.
Yeah, kind of a little bit interesting, right? As that payload started to move, Seeker was being able to pick up some kills, but in the end, that spawn advantage so strong for the Defiant. No supports alive, right? It's just Cry, Nas, and Seeker. The Hanzo's just going to kind of like bleed out eventually. You saw Cry with the defense matrix trying to keep him up, but so many players going out of spawn. Not terrible, though, for the Valiant. You almost get that second checkpoint, so the Defiant are going to have to take checkpoint A and really battle that high ground again. So Valiant, not in the worst of spots, but let's see. Toronto did play really well once they had that high ground control. Can the Valiant, if we go to that part of the game, control it in the same manner?
I'm really, not impressed. I'm pretty underwhelmed by the Valiant's ability to sort of access and control that high ground space, right? Krabi makes a switch towards D.Va, which makes sense, right? You kind of understand why a lot of teams switch to D.Va on these second phases of a lot of these hybrid escort maps that have this verticality. But then what? Like, they don't do very much with it. They're unable to really control it very effectively. Hydra Speedly on the Genji, looked really good. It didn't have to be flashy, right? Pulling one blade, post Suzu there. It's collusion on the Ramatra just being unable to be moved.
Yeah, it's the nano onto the Hanzo was a bit interesting. I wonder if that was actually meant to be like for Cry, like going up to the high ground, right? Be able to put some more damage down, because nano Hanzo is pretty interesting. Is Defiant come out with a Winston-based composition here, so really just kind of swapping out the from what they ran on the other side, right? Swapping out that Ramatra with the Winston, where now you actually can kind of keep this Winston in play the entire time, right? Once you take checkpoint A, there's no real need to change as you move forward throughout the map.
Hydron anticipates a Dynamite, sleeping back for a moment. This is going to put the Valiant's defensive abilities to the test. Seeker, best be wary. Takes a hit as he heads up to the water tower. Hopefully his thirst is slaked, because they'll have to play low for now. Nice Sonic there. Hydron sees all of this coming. He's able to rotate. How does Kaluj sort of make use of the absence of the Ramatra on that low ground?
Looks like, Collusion Code just trying to find like a dive target, but the Valiant doing a nice job like rotating around the point, right? Not just kind of setting up, giving them a static option, but there is that option though. They take out Cry. I believe a biotic grenade there comes in from Ultraviolet.
It's not over here. I think Ultraviolet has a lot of lifting to do right now. Nano on a Kaluj, that's a good one. Laya can only backtrack. Suzu used there, but that Baptiste could be in some trouble. Great damage coming back Kaluj's way. He kind of knows he's almost dead. Very clever. He actually sets up line of sight to Ultraviolet to get top back up, and Ultraviolet sends a long-range bio nade in. This is scrappy stuff.
What is
but now the Primal Rage has come in. Yeah, not supposed to recall.
When does a fight ever happen here? Yeah, I mean, they get 2 ticks on the point, but Cry back on the D.Va. Let's see. You have CJ here as well. You're gonna have a Kitsune rush coming out of the spawn here. Maybe if you're the Valiant, you can get a touch. So Nas will get on, get a touch. You're gonna get all this healing coming in to the Karika real quick. I wonder if they try to invest a Kitsune rush here.
Kaluj keeping that pressure down. And Seeker is out of the picture now. What a Dragon Strike! That's such dirty lineup there. And yeah, point's going to be taken. Krawi drops to the ground and eventually is going to be dispatched. And you mentioned it was like a really, really messy, scrappy fight, which it was. But something I loved from Kaluj there, Matt, is he has awareness still of where Ultraviolet is standing, even though he's like trying to 1v3. Behind that pillar, he sets up a line of sight. He gets like an extra 250 HP back that buys him the time to get that primal. And it ultimately ends up sort of being a one fight for Toronto. A little thing, right? Maybe not a big deal, but it's a big difference maker in that fight.
Yeah, as now Toronto pushes up pretty aggressively. They get control of the high ground, and this is where they should have a big advantage in terms of having this Winston, having the Genji, being able to control some of this high ground, right? Like, Ashe would be great if Seeker was already set up on there. Tracer can't really like contest it as easy as like Genji. So it's really on Cry to make this happen. You're also now running the Brig.
Okay, talked about Brig and high ground setups. When you don't control them, it can be difficult. Losing Seeker early again, though, really hurts. That Ashe is not able to get a safe position, a high ground position, or any real zone to play around. Great timing for Ultraviolet. The lifts didn't always work that way, I'll give you the big tip, but the timing was good. He's able to nade himself. Kaluj finds 2 more kills. Krawi, he's desuited, and he's going to have to face the music now. There are only a few seconds remaining, really, in this round. The Valiant are going to have to come out strong for this next fight, and they don't have the ults to really command a lead.
Yeah, like, what do they do? You don't have a rally here. You have a self-destruct to, like, basically get people off of the payload, pretty much. But, Primal, Kitsune Rush, Nano Blade, right? You just have so many win conditions here for the Defiant. That's going to be the Nano Blade.
Like that a lot. Immortality Field, though, pretty effective counter to that ability. Speedily rather. Anything but on achieving that kill. He does get the Baptiste at the very least, though, and there's a lot of value there. Self-destruct here, but bubbles available for Kalush. He dives inside of it, speedily dives inside the saloon. Thirsty, I guess. No's going to be sort of trying to dance around the edge of this fight here, and Ultraviolet gets picked up by Siege, but the Hanzo's in such a dangerous position here. Speedily is in the thick of things, though. Laya has nowhere to go here. No healing, really, will get him through that fight. And Laya is in deep trouble as well. Yeah, this one is over. The Defiant have the numbers now. CJ can only really try and stall. He can barely get out the door. And it's another convincing showing from the 6. Toronto make it 2-0.
Yeah, and that wasn't super clean there towards the end. They just had such a large advantage in terms of ultimates to Defiant going into that fight. So you figured eventually they were going to come out on top, but pretty close there at the end. A little bit too close for comfort maybe for the Defiant, but this is what you want to see from this Defiant squad, right? Going up against a team that's 0-6, being up 2-0. Like, you need, if you're going to contend for that middle ground, you need to be a team that can just stomp teams like this.
Stomp it was. The Valiant looked uncomfortable trying to move to a D.Va and, on both occasions, right? On attack and defense, and the Defiant showed us that flexibility, right? We've seen from Kalush, Ryan, Winston, Ramatra. We know he's an excellent D.Va player as well. Something we saw a lot from the Shock. That's the kind of flexibility that makes you want to bring him onto your team as someone to build around, and look very, very good there. The Speedly Genji was a lot of fun as well.
Oh, yeah.
The Nano Blade towards the end of the round didn't quite pay off, but still a good look here, Matthew. This series could be over before you know it, as we head to Rialto for our 3rd map in the series.
Yeah, I mean, Rialto, you kind of look at some of the different things you can run on that. I think from what we've seen from the Defiant, they can kind of go toe-to-toe with anything the Valiant is throwing at them, where I think you really got to see what the Valiant bounce back with here.
Yeah, stick around, everybody. Map number 3 is Rialto. Don't go anywhere. Uh-oh, indeed. Fans of the Los Angeles Valiant about to bid their team farewell to MI6 as they are looking down the barrel of that 0-7. I don't want to be
like
there.
this. Could be if you're Defiant. This could be your tweet of the year. You could use this multiple times, anytime, right? Good or bad. Today it's good though.
Yeah,
I mean
good,
they're looking great.
Plenty back and forth in chat. My favorite is Ultraviolet calling for a pause and Seeker replying, bruh. Hey, man, don't mess with the man's flow, you know.
Bro, you're trying to game, man. Who wants to pause, right?
Bro, literally, we tell our parents all the time as we're growing up, we can't pause the game. You can't pause the online game. It's not a thing, right? That's how we get that extra time. Well, the Valiant are running short on it, that's for sure. Unless they shape up awful quick.
The Valiant's parents are not letting them pause. They're
pulling the plug.
They're pulling, they're putting the plug. They're hiding the console for a few days. They're
I'm midway through the Culligan Stratford. No, pulling it out. Sorry, mate.
No,
that's it.
I'm picking up the phone. The internet's going
yeah, exactly. Welcome back to the 1990s. Dating myself. Good lord. All right. Toronto are going to be on the attacking side to start with here, so we will be scrutinizing the Valiant setup. Again, Ramatra definitely a comfort place for Krawi to be, although he's rarely had a chance to rest on his laurels throughout the course of this series. Toronto have been pretty relentless, and Kalush has been doing so on a variety of different heroes. I think like one of the criticisms from the desk was that we don't really know what the Defiant style is. I'll be honest with you, we still don't, but that's not necessarily in a negative connotation now, because they've managed to make like Ramatra, Diva, Reinhardt, which all look really good. So Toronto have a plethora of strategies at their disposal, and they've all been executed well.
Yeah, and this time they put Hydron on the Widowmaker, where this is going to be a fun battle. The Widow of Hydron versus Seeker as well. I'm excited because it's going to be a good Widow battle, but you're also probably going to get some chat.
I want to see the chat.
You know?
Yep.
You're going to get some chatter after. Hydron knows exactly where he's going. Just a little bit of a leg shot there, yeah.
Check him PC. Okay.
Check him PC. Damn, you're running through them all today.
Oh, yeah. Don't worry, I haven't started screaming for to pull ESIC yet. I've thought about it. All right, there it is. CJ falls. A decent target, obviously, for the Widow to fire on. Great opener here. Should allow the Defiant to start to make the way around the corner. Much less durability here for Krawi in the form of healing, who will have to drop off the high ground himself. Sleep dart on Kalush, but that won't slow him down.
Yeah, Krawi's going to have to pop the Nemesis for him and move backwards there, which is not what you want to see. You lose your Ana, you lose your Ramatra. Now, CJ, who is on the Kariko, just comes off a spawn, right? Not a great start here for the Valiant, as Hydron's looking for maybe another pick where you're going to be able to probably contest here. Yeah, you're going to get everybody back, it looks like, for the Valiant. But Nozzle get a touch. Oh, that's a big pick there.
Seeker repositioning to try and challenge Hydron. Unable to find him. Hydron opts to relocate himself here. Losing the Genji. Pretty frustrating for the Defianters. It's really often been called on to contest to move that card forward alongside Kalush. Hydron. Dealing with Nos for the time being, who's trying to blink in as hard to predict way as possible, apparently. There's Nano on line here for Ultraviolet. For the Diva.
Oh yeah, and you can just go right into the backline there. I mean, no way Liar's going to be able to keep himself alive, but it almost seems like the Valiant decided to give him up, and you're going to have Seeker pick up 2 players, yeah.
Get him in the chat! That's 3 for Seeker! Pretty strong, but again, someone needs to stand on the card. That bomb from Nos was huge. Don't tell me Kalush is going to do this on his own. That is unreal! He did it on his own! Come on, 3 Widow kills in that fight! You still, man! The bomb from Nos
you
was
lost
good,
the Tracer, right? Yeah. Once you lose the Tracer, because you saw a little bit there, CJ just kind of standing on the bridge a little bit, because he has nobody to teleport to at that time, right? Would have needed to have a player there to get close to the cart, where Seeker and Nas doing everything they can there at the end to extend it, just not enough.
Yeah, I'm clutching my pearls a little bit, but what can you do if you're the Valiant Seeker too far away? By necessity, really, to make a difference. Again, that's Kalush, though, finding a key backline of Laya is down this time. Krawi is out in the open, blocks himself up. Good pressure on Kalush, but guess who just goes to the high ground and gets topped up? You can't let that happen. That does not feel good. Krawi cannot get up there, cannot transition to the high ground. Seeker's forced to give up his perch as well, and here come the Defiant.
And the Valiant, for me, Mitch, right here with this kind of composition, right? You want to get aggressive, maybe go for that backline, right? It's really just trying to put pressure on Ultraviolet potentially, but look at where Ultraviolet's set. There's no way you're going to be able to access him. And then look at Craw, he's kind of just stuck in between everybody, right? You know, getting damage from both sides.
Yeah, sleep dart there briefly on Crowy. Desperately being healed up by CJ inside a Kitsune rush, but guess what? Speedly is coming. Blade finds Laya here. Oh, he found Nos as well, who lingered a little bit too close to the bleeding edge. There will be a nano on OG here. I'm not sure about that one, but the Defiant, hey, they get what they came for.
And as they are just speed running here through Rialto, as Seeker then in for sight. Hydron's over on the Sombra though. He doesn't even care about this Widow duel anymore, as now that the pace have picked up, the Valiant just seem to be crumbling under it.
Seeker just firing in the dark there. Trying to see anyone is going to present themselves on some of these more obscure, these safer sight lines. Yeah, Hydron off the Sombra onto the Hanzo instead here.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, maybe you just want that dragon for the end, right? Just sending the dragon down the hallway. And also, more close to like medium range than anything. Like, look at the Widow angle right here. Like, you can have a player in your face basically instantly. Very difficult to play Widow here.
Yeah, Seeker's like having to bend over backwards to find any real sight line here. Really having to grapple up very frequently. Try and find something very speculative at the moment. OG here, maybe a little bit concerned about where he's positioned with this Annihilation in play. Backing up, Hydron will be tended to. Krawi gets nothing for that ultimate except a couple seconds of respite.
What, you use a self-destruct, get them weak enough, they have to use an Annihilation. That's a Biotic Grenade there on the Cry. Oh, nice stick there though from Nas's. I know Nas had a few nice sticks here throughout this series, right? Almost good enough to kind of keep point A rolling for the Valiant, and then now pretty much stopping this Toronto push.
Hydron finds Seeker though. Nos wants to contest the card and try and mark Spiegly as much as possible. Here's the Dragon Strike. This is pretty close there. A lot of damage forcing the rally, presumably from Laya. Immortality Field is down, and there's the Pulse Bomb connection. Seeker comes back, though. Hydron may have met his match. Mouthing what to the camera. Definitely doesn't expect that.
Yeah, this is a nano on to OG here. As he's just trying to find any kills here, but not going to be able to find anything or get TP'd out. So that's a pretty big investment there now for the Toronto Defiant. And you're at 2 minutes remaining. Mitch is the Valiant. Maybe he'll get a little bit of a hold.
Yeah, both Seeker and Nos find important kills in that fight. Ones that really hamper Toronto's prospects. Big switches up wholesale. We have Lucio Baptiste May being picked up by Speedly. No longer wants to take the Tracer duel.
This is a little bit of just like slow play here from the Defiant. Like if they're going to play Ramatra, we'll just match you with this Ramatra, but play it in a way more brawly, drag it out style and let Hydron get.
That's clean. That is clean as a whistle.
Bro, that would have been the type in chat opportunity right there.
I mean, that's what wasn't it Johnny or who was it that said Scott? I think there's nothing worse than being like killed by Hanzo when he's in midair, just randomly logging you. But hey, the comp switch really paying off here for the Toronto Defiant. They get the map done with a minute 10 to spare. They go for a rush comp that involves trying to catch Crowy out, but as Hydron with a couple slick kills, that sends them barreling to
I mean, if Hydron kills both of your damage dealers and they're just kind of barreling you down with Ramatra May, I mean, good luck, right? There's nothing you could have done there if you're the Valiant to keep that one going. So, nice switches, though, from the Defiant. We've seen them actually play a ton of different stuff today, Mitch, right? We've seen some Reinhardt looks from the Valiant, from the Defiant. We've seen Ramatra, Diva, really just a lot of different comps here from the Defiant today that have looked quite good.
Yeah, quite a variety of them. Kalush has basically shown us every facet of the current metagame outside of the Junker Queen play. We haven't really had a map that's sort of lent itself to that all that much, but Hydron, man, scary stuff. Even in losing games in that week too, Hydron was looking ferocious. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee here. Nothing Seeker could do, and guess what? Nos,
Yo, there's nothing you can do there. I mean, Nas either has to, pretty reliant on killing him instantly. If you don't, you're giving Hydron, who's tremendous aimer, right? Those are like the heroes you would say he excels at, right? You're giving him like 34 shots to take out on Hanzo, like close to medium range. Like he's gonna hit one, right?
It's interesting just how much of your intuition is required to be well developed as a Hanzo player, because there's like travel time, right? So you need to be predictive even at that kind of range, even up close against a Tracer. It says a lot about just game sense and just a feel for how people move in this game that Hydron's able to find those two.
Yep, back to the Widow battle here. So we're gonna get to see Nas on the Genji, so that'll be interesting. Really seeing Nas play a lot of the Tracer in these types of compositions, but playing the Genji, and then you see Lyre now over on the Barik wants to help try and support CJ a little bit more.
Yeah, also like being able to pack Nos is pretty convenient here. Whatever helps the Valiant put more pressure down on Hydron, but Hydron is so far away. No one's getting to him at this point.
Just a lot of quiet as these Widowmakers try and jump, find some shots. Nasa trying to get in there, do some damage. He gets quite low.
That poison mine placement, the Venom mine, that was
on the
from
wall,
Hydron.
right?
So it's like a really, I don't know if he sets it up mid-round or if he like fires it from his current position. Either way, it gives him all the information he actually needs.
Yeah, I think we saw a little bit of a fly-through at the pregame where he kind of like puts it on the back side of that wall. So if people kind of come around that corner and he's not in this position, he can actually get this type of vantage point.
He's playing so far back, he's trying to get back on the Lijiang Tower. He is almost to spawn right now. Very wary of just this very hostile anti-Widow setup. The Valley making pretty slow progress, but it's progress all the same. They managed to round this corner. Hydron now just trying to get some...
That's the Immortality field, though. They get the Immortality field out, so... now Valiant, what do you do? Crawley's been taking so much damage trying to go in. So weak, yeah?
Get a pulse in the next 12 seconds. That's what we're looking for. Bingo.
Nice shot, though. Sport's getting out of the way.
Speedily unable to stick that one, unfortunately. Giving agency to the Valiant backline in order to avoid certain doom. OG clears another Venom mine.
Did you see that Speedily fired some shots down there? Didn't actually go down through that doorway, and they actually had OG on Kiriko kind of come through the other side of the door, tried a little bait and switch there. Doesn't end up working out. They end up losing OG, but pretty nice play there from the Defiant.
Yeah. Not having Kalush though hurts. We have both support ultimates using that fight though. And there's Hydra. There's a bloody shield in the way, and Seeker still gets absolutely rinsed. Oh, that's nice. Okay, not so much to work with now if you're the Valiant, but you have your Ramatra front and center, very close to that Annihilation. I'm curious to see how the Defiant deal with this. A Sleep Dart seems like it's absolutely essential here. Kalush realized he's in the wrong end of the pool right now. Hydron though finds another key big, and there's the pulse. That's perfect. No healers, no problem for the Defiant. They roll over the Valiant.
I mean, that's how you deal with the Annihilation of the Ramatra in a really close quarter area. Like, it's the perfect spot to be able to use it. You get an early pick onto one of the supports and then a pulse bomb onto the other. You get them both out of the way. I mean, that is perfect. Where you see Hydron actually, just saw a little bit of the Venom mine down, and he was almost like sitting behind the wall, right? A little bit, knowing exactly through the window there, kind of peeking, knows exactly where players are coming from.
At worst, it's an early warning system. At best, you get that pseudo infrasight on your target for a time. Seeker again, like, where are your angles here? What are the good angles? Without exposing yourself to Hydron here, this infrasight obviously makes a difference, and you get a pick on. There it is, the Kiriko. That is pretty crucial. Hydron, nothing he could do. He didn't have an infrasight of his own. So we'll see the Dragon Plate here from Nos. The Valiant are expending their ultimates to get this first point, but there's no guarantee that's going to work here. If Kitsune rush back, but when OG returns it, Kalush is close to an Annihilation. Oh, the Valiant, they're going to have to beware here, losing Nos to Hydron. This is a problem.
Yeah, this is pretty bad. Nice shot there. So it's actually CJ who gets the kill there on the Speedily for a second. The Seeker jumping up with the shot as he was coming down, but you're going into an Annihilation here, Mitch, and you're going to have Kitsune rush for the Defiant. They're looking great to get a hold.
Yep, here come the Valiant. They're going to have to make it happen with nothing but the clothes on their backs and maybe something from CJ if he can build it up. Seeker can't line up the shot. It's too chaotic. There's so many particle effects going on, and he is reduced to particles himself. This will be the Toronto Defiant staunchly holding outside this first checkpoint. OG cleans up Nos there with a kunai, and so the chances of the Valiant down the drain here. A clean 3-0 for the Toronto Defiant. And that's how you want to be bouncing back after a horrendous second week here in the Western region.
I mean, this is how you should look when you have this level of talent, right? I mean, this is a team that we all expected to be pretty solid. Excelled throughout the year. They did not look great early on, but you get a win here against the Valiant in a big way. Maybe you can actually make something out of it now.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Day 2 and 3? Yeah, they're okay. They're definitely going to have a shot to be, a potential fixture heading into the mid-season here. The Valiant, though, can't say the same for them. It's a team that has been consistently getting better, but they get bounced back down at 0-7, which is a pretty tough pill to swallow, considering the team is looking, again, like I said, vastly improved from previous years. But that's the way the cookie crumbles. If losing is learning, these guys are going to be geniuses pretty soon.
They've learned enough. They've hit their max brain power. Now they need to just start using it. But we do have player of the match here for the Toronto Defiant, and really, Hydron played tremendous today. We were both shouting it out a lot though during the cast, and really, I just enjoyed ever since he's become a player here in the Overwatch League, just getting to watch him play. Always usually puts up a pretty strong performance, and this right here on the sim early on was awesome to watch. But then his Hanzo play really started to take over.
Yeah, I mean, the duel versus Seeker across the whole series has generally been really entertaining. I think both of these players are very skilled, and they are probably like players that you want to highlight as like top Western DPS individuals. Hydron's Hanzo, man, are looking very, very good. Not just here on Hollywood, right, but on Rialto. This little clip, yeah, this one lives rent-free in Seeker and Nos's head for a bit, I think. Just 1 versus 2, making it look awful easy. The stats, tell quite a lot of the story as well. Hanzo, 9.9 final blows per 10. That's pretty scary, and a lot of them are
pretty wild
kills. It makes perfect sense, right?
A lot of them are just one-shots at range, right? Being able to just take out a support, taking out the other DPS, and to be able to do it at this high of a clip. That gives your team such a wild advantage in some of these fights.
Yeah, I mean, coming into the series, we were pretty dubious about the Toronto Defiant. I said I may have predicted them, but I wasn't particularly comfortable about it. The fact of the matter is, it's probably like a low sample size, really. It's been a little while. It's nice to... I was going to ask Drake this question, actually, like, what difference a week can make for a team that's, like, on campaign in the Overwatch League? So far, not the best test of your improvement going up against the Valiant here, but like we really wanted to see this team in a vacuum, look much better, and I think they've done that. They really understand their win conditions. They play a ton of different compositions as well, so it looks like their study's been paying off for them.
Yeah, that's what I really like, just the versatility to play all these different types of compositions at what looks like an average to above average level. I think that's what will really give Toronto an edge against some of these other teams.
No doubt about it. Well worth keeping an eye on the Defiant as they go forward. It's been quite a day, safe to say. Albeit a slightly quick one, but we of course are going to head to our desk and have them wrap up this game and the rest of the day after the break.
Joke's on you!
It's just us. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, we have some stuff to discuss. Toronto takes it, and once again, they're looking explosive. We had some questions heading into this match about their identity. Has some of that been answered with this game, or do you still feel like they haven't really been tested?
Well, I mean, I don't know that the Valiant are like the toughest opponent really for them to beat. They're definitely not. But I did like what I saw, especially at a Defiant. It felt like that they had a little bit more individuality in this game. I guess I was very, I'm Nostradamus. I predicted they'd put Hydron back on those like core backline damage they rolls. I thought they might end up playing a little bit more Sombra, but they focused up on what looks to be their comfort zone and looked incredibly strong on it. I mean, I think Hydron is one of the best players in the league in that role when he's just on the Hanzo, on the Widow, finding his own picks. They look great with that.
Danny, today was not the day.
It really wasn't. I can't even back it up. I mean, it was just Toronto was so clean. Like whether it was the Winston dive and like they showed us a lot of different comps. And I think Toronto really, they had about a week off, and I think they definitely put a lot of work into it. I liked, just like Jake said, a lot of what we saw from the Toronto Defiant, and just Hydron just on that Hanzo is just crazy.
Yeah. Kalush had a great performance on the Ryan, in my opinion, this series as well. I think this comp, you really felt the experience gap between the teams. I mean, that was a sick bait. Like, you laugh at it, but I think that's actually a nice play. Canceling the pin. Johnny, that didn't exist when you played Rhino, right?
No, I mean, you're technically correct, but it was no reinforced versus Froggy.
The greats, the Titans. We forgot about you guys. My bad. But seriously, I think the team looks really solid when they play the Ryan Sim. Li Jiang, obviously, a very great compliment for that. And then as well, OG on this Kiriko. I think that was another great look. for the Defiant. OG has a lot of individual mechanics that not every main support does, so able to flex to the carry, which I think is, this Ana carry for me is like one of my favorite looks when you play these slower Ram comps. A lot of value, you know, the Kiriko can kind of walk around the map on the flank, show up in your backline and start poking you down, helping Tracer really well, and I think it's just much more effective than Brig or Lucio in that kind of trading for map space type matchup. But when Hydron gets kills like these, I mean, it just feels like there's not much you can do about Hanzo when he just gaps your DPS like that.
But,
One hero.
But still, I mean, you asked earlier, Zoe, about did we see more kind of like a style from Toronto Defiant? It's just like, okay, well, map 1, they played Reinhardt for 2 rounds. Map 2, they came out playing Ramatra on Hollywood, and they also played Winston on Attack Hollywood, because Winston is really good on Hollywood, so of course they're going through that. And then they played Ramatra again later on, so like, you know, they with Lucio instead of
more questions
they play everything. No, look.
But that's the meta.
Yeah, that's the meta. They're great decisions. You know, of course you want to play Winston on Attack Hollywood. Of course you want to play Reinhardt on, you know, lead young tower rounds because it's really good, right? But I didn't get my question answered, but I'm hoping I will pretty soon.
Oh, well,
for
you're
me, the
just
identity
in
was
love.
that backline.
No, I have a segue here. Shut your mouth.
I set you up for it. Yeah. Me and Zoe are cooking, Jake. Let us cook.
I'm sorry, I lost the thread.
It's okay.
Let's pretend it just never happened.
We'll just be quiet.
There we go. Well, reinforce. You're just in luck because we do have a winners interview coming up.
No way!
Wow! We got Hydron from the Toronto Defiant joining us for a quick chat. So first of all, congratulations, of course, to you and your team. A dominant performance. We've been talking here on the desk, trying to figure out what the Toronto Defiant's identity is. We saw a lot of different looks. Do you feel like there is something which really defines their team in terms of composition or playstyle?
No, I think we're just a bunch of winners who win.
I want to ask you, the last time we saw you guys, Toronto Defiant, play was against Florida Mayhem, and then you guys had about a week off. So, Hydra, what were some of the things that Toronto Defiant worked on before coming into the match?
I think coming into this week, we kind of had to scrap the playbook and kind of start from scratch. And so that's kind of what we did, and we kind of reinvented ourselves within this past week. And I say so far, it's been going good.
Yeah, I do feel like you guys look like a very different team than we saw previously, which a lot of teams, I think, had a week off, and then I just didn't feel that same new energy from them. So I'm happy to see you guys kind of living up to your potential a little bit more. What I want to ask about is actually not about the match. I'm talking about the game within the game, which is, I want to know, LA Valiant players, you know them, you know, maybe you know the guys. How's the trash talking? You know, is it good? Is it getting you excited, or is it boring? Is it weak? You know, like give me a judgment here. Seeker was fighting back a little bit, but as a king of trash talk, I want to know what your perspective is.
I mean, trash talk is always a little bit better when it's a bit harder, but
yeah.
We came into this match saying that, you know, we've been here before, like we've played against this team kind of in like semifinals of contenders, so it's nothing too different. And yeah.
Damn, so it just wasn't a hard enough match for the trash talk to really have any kind of impact.
Not necessary.
Yeah, no. If we're gonna talk, at least walk a little bit of the walk. Like you can't.
All right, I'll take that. We'll have to revisit it.
0-7.
Oh my.
Hydron, I'm curious about Toronto Defiant coming together this year. Of course, you were all part of the American Tornado going back a couple of years now. Then you were in separate Overwatch League teams. You were on Florida Mayhem last year. You had Collusion Sam, who were on the San Francisco Shock, who were coached by Cazores, who is now the head coach of the Toronto Defiant. You also have No Hill waiting in the wings. You have Wheat, who you worked with in the past. Can you talk a bit about the difference in coaching when it comes to Toronto Defiant this year, compared to, for example, Florida Mayhem that you were part of this year? What makes the coaching staff so important for you in Toronto?
I think this year it's a lot more kind of player-oriented, like kind of up to the players to make a lot of the choices, where I think on teams like Florida, it was more of a coach-led team. So I think as a player that's been on both, I think I have a lot more say, a lot more like freedom on this team to make choices.
Has that made you more comfortable as a player? Do you prefer that style of, hey, like this is what I feel confident doing and I'd rather do it this way? Or do you like getting, you know, a lot of help from your coaches?
I don't think it really matters. Like you put another player against me, he's gonna get, you know.
Yep,
Mono
we know.
mono. I understand.
Well, Hydron, thank you so much for for taking the time. It's always a pleasure chatting with you, and we wish you best of luck in your next game.
Cool, appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Toronto Defiant, a team which we talked a lot about the power of friendship they got going for them. So they're essentially like the Care Bears of Owl, just a little more edgy. It's been working for them.
Hopefully, I'm
Care Bears.
Yeah.
Edgy Care Bear.
Zoe, come on now. Zoe.
Edgy Care Bear.
Come on.
Someone draw this, please. I don't know. Angie,
let's go.
Come on.
Edgy Care Bear.
Here's
Edgy
homework.
Care Bears. Come on.
They're all friends, but they're you know, they're cutthroat. They want to win. They want to
So
get these
we're the
dubs.
Care Bears.
Care Bears with weapons.
Those beams and what? I don't know. Like that.
I love your question, Johnny, about the coaching, because I think that is a really impactful difference between a lot of teams that most people never get to see in the league, which is this idea that some of these teams are the coaches going to dictate to you, this is how you're going to play. And I think really, in my view, the better style is that the coach is really a participant in this discussion, where the players themselves are some of the most knowledgeable people in the world about the game. And so for someone to just come in and be like, no, I don't care about what you think, you do it this way, strikes me as missing out on a lot of the insight that players have in terms of their feeling of what feels the strongest, what feels the best. So in my opinion, those teams that have a little bit more trust in between the players and the coach can participate in that discussion, add to it, can focus it, but still allow the players to speak their mind and have their vision seen and heard too. I think that's really exciting. So for me, I have a lot of faith in Defiant. I think they can grow from this as Hydron was saying, reinvent themselves.
Yeah, there's a lot of different coaching styles, of course. Some do prefer the top-down coach to players approach as well. Some players just need that, you know. They need someone to just drag them by the hand.
Bad players need that.
And push them into.
Let's stop throwing
You said that. I did
Come
not.
on.
I don't want to talk about bad players. I want to talk about good players, good moments, highlights. And we got plenty of those, even though it was a quick day of 3 Overwatch. We do have some stuff which really tickled our fancy. So let's take a look at. Well, that one didn't tickle my fancy. I hope to see a little more. However, it was also on the flip side of that coin. It's great to see teams dominating when you expect them to dominate. This is a statement for a lot of those teams which needed to be made in order to proceed into the last few games they will be playing in order.
This was so predictable. I tweeted out at the start of the day that we were all just going to have 3 O's and nothing fun was going to happen. No, just pretty expected stuff.
Did?
So,
yeah,
it just all according to plan. All according to plan.
Yeah.
What a day.
Hey, I was hopeful. But
no, someone's got to lift the spirits up on this, and you're the one to do it.
Well, in fairness, I think Valiant, they had bright spots against the Atlanta Rain. It was easy to see them on an upswing. I think what we didn't expect was this reinvention from Toronto Defiant. This is kind of what we always thought we'd see from this team, but I think the first 4 matches really gave fans pause. We're like, wait, is it just falling apart? Is it not working? But I think this will give fans of the World Cup hope for Team USA as well, with a lot of the player overlap from this Defiant squad. Looking really
They beat the Valiant. South Korea next.
Right. That's fair. But I think it was a dominant match. It was more than just a win. It was a statement. It was an absolute beatdown. Wasn't anything close really about the whole series. One Koth round was kind of close. I mean, that's really all it was for the Valiant.
And if anything, it gave us another opportunity to hear Hydron trash talking and be confident, which I just love.
You can't take him mano a mano. Nobody can.
Yeah, exactly. So far, no one has. Let's talk about other highlights, though. What got you excited? What made you happy? What you going to call home about, Danny?
I want to talk about what was it? No, I know. Twilight, baby. Boston Uprising, Twilight, just putting an absolute show, and then some more at the end. He did a nice sleep start, and then I think he gets a couple kills with the nade, and then here comes my favorite part. I think he does it to Vulcan, right?
Oh.
There you go. Nice, because I
love this with the wide shot.
I do a lot of squats these days, and
there might have been a widow. There might have been a widow, so he had to kind of vary his head movement.
I believe Twilight likes to work out. You get the heart pump going. It's the heart rate up.
That's healthy. Yeah, it's good for you. I really think though there were so many moments in the series where Twilight. I mean, it was disrespectful. It was like, I'm just gonna run it down on your back line and just kill you all. Like, okay, you're honest killing us all, guys. This doesn't feel good.
It's like Hydron. It's like there's art to trash talking.
There's art
and
to
trash talking the team that's gone 0-5. And have you ever interacted with Vulcan in your life?
Yeah.
That was out of
It was a little bit aggressive from Twilight. I'll give you that. It was a little bit aggressive, but I'm here for that. I like a little bit of aggression.
I love aggression.
If you're better than someone, you should style on them. Don't let them off easy. This is Overwatch League. We don't pull punches here.
That's how we start a feud, and I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Love that. Yeah, that's we love the added drama. Did you spot some drama?
For me, I actually, this is a classic play for me. I went with Punk's dive on Blizzard World with a nano boost and a second point. Punk with a nano boost to the end of second point, like I'm playing Clue or something. But great pressure here, forces the high ground to the low ground, or the back line rather, to the low ground. Boops the BAM,
I can't
the
believe
BAB
no one
out
else
of his
is
lamp.
laughing about the reference to Clue.
To the high
Has
ground,
no one
Clue, though.
played the game?
And then a beautiful Diva Bomb there. I mean, it's just a clean execution, clean up, really, by the Boston Uprising. But I like this play. It's just just a domination outplay from the Vancouver Titans. We saw tons of that this match, and Punk was a key part of it. I think this is really Punk's year, I think, to shine and to show the fans what he's got as a solo tank player on a team that looks like they have a ton of potential, more than I think most people would have expected going into the season.
Yeah.
Shame on you guys not getting the Clue reference. They still didn't get it.
They don't.
Just
They're not a board
straight
gamer,
over there.
all right? I'm a board
Parents
gamer.
saw it. Same. No, I thought that was really
Thank you.
very funny.
Thank you. We gotta play board games.
Yeah,
and
we actually.
not these guys.
They can. Yeah, whatever. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, you look excited to talk about
Do you
your
know
highlights
what? Do you know what can really come in handy when you're as lost as me in this scenario?
No, please do.
The ability to phone a friend, and that's what Smurf did on the Boston Uprising in the middle of the game.
Oh my
against the Vegas Eternal.
What is this? He's just
took out the phone. Yeah, waiting on the elevator.
He's making a call.
He's far up, so he got the signal. He's good to go.
Oh my! I love this.
I'm making a few calls.
Guys, we are blessed by this wonderful replay team, getting the cinematic shots of Smurf emoting with the phone.
Who do you think he's calling? San Francisco Shock, like, yo, you want to get the band back together? You want to get the band back together?
He's calling somebody. He's calling
Soul Dynasty
assistance to the Vegas Eternal. They need it.
they need some help.
They need
Profit
some
and
help.
Soul Dynasty, Profit, taking a bit of a break now. Maybe get the band back together. Something.
Yeah. Gotta call in. He doesn't need to call in for any help. It's like that guy who won Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, who calls his dad and just
to tell him.
Oh, by the way, Dad, I'm gonna win. I don't need your help.
That was so good.
That's literally the call he's making. I'm gonna win this series, Mom. You don't have to watch. You can just head home. It's an easy one.
Get dinner ready. I'll be right there.
I'll be home early. I'll be home early. Works nothing today. It's light work.
What you get, Zoe?
My best of the day is just to be back with you guys. It's been difficult 2 weeks. Everyone at home has been super supportive. It's been rough at home, but I missed you guys, and it was great to be back. Even though it was
finally
some games
complete.
of Overwatch, but yeah, the family is back.
This guy's here too, I guess.
I'm so disappointed there was no gameplay. I was like waiting for a highlight, and you're like, what?
You guys are my highlight. If that's disappointing to you, Reinforce?
No, I'm happy.
I just love Overwatch, that's all.
And not us. Sheesh.
Okay.
And not
Okay,
sorry. Understood.
Yeah.
Understood, Johnny.
And that's,
I guess we're pretty good. Yay us.
I'm so glad to have two friends and a coworker here with us.
He is a coworker.
He's always
You said it, not me.
True. But you made me feel that.
The feud is beginning here. There's no feud with Hydron and
this has been going on for like 6 years.
Now. This is the feud.
Oh well, we let it unfold, see where we're at the end of the season. For now, however, I do want to take a look at what's going down overnight, because there's going to be some feuding. Is that a word? Probably not. We'll make it one.
I think it is.
Spring Stage knockouts in the East are actually starting. That's right. They're already in that knockout stage. That means that we're going to find out which of these teams are going to make it into mid-season madness. We're going to have contenders teams joining in on the fun. They will try to take down some Titans, and I'm excited for this one.
I will say, there is a chance that both Seoul and Shanghai lose these games.
No.
I mean,
Shanghai, if you lose this,
first round, I'd be pretty surprised. But I do think that there are some contenders teams. All right, Dynasty, Profit's taking a break, right? So to lose him, that's a huge point of strength for the team. I don't think they're going to go down in the first round to I guess that's the bottom ranked contenders teams playing in the first round, right? But maybe the best contenders teams hungry enough,
like later down the road
with their own vision of how to play and their own style. Like, who knows? I think it's a great opportunity for young players to prove themselves.
That's exactly
and punch up.
It's not just the punching up. It's also the fact that they have the element of surprise, right? Like there is pretty small possibility of the OWL teams actually going in hardcore researching those contenders teams to really see what they all have in their back pockets. They can come out and actually surprise some of us. You're laughing. What is so funny? You want to
How
share
many
a class?
teams in the Pro-Am made it out of groups?
Well,
hey, That's the
You're
West.
ruining my story here.
Opportunity to, maybe it's a trick face versus shock kind of scenario, surprise them, maybe ping.
How great has Shanghai Dragons looked like the last few weeks?
O2 Blast is
O2 Blast is good. O2 Blast is good.
I mean, this is bracket play,
I
Johnny.
think East is different from the West, definitely, I think.
I feel like Seoul and Shanghai are going to lose. So I'm a bit of a doomer.
Yeah, well, I think
I hope Shanghai wins. I don't want Shanghai to lose.
The question is to whom? Like, which of these contender teams is the best? I think O2 Blast probably has the best
Poker
odds.
Face, good players.
Good
Dreamers always on Dreamer. Dreamers are pretty good. Like, all of these teams are honestly stacked.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, you look at the roster. One of them is made up of a bunch of Chinese players who used to play on Chengdu Hunters, for example, and Hangzhou Spark. You got Muse is on one of the teams, Poker Face, of course, with Arrow and Simple. Like, there's lots of talent on those teams. If you're Seoul, who are like figuring out their damage situation without Profit now, you got Shanghai, Flatus playing tank, and I guess they had some good performances the last couple of weeks, but I'm not confident in those teams. I'm sorry. I'm just not.
Well, we're going to find out tomorrow. We're, of course, going to report back on the first round of the knockout stage in the Eastern region. However, we here in the West, we still have some regular qualifier plays to make. And this is our tomorrow's schedule. Vegas Eternal will go up against the LA Gladiators, followed by the San Francisco Shock, going up against the Houston Outlaws. And the last match of the day is Toronto Defiant and the Boston Uprising, which I'm honestly most excited about that last match.
You know what, that last match, before the day started, when I saw it on the schedule, I was like, oh, Boston's gonna win it. But now, I'm not too sure. I think Toronto
looked very good.
Yeah,
like we didn't really see a weakness
against the Valiant. Yeah.
And Boston Uprising beat the Vegas Eternal. So what you got going on over there? All right, this is where we see this is a match with consequences, right? These are both teams that like want to assert themselves, want to solidify their place qualifying to the tournament. And so I think for Toronto and Boston, they both want to take that win. I'm really excited for the second match of the day, Shock versus Houston. I think that's going to be a very fun one. I'm excited to watch.
For whom exactly?
You know who I'm living vicariously through? If you saw it was Houston versus Washington when FD got Ajax. The smile on Violet's face, I've never seen that man smile like that. He was living for that Ajax. And now going up against his former team in the Shock, I think we're going to see some more smiles from Violet. So I'm going to be watching Violet's player cam all match long. Personally, that's my approach to that series.
I would love to see Violet doing some tactical crouching.
Oh, please.
On proper.
Please, Violet.
And that is what we're looking forward to tomorrow. And we're just a few hours away, so make sure to get some rest and make sure to catch some of the knockout action over in the East. We're going to fill you in case you missed those tomorrow morning in our Watchpoint pre-show. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for joining me here on the desk. We'll be back tomorrow, same place, same time. Stay tuned.
Bye-bye.